Thank you. Thanks a lot, guys. children, the sons and daughters.
Buy shop, 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 buy shop.
Oops. Thank you. Thanks a lot, guys. I'm going to do one more song, and then that's it for me. Thanks a lot for listening and supporting my music.
Yo, everyone. Hello.
Hello,
Welcome to
hello.
Fashionably Late Fridays on Expanded Understanding.
Today, anyhow.
it's 8:13. That's pretty close to 8, right?
Yeah, we're already 25 minutes into the show. We're doing great.
Cool. Nice.
We're live
I get off
25,
early
yeah.
tonight, basically. Then, huh? Just
No
kidding.
doubt.
What? When is this thing even over? Does anybody know when this thing ends? I don't know
So
what
far,
it does.
never, because if it's not in the foreseeable future, it's completely irrelevant. So, never, I
It's
guess,
like
for
this.
now.
It's like the song that never ends. It just goes on and on.
It never
You know what I
ends. Just goes on and on, my friends. Hey, is that
So-
Zach Mortimer in the middle of that amazing light code show?
It seems as though it is.
Tell
Hello,
us
Willow.
about it, Zach.
Hi, Kala. Hi, Charlotte. Hi, Paranormal Portals.
Which
And
is
Jasmine. And Jen's probably somewhere.
and
Pretty
Kala
sure.
is in here too.
Didn't I say Kala? I thought I read Kala. Hi, Kala. If I didn't, we'll say hi to Kala. Hi,
Double
Kala.
shout-out.
Hi, Kala. Hey, Kala. Now we made sure we got it.
Shot
We got
Kala.
it for sure. Yeah, shot Kala. So, anyways, yeah. There's a comet that flies over tonight that some places of the United States will be able to see. Its color is green.
Yeah. What do you know about that? I mean, is that astrologically
I don't
related?
really know anything. Somebody literally just walked in and told me. I was completely unaware in many ways.
Wow.
So-
Yeah, I saw, Frank posted something on it, I think. Yeah, some big green. It was like 11 million mile long comet trail or something.
That's not very long, though.
Yeah, and a relatively, once you get in space, like how much does that matter? But I
Yeah.
don't know. I wonder how clear it is from. Let's see if it's coming around here.
I'm 11 million miles long in space.
Like that ain't nothing. I'm a million miles long. Be whatever I
In
want.
space, I'm even taller than Aaron. I know that's hard to
I don't
believe.
know. Maybe my 600 foot, 608 feet tall goes to 6,000,008 feet tall.
No,
You
that's
can't
not the
keep
way it
up.
works. Actually, tall
Self-
people get
self-proportionate.
smaller in space.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean getting compressed and you get stretched because you're
Exactly.
below the short tall threshold of scientific
exactly
expansion contraction density. Therefore, when you go in space, you will get bigger. I will get smaller. That is a fact. Look it up on the book of ZachMortimer.com.
Everybody knows this. It's called the Kessler curvature tensor. Everyone knows about that. So,
True.
anyways,
they didn't spell it right. They spelled it Kesler. It should be Kesseler like mine, but that's where it gets confusing.
Yeah.
It's literature. It's just how it works.
Yeah, it is confusing out there. Letters and stuff. So, anyways.
English.
Yeah. So, absolutely no topic tonight, like usual. One more thing to arrive for basically my streaming setup. Other than that, I'm completely set up, but that last thing that's needed basically ties it all together. So, we're waiting one more day. But we're very patient and very, very excited. So,
in the meantime, tell us about this picture.
On the screen, you can see a long exposure photograph of some weird guy in the desert playing with lights that are inside of gloves and spinning them around. And I think it looks quite neat.
It's awesome.
It's pretty cool, like when it's done in front of you anyways, because it's like it's so fast. And especially if you have the assistance of outside chemicals, then these tracers kind of stay anyways. So it becomes like this huge light around you. So it's really actually really, really cool. So trying to watch the ISS launch. What are they? They're launching a rocket that's I guess, resupplying the ISS or something.
I guess
The ISS is already in space. Maybe they brought the ISS down to land and they're relaunching it. That seems very inefficient.
Yeah, the whole thing all at once. No more pieces this time. We're gonna get it all off the ground at once.
They just wanted to see if they could do it all in one shot this time.
Let's see.
Not a bad idea. So yeah, comments.
Can I see the green comet from Seattle?
Comet tonight. I'm gonna search that. That's gonna tell me stuff. Comet Swan. Swan is grace medicine, encouraging us to move through every moment with obviously grace, meaning that we move through it with purposeful tact without rushing it. So this matches with my mantra that I've been giving out to everyone the last 3 days of slower. Just do it slower. There's not a huge rush, and I've realized over recent times that a lot of the mistakes that I was recognizing with people that I work with or people in my life was really just a byproduct of them just trying to do everything too fast. So really around my neck of the woods, we've basically been slowing it down, taking more time for jokes and to just appreciate the time. When we were walking yesterday, there was this crow on top of a telephone pole, and we sat there so I talk to crows all the time, and I was sitting there doing it with it, but then it was talking back and forth, and then it talked and ruffled its wings, so I talked and ruffled my wings, and then it talked and jumped up and down, so I talked and jumped up and down, and then it made a sound that I've never heard a crow make before in my life that I can't emulate. And so I tried, and then it went again, and I tried again, and I couldn't do it, and it flew off the thing in a circle, just going like it was laughing at me because I couldn't do the noise.
Totally, 100%, man. Right on.
I'm pretty sure it was laughing at me because I couldn't do the noise, unfortunately. So.
Oh yeah, no, he won. He was getting a little impressed that a human was able to do what he could do. He had to make sure that he was no more bird than you.
He is more bird than me, apparently.
But not for long. I will learn the call, and I will master it.
In the north, if you're in a dark sky place, looking north, then you may be able to see the comet tonight. Okay. If you have a small telescope and you can look north, you would definitely be able to track it if you can manage to track a comet inside of a small telescope.
I got some 70mm binoculars here too. If it stays clear, it's semi-clear, then I might be able to see it. That'd be great. Cool.
Yeah. I mean, that would help. What time can we see it tonight? That's not accurate. On Google, there's a question here, and the people also ask, what time can we see the comet tonight? And the article that it links you to is about the Eta Aquarid meteor shower, which has absolutely nothing to do with this comet.
Okay, this one. If the comet continues to brighten on its current path, it may become visible to the naked eye from May 15th, so today, through the 23rd, and shortly after it becomes visible to viewers in the northern hemisphere per sky and telescope. So it looks like it should be visible to naked eye for the next week or however long that is. And then, but then you can see it in the northern hemisphere from telescope. It looks like.
So
cool. I should be able to see that, and I can call in with my phone and put my phone up through the actual binocular lens, and I can actually probably show it live on the screen.
Maybe you can certainly give it a shot.
I've done that before, and I don't see any reason why it wouldn't stream through that way. Well, unless it only does front-facing camera. I don't know. Anyway.
No, you can flip the camera.
All right,
there's a flip button. Idea. At least there is on my phone.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, I'm on that tablet, so I think I have an option for that too. Oh yeah, the settings you can change front and rear camera. I think.
Just look at that. Look at that front side.
Yeah, there it is.
So, yeah, had a
backside. Whatever floats your boat. So
didn't do a whole lot today. Did you get a lot of work done today, Aaron? Did you crank it out?
No, I had a service call and then West Seattle Bridge is closed right now for possibly 2 years.
Oh, that's not very long.
For 2 years. And so it took me an hour to get to a supplier. That hour and 10 minutes should take me 20 minutes. So anyway, it just totally ruined my day. But it's fine. I got some time. I'll get the rest of that done early next week, and then I'll pick a day and fly out there next week. Late next week. Be hanging out, bro.
So we're probably looking at I guess latest the 22nd or what?
Which is what? What's Memorial Day?
That's next Friday. I think Memorial Day is the 31st or something. I don't really know. I don't really pay attention to holidays.
Yeah, no, Memorial Day is not this weekend, but next weekend. Hold on.
May 25th. So it's Monday. Next Monday.
So I think the latest, 22nd probably. So Friday. Probably wouldn't fly out on Saturday. I'd try to leave on a weekday. Yeah, I think that should be fine. So we'll just have to. I'll get a ticket probably once I finish my work, and then see what's coming up. Probably Tuesday or Wednesday.
Cool.
Something. Yeah, then we'll make it happen. Then we can really have some fun, man. Do some fires. Go sing didgeridoo in the LA pipes. Then
yeah, that'll be weird.
You can do your dancing shit. That'd be awesome. Around a fire. That'd be so cool. We should definitely do that.
I don't have gloves with lights or anything to spin them in right now. I just don't. This actually wasn't even done with gloves and lights. It was done with headlamps. I had 2 headlamps, and I just spun those instead. It works.
Cool.
It's cooler if you have like multicolored lights in the fingers of gloves. Yeah. I used to have this huge gamut of LED lights, like 25, 30 different colors or something, that were just like these really, really small LED lights like this that you could like turn them on and off by sliding the thing up like this or pressing it down. Like you could press it down just like on off, like with release, or you could slide it up to make it stick. So you could slide it up and stick them in the ends of like gloves or whatever, and then spin all of those. It was super cool because it has like the rainbow tracer instead happening. Super cool.
Have you looked into, or didn't you say you've looked into gloves, like actual good pair of gloves with all the different lights on every finger or whatever you wanted? Like, what do those cost? What do they people sell that for?
I don't know. I actually didn't ever look them up. There's some company that I saw a while back. Let's see, if I search for rave gloves right now, it'll probably come up, and then I'll be able to figure out what it is. Let's just look at shopping. Yeah. I don't know. Looks like, well, there's trashy ones that are like $10 and probably break in 2 seconds. And it looks like they're probably like $50 the pair that you want to get, really. That's why I don't have them, because like $50 to make lights with my hands is, I don't know. It's cool, there's no doubt about that. So yeah, anyways, yeah, Jasmine says I used to do that with glow sticks. That's where it all started, was with the glow sticks. And then when the glow sticks weren't enough, you then wanted to go to the LED lights, basically. Like I had LED lights on ropes and wires and in gloves, and I like the ones that you could turn on and off, because you can do a lot of illusion stuff that has to do with like holding them in your hands, like while you dance, and then making like one disappear, and then like grabbing it out of another place, you know what I mean? Because you're mostly in the dark. So there's a lot of extra illusions that you can do with that stuff. You can't turn off a glow stick. You can hide it, but
you know, I really saw that be done in a really awesome way, or in a novel way to me, back in like 10 or 2014-ish, something like that. But like back when America's Got Talent, one of the people on there, they had all the lights out, and their suits were all lit up, right? But it was the outline of their body. And then they did other stuff too, but it was all in the dark, right? And then they could turn off. They had somebody program the whole thing, so it wasn't just their movements, but the lights were also creating their own story and their own patterns, their own timing. So they had to be in the right choreographed positions for all those things to work, but all that illusion stuff too, because they're completely black and they're able to control the lights all over their suit. Really, really cool presentations.
Nice. That's pretty cool. I've seen so much of this, man. It's just so cool. But the idea of just incorporating more and more with it. There was actually one of the last raves that I ever went to. There was some Asian kid that, like, Dan Winters, like geodesic ball that tessellates. He had one of those that he had like attached LEDs to and stuff. And while he was dancing, he was like tessellating this piece of geometry. And it was so fucking cool, man. It was so damn cool. I never even talked to this guy or anything, and I've thought about him for like 20 years or something like that.
Yep, I know those guys in those situations, man. It's true.
Man, yeah, good times.
Great idea.
Miss those days, really, in a lot of ways. But hopefully we can actually like recreate that on some level in the future. Modern festivals really don't have the same feel. And I definitely would like to kind of like make a promotion effort at trying to get that to actually happen again in certain
Dude.
ways. So
That would be awesome. Yeah, we should definitely do that.
Yeah, I mean, part of the thing was before that, like we used to basically like sneak into spaces and hold them like out in the middle of nowhere and weird stuff like this. And since it was kind of like the standard for a party, everybody was like, yeah, okay, that's cool, right? But then as like festivals and bigger raves started emerging and such, is like people started getting more and more weirded out about the idea of like being illegally in a warehouse or being out in the middle of the desert or things like this. So,
oh, sure. Yeah, yeah.
but yeah, and you got a lot of bureaucracy around highly organized events where you're like very much so having permits and all this stuff like that. It's yeah, it's weird, but
we'll figure it out. We're gonna make it happen. So we're gonna build the space for it.
I mean, you could always do it on small scale. In certain ways, some of the best things that I ever went to in that kind of culture was like these random after parties where just way more people would show up there than you expected. You got like some small house with 220 people in it or whatever. Those were good times. For
Dude,
sure.
that whole thing that you described, that you, when you were that one episode, I'll have to find out which one it is actually, because I'd really like to re-listen to the whole detailed layout you gave on Plur, and like, I mean, all the things leading up to that, and that whole movement and that feeling and the dance and the music and all of it. And yeah, that is something that I must make happen on the earth with you and have established here again before I go, for sure. Like, that's a for sure. It's not just a bucket list thing, it's just going to happen.
Yeah, there is one DJ that kind of, at least for me, and maybe it's not for everybody, carries that feel, the feel of that kind of with the stuff that he does, which is John Digweed. But he was like kind of in many ways like, the kind of the king of the rave in many ways back in like the glory days of it. So there's a movie out that's called Groove, and this movie is really like, it's kind of like a cult classic of the rave scene. If anybody hasn't seen the movie Groove and you're like interested in the idea, anybody in this channel would like Groove, put it like that. So nevertheless, like Groove is like the story of one night in like, well, kind of the underground rave scene, right? Like the condensing it, the movie starts out with them like breaking in basically to a warehouse, and it's like kind of following different stories that are like different groups of people and types of people that are like kind of getting ready for the night or whatever. And then these other people that are like setting it up, and then the party transpires and all kinds of hijinks happen. And then like the spoiler alert, because it's not really a spoiler, like it's coming the entire movie. So like in the very last scene, John Digweed shows up like at the end of the night, and he ends up spinning a set, and it's just like he plays this song in there that's called Heaven Sent. And it was like, in those days, it was like this, it was just such a big John Digweed track at that point in time. So then like being in that world, having this movie come out, the movie came out in like 2000, I think, and then having like that track going off on there, really honestly, almost in a certain way for me, that scene captures the feel. But I've gone to even just like a John Digweed playing at like a smaller club where there was, I don't know, maybe 200 people there or something, which is shocking that you can even get into a show like that. But nevertheless, like that very much so had the feel when Digweed was on decks, for sure. So it can still kind of happen in little isolated places, which is cool. So yeah, Scott Henry and John Tabor, Godfathers of Washington, D.C., weekly for a decade. This is the craziest thing about the race. I don't even know about those guys. I was West Coast the entire time. So we never heard about them on the West Coast. So weird, because they're like Godfathers of D.C. for a decade, right? And like on the West Coast, never heard of them. So I'm sure there's people like that over here that on the East Coast you never heard of either, for sure, because it was such like a kind of like a tight knit scene in certain ways, So
yeah,
it was sure was good times, but a lot of laws now, a whole lot of laws these days.
no kidding, man. Yeah, I can only imagine that being pull that same stuff off.
Yeah, they weren't too happy on the old raving thing. A bunch of people sitting around like having fun, occasionally doing a couple of drugs is not allowed to happen, apparently. Even though,
dude, I saw that Netflix movie, the one, the Celebrities and Drugs, or whatever the thing was that just came out, the funny one. And
that you linked it somewhere. They like tell their acid trips or something like that.
yeah. I forgot the name of it was, but I just finished watching that, and it's pretty good. Like their stories and stuff. It's really interesting though, the connection. Like, so it's always interesting people's stories, and it's not so much their story, it's their perception of that story. A lot of times, because in watching them make their own connections or what connections they did make from it, and how that's affected them and whatever. Especially the people like I think Ben Stiller on there was one of the comments he makes. He only did it once, in the context and everything. Clearly, he still didn't see a way that it could be beneficial, at least for him. Not that he's saying for anybody, but for him, from his one experience. Like Ben Stiller.
Oh, Ben Stiller. Okay.
Yeah. And I think in his experience, he's like, sometimes there's just some things like once you get a feel for it or you know it, you just know it's not for you. He's like, that's what it was for me, and then it lasted 6 more hours.
Yeah,
and
ain't that about the truth?
Yeah, no doubt. And but like, it's just interesting because people, I mean, I get like that too. It's like, oh, not that he would need to do this in general, but I mean, it's like just a reminder of like that's why it's it's encouraging, or it's at least why I've kept a framework of needing to do things multiple times before I make a judgment on it. Sure. Unless there's like some clear, I just feel like it's not for me. But if I'm talking about it as a substance or an experience, to do that multiple times, especially, or at least research enough in some way to know, if like doing it more than once is actually going to benefit you, or a different set and setting, which obviously with entheogens and things, it definitely does. And even if it is the same chemical or the same substance every time, the set and setting make an internal set and setting, psychologically or in your physiology, make all the difference in the world. And in ways that I haven't quite mapped and calculated yet. So no, it's not a super predictable experience every time.
No. No. You might be able to interpret the experience, but predictable? I don't know about all that.
No. Not
it's
so
funny
much.
to think about that concept of only trying it once when I kind of look at it from the perspective of some of my experiences, because like the first time that I ever did ayahuasca, it was in the jungle in Peru in a maloca with, it's got all the things, traditional ceremony. You think like this is everything that it can be, right? I had no psychedelic effect whatsoever. I was just like highly empathic. And so if that would have been the only time I ever did, I could go around and tell everybody like, yeah, that stuff, it just makes you like highly empathic. And boy, how much of a sandbag would that be?
Right.
That would be the ultimate sandbag.
How many times did you do it when you were down there?
There was 4 solid times that were down there. And then some times up here as well. But like one of these trips that I had, like, honestly, in comparison to I feel like I did it like 5,000 times in that one trip. It was so rough. Like it was so rough. Even like the 3,000 plus mics of L, not the same thing. It's not even close. Like not even half intensity, I would say. It was it was brutal, dude. Super brutal. So that one alone felt like honestly, I would almost say like I felt like that trip alone like doubled my psychedelic experience, and realized like number wise, this is not even close, right? So,
right.
But that one was just so unbelievably powerful, and it's interesting too because I was like, I was not really getting the feeling, and like I was very empathic, and you could tell that there was like some things making this happen. Like it's much more than normal, and very much so kind of like the telepathy aspect of the Banisteriopsis caapi. I don't know if you know the story of it, but when it was originally found by botanists, they called that plant telepathine. And then they ended up naming it something else. Yeah, because all the people that when they were first testing it and through ingestion, they all reported being able to have like telepathic thoughts.
What? Just from Syrian rue?
Not Syrian rue. No, Banisteriopsis caapi.
Oh, the caapi. Right,
yeah.
Okay.
Which they are definitely different. The rue and caapi, like caapi has a whole bunch of stuff in it that rue does not have in it.
Right, and rue's the was it the inhibitor, right?
Monoamine oxidase inhibitor. Yeah, and caapi does the same thing. but copy. Okay, so what does this inside of it is actually harmaline, is the complex that does that. But harmaline is a beta carboline, and copy has a bunch of different beta carbolines inside of it, and other various stuff. But nevertheless, it's just a much more complex plant than the rue, in terms of what's inside of it. But nevertheless, like, really what you're trying to look for from that thing, if you're breaking it down to function, is you literally just want to inhibit the enzyme production in the gut. So
Right.
Yeah.
So you said after that experience, you feel like it doubled your psychedelic experience. So obviously not in quantity, but because of the, if you want to call quality of that, or the amount of dynamics within that experience, you felt like you doubled your experience within one trip.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, it felt like it went on forever. I mean, not like 10 hours. It felt like forever. Like, I completely lost track of time. Like, honestly, in the midst of it, you could have told me you've been doing this for like 3,000 days, and I would have been like, oh, definitely. Like, no doubt about it. Like, it felt forever.
Have you ever had anything else like that? There was, I mean, obviously not as long, but there are things like that where like time dilation type stuff.
A ton of time dilation stuff for sure. Even in real life as well, and definitely, I mean, high dose anything can definitely lead to this stuff.
So this came to my mind. Today this happened. This happens sometimes. I was just thinking about this dynamic. So like, where was I? I was just pulled over somewhere from work. I just parked on a side street somewhere, and I was looking, whatever I was doing. I was doing something on my phone, or I don't know what I was looking down. I remember, but I remember out of my peripheral, it wasn't my van. The background. So the foreground was like my hands or my legs, kind of whatever's there. But the background for the rest of my peripheral was literally somewhere else, and I knew it was outside. And I knew if I kept focused, like I didn't get distracted by that, but just stayed where I was staying focused and just continued to observe my peripheral, that I could make it out. And I don't know exactly where, but I remember it was grass. I mean, it matched perfectly. It just perfect, and it felt like it. It felt like I was there.
Mm-hmm.
I knew, and logically, right, it's in my peripheral vision. So I'm just distorting or blurring or blending the image that I know is my van, if you will, into something else. But I'm telling you, man, from the inside out, it felt like somewhere else. And it seemed like somewhere else. And it just made sense. It's not like this is crazy. It's like, it's interesting. That's what I'm telling you, but internally, it just made sense. Like, it was an interesting moment to experience, trying to fill that moment out and gather data.
Yeah.
And try to understand. And then, the day went on or whatever. It's just interesting.
Yeah. It just like it basically seemed normal to your mind at that point in time. Like, it's a normal thing to do. Yeah.
Right.
That's pretty interesting. I'm just gonna morph my van into something else. Totally normal.
Well, that's the thing, man. Like, that's what I'm saying. More and more that's been happening. Like, more and more stuff happens. It's not like, I mean, I've been over the shock value for a long time. I'm never over the joy value. Right? I'm never over like taking joy in something. That's never gone. It's not like I'm bored with it, but I'm definitely over the shock value of a lot of things. So like, when they start to happen, it's like really somewhere deep inside of me, it's like it's waited my whole life for this thing to happen, because everything makes sense. Like, that's more of what's real. It's like these moments of clarity in a sense. So it's not like me fully in my present 34-year experience ego, and what I've been told is real in science, blah blah blah, and my actual experience is like, what is happening? I don't understand. It's like, no, it's like I do understand. So when I'm experiencing it, it makes sense, and it feels right. It feels normal.
I hear that.
Ooh. Is this you with a mask on?
No, it's actually this guy named Liquid Rush. I used to talk to this guy a bunch about concepts. There used to be a website that was for like real core dancers of this style that was called floasis.net. And it just kind of went defunct over time, but he was on there a lot. There's another really great guy named Kai on there.
It was also .net, so you can't really, I mean, it kind of went funked. That makes sense.
Yeah, I think it didn't go defunct because of the .net thing. It went defunct because like no one wanted to pay for it, and no one wanted to upkeep it. And
like I don't even know what's around for .net still. Oh, sorry, I'm getting my little fire thing going. I'm gonna mute myself for a minute.
Have I ever candy flipped and watched everything 2D? I've candy flipped. I didn't see everything go 2D in that specific case, but I definitely have watched everything go 2D. That's for sure.
What can you or what's candy flipping specifically? Is that or you tell me?
Ecstasy and LSD.
Oh, okay. At the same time or like back to back?
They kind of both have the same onset time, so it makes sense just to do them both at the same time.
What's that like?
Well, I'm kind of a bad. It would be best to ask actually Jen about this because she liked candy flipping, and I was never actually a fan of ecstasy or anything with ecstasy. Like I didn't like the way that it made my body feel. So for me, it was like LSD with a worse body in many ways.
Yeah.
But that's partially because like every time I candy flipped, I was so focused on how like, oh god, this ecstasy makes me feel like shit. Like I did not like. It's weird too because most people are like, oh, ecstasy makes me feel so good. I hated that feeling. Like I hated being like extra I'm super sensitive anyways. Like, and so like the extra sensitivity to me was just like the first time I ever ate ecstasy, this girl was sitting there in a car behind me, like running her fingers through my hair. That was the only time on ecstasy I liked having extra sensations out of like, I don't know, 50 times of eating ecstasy. I never liked it once. The first time I liked it.
And you never liked it? But
yeah.
You said the first time you never liked it once. You said, right?
I liked it the first time. And
first time.
for like half of it.
So basically, what you're telling me is ecstasy for you is just chasing the dragon.
I guess
like
like
good. They can't all be bad. I'll keep trying.
It wasn't really even my own dragon that I was chasing. It was that everybody else around me loved it, and I was like, "What the hell is wrong with me? Like,
sure.
What the hell?" You know, I was never paying for it or anything, so it wasn't a big deal. People were just like, "You want some?" And I'm like, "Yeah, whatever. I guess we'll try it again." Nah, this sucks. Like half of those times, I was probably about 2 hours into dosing that I just like left wherever I was and went somewhere where I could just lay on the ground in the bathroom naked.
Yeah, isn't that nice?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably 25 of my trips on ecstasy are alone laying on a bathroom floor, just going like, well, at least this feels really cold. Ecstasy, I hate overheating. I really do hate overheating, and ecstasy makes me overheat super bad.
Yeah,
super duper bad. Like,
dude,
the feeling
overheating
sick, overheating fever shit.
Yeah, overheating's the worst. Hold on, see, I'm reading through the comments here. It's walking up to trees and trying to push them over. Well, in candy flipping, I'm assuming. But this one is specific batch every time.
In the 2D candy flip.
Which drove me batshit. I mean, I used to let myself go within reason. Like having fun out in nature, no one else around but close friends, etc. Were you naked, Kevin Grooms? Were you also naked in nature during some moon ceremonies? Don't lie.
In a certain way, that's where like I had a pretty long hiatus from psychedelics that was kind of created because I stopped doing exactly that. Like I really was like having fun with them, then they got like very serious for me and very like growth oriented, and I was doing like big doses, and then some of those doses in a row went kind of heady, and next thing I knew I was like, do I really want to be like doing this for growth? I don't know. And when I returned back to them, it was all about like just learn how to have fun with these things again, you know?
Yeah.
So it was all about like not weighing anything, not thinking about it, just like, you just open up the bag of mushrooms and grab a handful, and that's what's happening.
Cool.
Like,
yeah. It was funny as I really haven't done that yet. I have a lot of fun with them, but I like knowing, because I'm still, I'm packing in 30 years of missed experience into, a very short time here. Not that I'm intentionally doing that. That's just how I operate. But it's been interesting to find, know the levels, what different doses feel like, just so I have a framework, right? And then that way from there, like within that framework, knowing how I can play and have a good time, but also learn to grow as I should I want to do, but be able to enjoy them, knowing that setting and the time and the context and all that. So when I don't have a job in the same way, it won't matter as much. It does right now. Yes, you're going to show it. Cool.
This is Zach dancing when he was quite out of practice several years ago. and I'm not playing the music because it's 100,000% a copyright struck song. So, not having it.
Yeah. I wonder.
I
If
assure you, every single movement hits on a proper beat. It's very important to me.
It does. Yeah. Watch what he does with his hands too. And the way even you were doing it after the show, after we watched this video, and then you're doing it like live, just showing, not messing around, but just showing me casually. Like obviously, you practice this for like thousands of hours. I mean, your muscles just do it perfectly.
I'd say I'm probably at 30,000 hours. I think
Wait, what did I say?
How long is 30,000 hours actually? That seems reasonable to me, but I realize I actually don't know how long that is.
Yeah,
so I have to check real quick.
But it's more focus level, right? You put a focus level into 10 minutes, can be like getting 5 hours out of something instead of 5 actual hours.
What is that? 1,250 days? Let's see. I was 15 years old, so 21. Oh yeah, I'm definitely 30,000. 30,000 hours is safe. I've been dancing for circa 8,000 days. So 1,250 of those have actually time spent dancing. Probably realistic, actually. Because I spend an awful lot of time, even because practice for stuff like this is very much so a lot of micro movements and stuff. And I spend just like a ton of time like doing the same thing, like with my hands is like all part of it. And like having these kinds of things, and so like I've spent just so many hours practicing like this, so many like long road trips where I just like finger wave and stuff the entire time. Like it's
yeah,
it's probably 30,000 hours, I would say.
All right, I certainly don't have that playing with my finger technology, my hand technology, but like in Barbados, that was one of the big things on San Pedro. On San Pedro, the experience was very light. It wasn't very overwhelming or anything like ayahuasca can be or some of the other ones, but I remember being in the pool and I was using my laser like through the water on the pool, down through the top and through the water and my fingers and stuff. But even with the laser, without the laser, like I saw like the light coming from each finger, and I don't remember what they are now. I didn't write them down, so I don't know the order or anything. But like each finger is different light and different things I do with my fingers. Like just like one of those times, like just oh yeah, that makes sense. Like understanding the technology with moving my fingers and using it as an avenue for manipulating things or while dancing or any of that shit. Just like understanding there's an actual focus point of light expression from those digits. The flanges. Funny phalanges.
The finger stuff really takes a long time. You really do have to like work a bunch of micro muscles in your hands. I actually have some friends that worked it so much and with certain weird like poses that they actually ended up getting cysts in some of their knuckles and stuff.
Whoa.
Like it's really bad. Like they have like horrible arthritis at like 40 years old from doing this and stuff. So
interesting.
So a lot for me was making sure that I was just like always doing it. You know what I mean? Not like nonstop, but just like until your fingers would start to feel weird and then you just stop. You know what I mean? A lot of people that I know that have like specifically bent their fingers a whole lot and stuff like that. Arthritis issues, no. I've taken a whole lot of like joint injuries for a variety of reasons, playing sports and stuff like that and climbing with the fingers, my wrists and my elbows from skateboarding a whole bunch, shoulders from like tons of baseball, including pitching at a really young age, and then also climbing as well, again on the shoulders, like tons of running sports, so the ankles and the knees and stuff definitely feel it because of that, but none of it's arthritis. It's all just like these things have been used an awful lot. So I've lived an incredibly active life, really, with the exception of the periods of time. Too. Yeah,
I mean, in addition to all the dancing.
Yeah, with the exception of certain periods of time where I basically just like played video games all the time. I was really, really active.
You're working those fingers, bro. It's all good.
Yeah, I mean, I type like ridiculously fast. I don't even bother measuring it because it's so much faster than like anybody else I know. I'm sure it's plenty good enough, but I mean, yeah, good finger dexterity, that's for sure. So,
Gent is so beautiful, Zach. I love watching you dance. I do too. I'm super stoked to see you dance in person, man. All intuitive, in the moment, just do your thing or whatever. Something comes to mind, some whatever, man. Fuck, I'm super stoked. Yeah, things are way better. Things are way better in person, just hanging out, man. All the organic shit happens, all the conversations, all the cool shit, it just happens, man. Proximity makes such a big difference.
And this video is 30 FPS or whatever. So
Oh, really? Wow.
30 FPS does not do something that like is completely about like moving and very specific angles and stuff. Like it doesn't do it any justice. You know what I mean? Like your eye definitely perceives more than 30 frames a second, despite what we used to
Oh, you know what we
believe.
could do? I mean, we could just do it on our phones. I got it on my phone. We can set it up and record you in like 60 FPS,
Yeah,
1080p or 2K, 60
my
FPS.
DSLR will do 60 FPS also.
Oh
I
yeah,
just not this recording.
let's record you. Let's record you dancing while we're down there, even if you don't show it. Like whatever, that'd be cool to do if you have for you. Do
Sure.
full 60 FPS, do it around the fire, some shit.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
It's funny that you say that because you talk about like it being like the best in the moment and stuff.
Yeah.
I do like mirror work like a lot with dancing where I just stand in
Cool.
front of like a dark window or a mirror and do tons
Yeah.
of stuff. So it's really just that's basically like watching a live video. You know what I mean?
Totally. Yeah.
That's the
for sure.
best way to
Well,
practice stuff like this in interpretive dance is to always do it in front of a mirror because it's very much so about making it look like something. And a lot
wow.
of the more advanced concepts have to do with like specifically hiding stuff. And so, well, like one of the more advanced concepts of liquid is functionally understanding how to basically like hinge off the elbow. Really, like anytime your hand reaches your elbow, you can functionally, because of that, just like switch to the other hand. You know what I mean? But as you saw, like right there, like bring the hand down here and then roll it over the top of it. But then when I
Yeah.
want to come across it, like I want to hide the other hand with the movement out. You know what I mean? So
Totally.
otherwise, it just does it looks chunky for just a little moment where and the best way to do it is with hiding. There's so much stuff with hides inside of dance like this, or really any interpretive dance. There's tons of hides inside of pop and lock in many ways as well. The entire idea of fixed point, often you could say that in a certain way the whole thing revolves around understanding how to like hide an object that isn't there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
So it's pretty weird. Pretty weird stuff, I tell
Hey,
you.
while we're thinking about it, send me a link to those gloves. I want to see what they look like.
Link to gloves. I think did I leave them open? Sure didn't.
I don't know. Search history should be right there.
Yeah, if I could, I literally have 4 different browsers open right now, so I'm not entirely sure which one I was in. 1 second, I'll figure it out.
Please do.
So, I think it might have been this one. What did I even search for? I just searched for like rave gloves or something. I could just do that again.
Yeah, do that. What, and then also, while if you can do multitask here, the question or the comment was, there's actually one once where one did. I'm trying to think what it was. Did what in the context? It freaked me out, so I made everyone come inside and watch Twin Peaks Fire Walk with me.
Where one
movie.
What did? I'm confused about what happened, honestly.
Yeah, I don't know the context when we were talking when that came in, but I don't know the movie Fire Walk with Me, Twin Peaks, or a song. Is that a song? No, you watch. It must have been a video or a movie. Watch Twin Peaks Fire Walk with Me.
Twin Peaks is a show.
Is that a TV
used
show?
to be on. Yeah.
Oh,
I
okay.
I don't remember what the context of this would even be. Yeah, where one did. Oh, one did. He's got to be talking about the trees falling over. So this is like a ways back. I was like, wait, where one what did? But I got it back. Yeah, the Twin Peaks show, like Jen's saying right here, actually right here. We lived in North Bend, and there's actually like right by there is the primary restaurant that they use inside of that in Twin Peaks. Was literally just down the street from Jen's place. There's a movie called Twin Peaks Fire Walk with Me. It must be, yeah, Twin Peaks was a show from the 90s. It was creepy as fuck.
By David Lynch.
Yeah, that's what it's a movie based on the series. I got you now.
Okay.
I hear you. I hear you knocking. Let's see. So I'm positive these are the right ones. There's another link that's like a different price, but then 3 of the pictures are like a skirt. So I'm not really sure what they're selling.
Rave skirts. They cover with LED lights.
It's not. No. I don't understand why it's there. I really don't. So, yeah, functioning. They look like this. This is the new way that they've done them. And then when you move them around, the lights actually blink and stuff in these new ones.
Different
And change
settings, you can turn
colors.
them on, off, and everything.
And 4 modes, 20 colors, 16 patterns, mode changing timer. Yeah. So we used to use just these little tiny LED lights. They were like keychain lights, actually. You could like buy them all kinds of. This is literally exactly the thing right here. This is the guy. Open image in new tab. And then we'll just copy it over here. These things. These were the beta back in the day. Right here. I had so many of these things, man. It was crazy. Like a box of them. Half of them didn't even work anymore. Like you couldn't replace the batteries or anything. They were single piece with a battery inside. It was, but
yeah, I remember.
Used to love these things.
So, did you send me a link to that?
I didn't send you a link. I just showed it on screen. What is it?
Look at the different. I've looked at other ones, so I'm curious.
I don't know. It's just a Google Shopping link, but I'll send it to you.
Okay. Look at it. Looks like a Taurus field. Well, I mean, like you could do a cool looking Taurus field or some shit with that. I guess you could do that anyway, but with the blinking lights, that's cool.
If you're super skilled with gloves, because it has to do with doing like, okay, so there's your standard rotation of gloves is like around the top, underneath the bottom, around the top, underneath the bottom, right? But then obviously you could do that opposite too. Now, if you can have one of your hands doing the opposite, and then on proper timing, this one's doing that, you can create a really great like opposite spinning toroidal illusion with this. And you can like spread the size of the toroid by moving your hands up and down. I used to have this buddy named Mikey that was just like, he had this so dialed, man. It was like he told a robot to like do the toroid thing basically, or the donut thing as we called it back then. And like, he could just sit there and just wired right to the beat, this perfect donut thing. It was so crazy how good he was at that.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm super stoked. I mean, we'll see how it goes this summer with all this COVID shit, but like I was stoked to do a whole bunch of festies and stuff this summer because I haven't done them before. Did a lot of stuff last summer, didn't do a festy. Really want to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be interested in going to some more festivals. It's a different feel, but it's definitely still fun. Yeah.
And there's one I'll have to reconnect with the guy who told me, but there's one in, where is it? Is it Georgia? Or, I don't know, it seemed like a place to me that wasn't necessarily a common place to have events, but not that I've been to a lot of them. But it happens every year in October. And from the way he described it, I'll double check now that we've had more conversations about the whole Plur thing. It sounds like it's one of the pure, original, like super well done, true to the essence of Plur type dynamics. He says he's done that it's the only one he goes to. He's done it since he went. It totally changed his life. And he's gone almost every year since. So that one specifically. He's been to a lot, but I guess that's the one.
You don't. I presume you don't remember the name of it, or you'd be saying it.
No, I don't. Yeah, if I know, I'll have to ask him. Because he was told me about it on the phone, so it's not in any text conversation or anything.
Yeah. Word.
I heard.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some good ones out there. With the emergence of festivals in modern day, there has definitely been some that went real bad, but the right ones are probably still amazing. In many ways, like the less public, the worse their marketing is, probably the better it actually is. In a certain way. So one of the things that was great about like the late 90s rave scene was that it was very much so like a word of mouth scene, because like a lot of these things were not completely legit parties, or were just kind of like using the space that maybe they weren't supposed to be using or something like that. So like for a lot of these, the idea of like just finding some kind of advertisement somewhere for it really wasn't the thing. It was interesting because like you could live in a town. I met a lot of people like this, even like around Seattle, or really just like the whole Washington or Northwest area, where they would feel like there wasn't these kinds of parties around at all. And you're like, dude, these are like 3 nights a week. But like, it was just because you wouldn't even be able to find out about it until you went to one of them. And then you'd have like 28 flyers from all this next stuff that's going to happen. You're like, dude, my life just got amazing. Like,
No shit.
there's parties
Yeah,
all
right
the time. This is crazy. How did this happen? So they tried to move to forums and stuff for that, but the undercover police and inevitable party getting busted was pretty damn ripe as soon as it started coming up on forums. So parties started getting busted real fast, slowed down massively.
I think a lot of that stuff, even that article you sent me, and I saw that somewhere else too. I didn't realize that was in your county, but where the sheriff refused to enforce a stay-at-home order with citizens.
Yeah,
I mean, I think that might be like more of a common thing. I think there's going to be, local battles with that kind of stuff and local sheriffs having conscience. And I mean, I don't think the whole NSA plan is going to work out here. I mean, my opinion, maybe I'll be joining some protests and shit down here when the time comes. I have no problem with that. When the right things happen at the right time, I'll be there. It's fine.
Yeah.
But it's ultimately not going to come through. And I think it'll ultimately come back to kind of that dynamic, really people being allowed to live their own life, man. That people don't want anything to do with the system. That's fine. I don't think they're going to go to they don't have the energy or the resources to go track them down and kill them all anymore. It's over. I think they're holding on to that. They're holding on to the power they have and the people that believe in them and that are blindly following that whole thing. And that's fine. A lot of them will wake up on their own time and, go do their own thing. We're doing our own thing and they can have their own reality. We'll have ours. And I think more people want the kind of one that we're trying to create because it's really allowing everybody to have their own reality. So that shit's happening, man. Old world's gone, man. New world's here. It's done.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with all of that because quite honestly, I just don't spend any time thinking about it really anymore. Yeah,
Don't care.
Just
Working
do my
on
own thing at this point in time. So
Mm-hmm.
it's gonna, whichever way that goes, it's not like, I mean, coming from where I came from as a kid, like the time to do something about it, if you really wanted to, like, rise up as a group and stop from it turning into something potentially bad. The time to do that was actually quite a while ago. So,
Yeah, no doubt. It's true.
Can't happen in Texas. Everyone is ready to shoot. You quite possible. You know what I mean? Like, if that happens even one place in the country where they're unable to basically enforce something that they want aligned with that, you're going to have like an exodus of people who don't want that to be their life that are going to end up there. And all of a sudden it'll become like the most populous, most profitable state in the country. And so Texas might be that place. We'll see.
Might be.
So,
yep.
I mean, the whole, like, I mean, even like Oklahoma, sure, Oklahoma City or whatever, but all the rest of the places in Oklahoma, like, what, they're really going to drive around all these areas? Like, the rest of Oklahoma outside of Oklahoma City, you got to drive around for like 40 days to see all the places, and there's only 12 people in the whole place,
Yep.
besides Oklahoma City. It's so sparse there in many ways. Or, I'm sure it's probably even worse in the Dakotas. I've never been to the Dakotas, but I know they're pretty sparse too, so.
Yep, and I think it was Michael Medved. I used to follow him back in 2010, 9, 10, 11 or so, when I was into really following the political stuff. That part of my awakening and all the other shit that was going on. But he had a lot of good he's really, really smart. So everything he had resourced and just rattled off. Anyway, one of the things he said all the time about the overpopulation thing is, we could fit everybody in the entire world, I guess, in the state of Texas with an acre or 10 acres or something. And you could fit literally every person in the entire world. I mean, obviously that doesn't solve the food and blah, blah, blah. My point is it's not a lack of space. It's not a lack of inhabitable space. It's just the way we live our society and the projections and, a lot of stuff. Anyway, there's a lot of dynamics around it, but
you could definitely have a lot of land. Texas is about 172 million acres.
Kansas. I went to Kansas City, which is Missouri, and then
It's also Kansas.
Missouri, Kansas.
Kansas City is both in Kansas and Missouri.
Oh, it's right on the border or something, right? Like it takes up both states or something.
Something like that, or there's two of them. It's right on the border.
It's funny. In Kansas City, I went down there for
it's right on the border.
Okay, there's an International House of Prayer down there, which yes is IHOP, but International House of Prayer where they do 24/7 praise and worship and prophetic singing or spirit-led singing and music and vocals and proclamations and that kind of shit. They've been doing it for like 10 plus years at least. 24/7, holding up that tabernacle and that morphogenic field for the Lord.
How do they deal with that in Kansas City? Okay, I guess. Okay, so technically the things that are in Kansas are actually suburbs. What is technically considered Kansas City, like by law, is entirely in Missouri. I was sitting here wondering, like, how do they deal with that, having like basically a major city that's in 2 states? You know what I mean?
Right. It's right on the border, though. Isn't it really close, though?
Oh, it's literally right on the border. Like, you wouldn't even know that you drove out of Kansas City when you crossed the state line, but technically at the state line, Kansas City ends. So weird. Why is it on the Missouri side?
Yeah, I don't know. Must have been some battle or something. They won it back, but it was already named. Too late.
What, a battle between Missouri and Kansas? I don't think those things ever happened.
Maybe it was a political battle, and they had to give it over. The mayors or the governors lost a bet or something. Like, oh, you can't, like 1800 something. Oh, now you get Kansas City.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. So it was a game of cards.
Yep.
Well, that'd be kind of standard for the United States. There's not a lot of reason.
I don't know. We might actually get more accomplished if they did it based on cards, not agendas. So stacking the deck and then using those Illuminati card game cards.
Okay, there literally is 2 different ones, I guess. Charlotte's saying that there's one also in southwest Kansas.
Okay, that makes sense. You think they'd have their own too?
Yeah.
Wait, Mormons believe the new Zion will be in Missouri? I didn't know that. Not Utah?
They do. That is true.
Really? Why not Utah? Why is their base Utah now? They're going to move their whole facilities and underground secret stuff all to Missouri or what?
I mean, I don't know about all their underground secret stuff and everything like that, but like, I guess and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but the basic idea is just that like Utah was the place to do a certain point of the plan, but then there's an inevitable planned exodus to Missouri that's kind of always been around there.
Isn't that funny that the Mormons have their own faction agenda to go to Missouri, and then we know that the other faction agenda that to have Colorado, move a bunch of people to Colorado, right? That whole thing, and then also where a bunch of other people moving to the it's like in Arizona, the mountains or the lands out there. It's a really popular one for people bugging out somewhere in the United States. Okay,
somewhere
so
in Arizona,
yeah, he said thoughts on Mike Tyson coming back. If I have more information, I can give it to you, but I don't. So this sounds interesting. Thoughts on Mike Tyson coming back to fighting? Okay, first of all, thank you for throwing out a random subject because that helps us give something to go on. 2, I just saw a video, a little clip, Joe Rogan clip on him talking about that. So have you seen anything about that or heard about that at all?
I personally haven't heard him talking about going back to. I mean, I saw that he's supposed to do some matches, but I haven't heard him say anything about it.
Look up just real quick and show Mike Tyson returns to fighting, and like he makes this really quotes in the headline of the first Joe Rogan even read on air, but because I saw the full interview with him and Mike Tyson where he talks about his I don't know if I don't think it was combo. It was a psychedelic experience he had with the frog and then Kevin asked about that too. Even after experiencing the toad medicine stuff, which form of DMT is that? Isn't that what that is? The toad medicine? Yeah,
it's Bufo alvarez is the name of the frog. So Bufo is what people usually call it.
Is that's the NN-DMT?
5-MeO.
Okay, right, yeah. So he did that, like, and he talked really beautifully, like Mike Tyson, really about his ego, about like understanding, like when he hated people and they crafted him to hate, and that's how he fought, and like, that stirring up the fighting thing just inflamed his ego or something, or he was talking about it. So he was done with fighting or whatever, but now he's back. And that was one of the things Joe Rogan asked, like, how does he, because he mentioned that quote about the ego. Did you find the article or one of them?
Not an article, it's a video of him training for it. And I'm always just like, I'm so baffled by how good this guy moves, man.
It's like 60, amazing. He's 60 something too, I think. He's in
53.
53, okay. And that's right. Yeah. Sorry, I was thinking of something else. Because he was talking about Evander Holyfield and some other people are going to be coming back to fighting too or something weird. But yeah, show the video.
Yeah.
I haven't seen him actually.
Honestly, no one's ever even been as good as Mike Tyson. It's kind of gross.
And the fact he's back and like after he's had he really changed. I mean, he was a different person for years, like really sweet, really soft, like dealt with a lot of his issues. So to see him go back, that's really interesting because see if he can still manage that soft side while being a warrior, you know? Because for
Yeah.
him, it
So
sounds
for
like that was a struggle.
anybody that's ever like 53 and then says they're too old for anything, you know, just direct them
Watch
over
this.
here to this video. Like, look at this guy move, man. Let's see. Let me actually put audio in here. I don't have
Yeah.
audio shared in this tab. Hold up. I'll share the other tab.
Hold up. Hey.
Oh, great. I don't know which one it is. It doesn't matter, I don't think. There we go. See if there's sound in it. This might have some annoying music. I haven't checked it.
Yeah.
It's a little laggy on the stream, looks like.
Jeez. Yeah, Mike. Yeah, you are. Dude, I love Mike Tyson. After the interview,
That is a giant drink of nope right there. No thanks.
100%, man.
Oh
No
my
way.
gosh.
Never. That's
I've been in
one of the
some
ways.
fights in my life, but I have no interest in getting in the ring with that dude.
You know one of the ways.
Yikers.
You know one of the ways I don't live to 350 years. My dumbass tries to fight Mike Tyson. That's how.
Yeah, 100%. That's not gonna work out very good for you. I'm interested in watching this, like Joe Rogan reacting to Mike Tyson's return.
Do it. Yeah.
Can we watch that on? I guess we can.
Yeah, I think so. He doesn't do any copyright stuff, and I don't think his stuff is copyright. He does clips. He does his own little micro content clips, and that's one of them. So
Yeah.
it gives him more exposure.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Joe Rogan, please don't get my channel ruined right here.
Yeah, please.
Be a good lad. So, anyways, this is like an 11-minute video, so I'm gonna go AFK and turn on my speakers while we do this. But I am very interested to hear what he has to say about this.
Mm-hmm.
Joe says that he could take him.
I could take him. Please, I would pay to see that. That would be awesome. Maybe we'll get Mike Tyson on the podcast at some point. That'd be great. I think we'll get people like that eventually.
I wish that'd be wonderful.
We will. Dude,
let's see something real quick before I go here, though. It's like the Jehovah's Witnesses. They bought lots of land in Walk Hill, New York, and are building houses there. Yeah, sold all their old properties that were in Brooklyn. Yeah, people moving on is like apocalypse plan.
Yeah.
The training video. Just Mel's saying just stopping by to say hello. Be gone next few days. So he won't be here, unfortunately.
Yeah, thanks.
But he will see us on Monday.
That's cool.
Super awesome. He stopped in to say that. We look forward to seeing you back on Monday, Mello, and have a good weekend.
Yes.
They're saying the Jehovah's Witnesses are basically the same as Mormons with different plot twists, and Mormons get more wives.
Well said. True story.
Frank wants him in Fearless. Yeah, I mean, like, he's a perfect guy for a show like Fearless.
Frank,
although he'll probably come on there and talk about how scared he was his whole life. Because did you ever watch his interview with Eminem, Mike Tyson's? Because Mike Tyson does a podcast called Hot Boxing, and he had Eminem on there at one point in time. Nevertheless, it was just really cool because, like, just like the mutual respect that they had for each other really was like super cool. But then just watching how candid Mike Tyson was talking about some things and about how, like, you know, in certain ways he kind of like lived his life with an underlying fear all the time, and that's why he was so driven to be so, like, you know, powerful, take charge shit. So you did not spell that right. It's Poly. Some other stuff. I know it's Poly. It started, not PALI.
That makes sense. I wouldn't have known either, Kevin. I didn't think about it. I haven't spelled that word out in a long time. But that makes sense.
So, anyways, we'll hear what Joe Rogan has to say about this. And then what?
I don't know. I lost it. Oh, Frank. Oh, that's what it was. Frank said wants him fearless. Frank would be great for him because obviously the ayahuasca dynamic too. Because there's a lot they could connect there, but just obviously their upbringing and like. Dude, fuck yeah, we'll make that happen, Frank. That's in the Vortex. Put him on your show. We'll make it happen.
Yeah, can I come on as a guest just so I can, like, every time there's a break and stuff, I can just be like, "You're such an amazing boxer, man." I'll just say every time there's a break, I'm just like stand out and
I just
fucking in a
the room
stupor
and listen and laugh and just enjoy the conversation. But yeah, all right, we'll hook it up, Frank, and then just put me and Zach in the show, and we'll just sit there and giggle, and it'll be great.
I just want to. Can you just like leave me backstage so that I can tell my friends that I was on a podcast with Mike Tyson? They're like, where can I watch it? And then like I sent him a fucking thing with Frank and Mike, and they're like, where were you? And I was like, I was backstage, dude.
Backstage, motherfucker. Yeah, the whole time.
It's closer than you were.
Yep.
Yeah. Mike Tyson is pretty amazing. I have this one memory, like, because I didn't really like spend much time with my dad, but one summer when I was down there, I don't remember which one of Tyson's fights it was, but it's one of the ones where he knocks dude out in like 22 seconds or whatever, right? Like,
yeah.
This was in Texas, and like kids could go to the bar with their parents, and like there was some big pay-per-view event. We went to this like crazy Roadhouse bar, and there's like, I don't know, 800 people in there, and it was like $200 a person to come in and watch this Mike Tyson fight. And then the Tyson fight comes on, and it goes 22 seconds, and Mike Tyson loads him up in one hit, and it's just like everybody was like, wait, what? Really? And it was so impressive to me because all of these people were like so pissed, asking for refunds and stuff like that. They're like, well, I don't want to tell you, like, we're not giving a refund. Get out of here.
No.
Like,
yeah. Yeah, for sure. Isn't that awesome? Because I get it. Like, you expect a whole night of excitement, and then just one thing happened. But at the same time, dude, you were there for that. Fuck yeah, that's so worth it.
Yeah. Yeah. Ever since that day, I've been like, whoa, Mike Tyson. So,
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we'll watch this video real quick, and then we'll be back to do other things.
Yeah.
Experience. All these old boxers coming back. Evander
What do you mean?
Holyfield is coming back now
What?
too. Yes. Have you seen the Mike Tyson
He's
video?
like 65.
Mike Tyson's coming back.
What?
Yes. You haven't seen? Dude.
No.
Okay. Go to Mike Tyson's page for his most recent video on his Instagram. Get ready for this.
Oh, really?
Get ready for this because he looks fucking sensational.
What is he, 55? 53?
I think.
Yeah.
I think he's a year older than I am. I'm 52. But he looks fucking incredible.
Really?
Terrifying. Dude,
He was so terrible.
but
Was
wait
there
till you see
anything more
this.
exciting than his fights?
They were a cultural event.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I mean,
so exciting.
the only concern was that you were going to spend money and you weren't going to get it back. Look at this.
Right.
You needed volume so you can hear this too.
Whoa.
I mean, what in the fuck,
Oh,
dude?
my God.
Dude, he looks like old. I'm back.
I'm back.
You know what's really funny?
Oh, my
He
God.
said on the podcast when he was in here, he said he didn't want to work out again because his ego would get fired up again.
Uh-huh.
And he's actually said that in his post that my ego had been reignited.
Does that mean his
Yeah.
rage?
No, see if you can find it.
That his ego would be.
There's he said
Because he's like being zen and doesn't want
yeah,
to.
he gave a statement about it saying that like his ego has been reignited.
Good for him.
Yeah. Oh,
Good for us.
He said something about how the gods of war have brought him out again. It was like really heavy duty
Jeez.
shit. I think it's real recent. Like,
Wow.
see if you can find the quote, but it was like, oh my
When
god.
you were with
those
him-
gods of war have reignited my ego
Oh, my God.
and I'm ready to go again. Yeah. He's
Jeez.
gonna fight.
How do you think he'd fare against a
I think
28-year-old?
I don't know. It depends on the 28-year-old, but I think that you for sure need a guy who's really good at fighting to keep him off you.
Yeah.
Even if you're in your 20s.
Right.
Here, Mike Tyson explains his desire to fight again. I feel unstoppable now. The gods of war have reawakened me. And he said something about his ego firing up. See if you can find that quote. Because that was one of the things that he actually talked about in the podcast. The gods of war have awakened me. They've reignited my ego and want me to go to war again. Holy shit, that's so terrifying. That's so terrifying.
Oh, that's
Here's
great.
the thing, man. If they don't drug test him,
Uh-huh.
they don't test him for hormones.
Yeah.
He things are way different. The
What do you mean?
Because if he takes hormones, if he's taking
Right.
testosterone and growth hormone, thyroid hormone, all the things that people do when they take hormone replacement
Right.
therapy, your body functions way better at a way later age.
Oh,
It's different.
right.
It's very different. So if we're talking about like being a 53-year-old man in 1985, there's no chance.
Right.
Everybody fell apart. Like you'd have
Yeah.
to like be a really, really, really rare person who doesn't take hormones and can perform like a 30-year-old when you're
Right.
in your 50s. But when you're on hormones, you can kind of do it.
Can you?
There's like a guy, there's a few guys that were in the UFC. One of the bigger examples is Vitor Belfort. Vitor Belfort, who's a phenomenal fighter, a real legend. He won the first tournament that I ever worked on. That was at UFC 12 in 1997. So he was 19 years old back then.
Okay.
And then when he was in his late 30s, he had a giant resurgence. And it was when they made testosterone replacement therapy legal for fighters.
Oh.
Yeah. So there was a bunch of fighters that got on these testosterone replacement therapy exemptions.
Mm-hmm.
And they're taking testosterone, but they had an old man's brain, but their body moved like a younger man. So it's basically they had all of the experience of a lifetime of fighting, but because of the hormones, their body actually performed like someone way, way younger than them.
Like how much younger do you think?
I don't know. It depends on the body. It depends on what kind of damage you're dealing with, like what's wrong with you.
Yeah.
Whether or not it can bring you back 10 years or 5 years or who knows. But with these fighters, the thing is they were never really out of shape. And some of them, there's quite a few of them, in fact, and I'm not going to name any names, but some of them needed those hormones because they had done steroids. So when you do steroids, it shuts down your endocrine system. Your endocrine system doesn't make the proper hormones anymore. And so they needed, it was a real weird sort of conundrum because everyone was kind of knew this, but there was a weird loophole that went on for a few years. It was a real gray area in MMA. And so say a fighter could go to the doctor and say, hey, I want to get a blood test and see what my testosterone levels are because I am feeling very tired.
Right.
And they look at it and they test. They go, oh, look at this. Your testosterone levels are low. You could take this hormone and inject it into your body every week. Now you're eligible for testosterone replacement therapy.
Right.
But the thing is, they might have, like, the whole reason why they needed it in the first place might have been that they were using it illegally. So it's a weird thing you're rewarding because the testing wasn't very good. And some of these guys that are a part of this, were a part of this testosterone replacement therapy thing, they were ones that were kind of accused of possibly using performance enhancing drugs in the past. So then they get to use them legally. And Vitor, dude, I'm telling you, everyone in the MMA community would talk about TRT Vitor. TRT Vitor was a guy who was in his 30s. He'd been fighting a long fucking time. But all of a sudden, he was moving like a demon again. And just smashing people. You ever see him fight?
No.
Do me a favor. Pull up Vitor Belfort versus Luke Rockhold. Because that was one of the perfect examples. And they're fighting. I don't know if it was in Brazil or what. But Vitor had muscles on his teeth when he was weighing in for that fight.
Oh, my God.
It was crazy. And he just blitzkrieged.
And Luke it was okay Rockhold. To do.
It was legal. What he was doing was legal. It was, and then it took a while for everybody went, hey. What the fuck? What's going on? This is not, we can't do this. And so then the UFC went the whole other way. And they brought in USADA. And the U.S. anti-doping agency now handles everything. And they randomly test fighters in the middle of the night. And people get popped for stuff all the time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're really strict, man.
Do you
Calvin
think they should
Gastelum
be?
Just got popped for marijuana. They have a pretty liberal range. It's a pretty generous range that you can have. So watch this. First of all, look at Vitor. He's the one in the red. Just fucking shredded. Now watch this wheel kick. Check this out. Set it up. Bang!
Oof.
Dude, fucking Vitor when he was on the TRT was one of the scariest guys that ever lived.
Up into his traps.
Yeah, look at him.
Oh my God.
Yeah, dudes avoided the fuck out of him. Look at this wheel kick.
Oh God,
dude,
it's like a pit bull.
Oh my goodness, he looked like a demon. He looked like a demon back then. There's a few of his fights from that era rather, that were just absolutely terrifying.
Do you think that it should be that strict against these drugs in the fighting? It should,
Yes, it's because it's competition.
Keep it pure,
It's not for your health.
Right.
I mean, I take testosterone replacement. I think for your health, it's a good move when you get older. It makes your body work better. But for fighting, there's a weird gray area. Like when should it be legal? Like, you're gonna let people take it after they're 45?
Right.
My point is, if they don't test Tyson and Holyfield and all these guys for testosterone replacement and growth, we might see some crazy shit.
We might see some great fights.
He's a
some
perfect
fun pay-per-view.
I do not know. Maybe he's not on anything, and maybe he's just a special athlete.
Right.
Lord knows Herschel Walker was. Herschel Walker was
Yeah.
a guy who fought in strife.
So there's a lot of interesting stuff he said there, actually. There's several. Okay, maybe just on the video real quick, and there's interesting shit in the chat. But what he said at the beginning there, Mike Tyson said, "What? I've heard the call from the gods, and they have told me it's time to like reignite my ego and go to war or some shit." How cool is that? And to me, I think about that. Major echo. Hello. To me, I'm thinking about that. You know, because like if you take that surface level, it could be bad. That's negative. He's fueling his ego. But like, dude, no. If you can sculpt your ego correctly to go to war in that dynamic. I mean, we can do that in a light dynamic too, or light bodies, or that whole engagement also. But even in sport and competition, so fueling his ego in a way that for the context of what he's doing is just awesome. Like, it's amoral to me. That's just great. Now, if he feels like that ruins his life after he's done fighting, now he's angry and aggressive and like beating women and whatever, yeah, there's a problem, right? But if he's refueling his ego for the sport and like he's fine with that, and it's not making the whole rest of his life like aggressive or negative or something he doesn't want, then that sounds pretty awesome way to come into harmonic resonance or agreement or coherence with your ego, in my opinion. All right, so
Based off of what I've heard him talk about, I don't think it's really this thing of like, oh, I'm gonna go back to being an egotistical individual. I very much so
Right.
down the line of psychedelics had my own things where I was like accepting who you really are. You know, like a lot of us, as we try to push away what we like society or stereotype or whatever, some kind of construct tells us that we're not supposed to be. But when that's who you really are pushing away a piece of yourself. And if you do that, you're probably going to need to retrieve it. So, yeah, let's face it. Like, if you see that guy move, man, he is the best boxer that's ever probably done it, and it's literally just a part of who he is. That's Mike Tyson, man. You know, like that's who he is.
Yep, for sure. I'm trying to think what else. What else he said in there? I don't know. If I remember it, I'll come back. But some things in the comments. Let's see. Jasmine is talking about. Where's the comment?
The way that he words that, I very much so feel like he probably like smoked bufo or something like that, and like had some interaction where, like, you know, the god of war was like, "You must fight again," and he was like, "All right."
Yeah, no doubt. Let's see. Okay, Jasmine said, "LOL, Willow, for me, it's like hide in the closet until my kid falls asleep break." That's so awesome. Let's see. I have to, or else he'd stay up all night again. That boy doesn't like to sleep. He's singing his lungs out right now, which is so cool. Instead, he was singing, "Oh, okay, a jellyfish." And then, hold on, what'd you say? Jellyfish means actual jelly. He told his toast, "Thank you, orange jellyfish, today." I love that. That's so cool. I love all the random spontaneity and creativity and thought process of kids. Kids are awesome, man. Kids are just genius. Like some kids, dude, kids are hyper smart too, like on multiple levels. But if you don't engage them that way, then it won't like awaken in them, or they won't engage you in it sometimes. Right? So like around kids, man, if you're just aware that they're more activated, I think, than they're aware of, or sometimes they're very aware, but they don't have any context or situation to engage that part of themselves because they're around people who may not understand or don't, you know, or just even if they do. And that's why meeting different people is always different, because it causes different epigenetic expression inside of us, or things we didn't even know we would, you know, think about or whatever until we met this person or this situation or whatever. And so, but man, I remember this kid I met just for a short period that I was hanging around this person and their kid, but I remember interacting with her and like, dude, she was like running everybody around there on her etherical finger. She's 7 or something, right? Or no, 7, 8. Super smart though, and I'm not talking about just IQ. I mean, sure, but like just her awareness of shit, right? And so I like play with her certain like higher level games, like just I make comments or things, and you just watch her like she'd literally double take or look at me and trying to figure me out. We did that for a while. And I'd be like, "Oh, you haven't figured me out yet, have you?" And she'd just scowl at me, because she's used to kind of being able to put everybody in her little box and do what she wants to do and get what she wants or whatever, in some way, and have fun.
Yeah.
And anyway, that was great. Interaction was great, man. Kids are way more, they just need some level of like sculpting or like giving a framework so they don't, hurt themselves or something, but and learning shit along the way. But like, man, there's so much they have to offer just being them.
I don't even know that you necessarily need to give them a framework, just like, support what it is that they want to do. Maybe at like a certain age, you need to start presenting this very specific, blah. Like, see, I don't agree with this. If you can tell, you might have to start presenting a very specific framework. But I think really, if you just kind of guide them along their passions, they probably do better.
No, 100%. I mean, frameworks of like, this is how a refrigerator works, and this is how we store food in this age, and this is how you kind of nourish your body, and like frameworks for living, and people interactions. But a lot of that, I think, comes through conversation too. Just the conversations. Okay, they're super curious, man. Like, what does this mean, and why do people say this, and how come this, and how come this? Like, there's plenty of shit that you're going to convey, whether you're trying to teach them or not. Based on your own life experiences and perspectives. And I mean, that gives them a framework in a sense for what out there, not at home, out there is really like with other people who are not this morphogenic field of our home and our family and our little nucleus and that's all the neurology really knows in a 3D reality,
Yeah.
And so
if you interact with them in like an adult way, I think it encourages that question asking thing too.
Totally.
Or at least that's what I did in my life. Like my mom always like responded to me very like, I guess kind of like an adult, and nevertheless, like it really encouraged me going like, why?
Well, it's funny. Like, well, it's like there's a age appropriate dynamics, right? So you're going to communicate writing code to a 4-year-old versus, a 12-year-old or I don't know, different ages. You're able to think they have more of a worldview. You can actually get a little more specific and, give them more thorough depth of knowledge on that topic. But at the same time, not obviously overdoing that, where I think people do. They just assume they're a kid. They don't think in certain ways. And it's like, you have no idea. They think in ways you forgot to think about, and like, if you're lucky, in a sense, you're remembering that kids used to think this way. So you actually honor their thought processes instead of thinking they're childish. You realize they're childlike and they should be honored. And like, so,
I mean, that childish thing too, I honestly think in a certain way, it's kind of just like chaos embodied. And we're afraid of the idea of chaos embodied. So we very much so are like, you stop being childish, like be normal and these things. Yeah. But like, I think chaos embodied is half of normal. That's half of normal,
Yeah. Well, I think, well, that's what I mean. Like childlike is more the childlike impulses, or whatever, where some might call it childish, but that's a foolish way to see it. When I'm differentiating between the two, like childish, someone who's throwing like an adult throwing a tantrum, that's childish. Right, that's not childlike. So I guess if we're gonna split hairs on this because there's not really a framework for it that I'm aware of, but like are different words. But childish would be the negative aspects you do not want to carry into adulthood or maturity, and then childlike are the things that we ideally would have never lost.
Sure, and the question is the perspective of negative though, because I think we actually wholesale a lot of childish quote unquote things as being a bad thing. When in actuality, it's more like chaos embodied, and our logical, practical adult mind doesn't understand how that fits into reality, and we don't really like it because it's chaos. And so we're like, no, you're not supposed to do that. That's childish. Like someone throwing a tantrum, are they actually supposed to, you're not supposed to throw a tantrum? I mean, like it's not very socially acceptable. Some people might frown on it, but not supposed to. Per se. I mean, like who's the judge of this? If the person is experiencing an emotion and it's coming out in a way where they're functionally throwing a tantrum, it's really just an identifier of where their psychological position is at. It doesn't make them a bad person or anything. Maybe they're a great person. They just sometimes throw a tantrum,
Right. Well, so it'd be dissociating the behavior from the I mean, same thing when you discipline a child. I mean, my understanding in my interactions and the things and the families I've been a part of and just all the stuff I looked into, my understanding at this point, we'll put it that way. One of the primary differentiating values in disciplining children, if you will, or correcting an action, correcting a behavior, or trying to bring awareness to a behavior, is that you're not calling the child bad. The behavior, if you're going to use bad, good, and bad, then the behavior was bad. The child isn't bad. You aren't an idiot. That might have been a kind of a, there might be a reason you did something that was stupid or foolish or thoughtless, but it's not because you are an idiot. That might have been an idiotic thing to do, but let's learn from that behavior. But it doesn't define you. Like nothing ultimately should define you in that sense. But so instead of placing an identity on them, being able to present to them kind of being an objective observer and like also understanding how did it feel when you did that and why did it feel, I don't know, figuring that shit out, like really teaching them to be in tune with themselves and figure out why they make the decisions they make regardless if they're good or bad, not just like oh don't do that again because of this. It's like come on man. Be smarter than that, or like be deeper than that. Your kids they're waiting for you to be deep so they can too, because they're very, very ready.
Paranormal Portal has just said here, my father would say childish is acting without thinking about the consequences. And I really think like that's exactly the person that I'm talking about. There is actual great benefit in many cases of acting without thinking about the consequences.
100%.
So,
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so that's a great
wholesale like that.
Yeah, no, and not totally. So like in everything you're saying too about the throwing a tantrum too, I guess I could use better examples because I know what you mean in that. The part of it's like, I guess the person I had in my mind, the type of person, if you will, personality type.
I would really actually love to see if you could convince me that there is some form of childishness that isn't this, because I kind of had like an epiphany on this earlier today, actually. Just, I mean, kind of the epiphany is already here. That I'm just saying that it's like there's a function of chaos being embodied that is actually part of our balance. And as children, we have that chaos embodied, but very much so it is trained out of us because it's functionally impossible to handle. You have no idea what it's going to do. You know what I mean?
Dude, okay, totally. Okay, so here's the thing. In the church, I mean, even in the good churches, if you will, the ones that are more high functioning and high vibration, if you will, like just within that symbol set, they know that the religious churches, part of the problem with religion is you're trying to control because you're terrified of things being out of control or getting out of control. So you can make more rules and more frameworks and more rules and more frameworks to try to keep things in control. But the spirit-led churches understood that there is a time and a place that have meetings, or some churches are just a little more open on Sunday morning, some were a little more traditional, and then they have their evening services or have different services where it was very 100% spontaneous or chaotic. I mean, people kind of doing what they, kind of like in a plur sense, right? Like really let people be themselves, man, led by the spirit, but also with themselves. Let them be free to be chaotic and just be.
Sure.
Like there's something for sure to just being is massively, that's cool too. Like with one of my favorite ways to intentionally engage shrooms at times is when I'm fried. My soul or my whole being is fried on words. The words, concepts, frameworks in the same way. Like I'm just done. I can't do it anymore. I don't want words. I need a break from words. And being able to go in and just have these beautifully big time, man, big time. It's because there's like trillions of things going through my mind all the time in so many ways. It just is, right? So my level of awareness of them, and that's why so many Ben Waball things going all the time, and like each one of those is at least a galaxy of information, so it's like it's always there, and like having to put words into it. Well, in the body I have to put in some kind of framework, even subconsciously or whatever, so that I can do these rants I do, but a lot of that's still just processing. And anyway, so to be able to totally literally have that all melt away, and it's all sensation or feeling or perception but no fucking words. So it's like chosen ineffability for a time, like total, like just let all that go. And it's so healing and moves so much energy like through my entire being, let alone my body. Just, with that, just like with music or no music or whatever, just really just letting go of the words and identity and all that shit, and that beautiful swim and dance, with mushrooms. Just, I love that shit.
Did you see what Joe just wrote?
No.
Check it out.
Oh, okay. Joe said it also helps teach concepts like concentration and awareness of breathing.
Oh, no. That's Jason.
Oh, sorry. It said Jay. And I was like, wait a second, this doesn't sound funny. And you were laughing. All right. Where is it? Is it way up?
It's right underneath that one.
Oh, it didn't pop. Oh, yeah, it hasn't popped through on my screen.
Oh, wow. He said you think too much, A1 sauce.
Yeah, I do. It just is what it is, though.
I just love these new names.
Yeah. A1. So yeah, that's and I noticed that today too. Remember, I sent you that text. I noticed last night when you were talking about Tiamat and all that stuff, and something stuck out to me that I don't know why I never was thought of this because I feel like that's kind of a duh. But Aaron and Aries, because my son's an Aries and Aaron. I don't know why I never made that correlation.
They're really Vata too, which is considered air. I mean, we talked earlier, like it's air, water, but it's mostly it's understood as air. It's the flowy concept of water. All the other concepts of water are kapha, basically.
Okay, water is super huge to me too.
No,
like water is in my life.
Jason says in here that people need to understand that kids teach us as much as we teach them. And that's one thing I really like about like Amazonian culture is that they very much so believe this. Like when they welcome a kid into the world, the concept isn't even that like we're going to be the teachers. It's that like they're going to inevitably learn from us and we're going to inevitably learn from them. So both people take on the student role. And it's like,
100%.
I think it's really important because I think they are tapped into this thing that we do need. We talk about losing the inner child all the time and stuff. It's really, I think it's more trained out of us, and this goes into Jasmine saying down here, as a parent, I'd see it as not being able to control a situation that makes you feel like you are full of chaos when your children, quote unquote, act up. And that's like the thing, like when chaos is in a space, the space feels very chaotic. And as practical adults, we don't feel okay with that because we fucking plan everything.
No doubt.
We got to plan everything. Kids don't do that. And that chaotic energy, well, going back to the Tiamat feminine energy rising and stuff, very much so. This is like, it's a chaotic energy. It's not logically planning it out. It's doing it because it feels good. That's like literally it. And I think in a lot of ways you're seeing that come through in both men and women, where a lot of people are functionally, we call it getting in touch with your emotions, quote unquote, or opening your heart. But all this stuff is basically pointing towards recognize that just going with the feeling is important. 100%. And that really is chaos. Like feelings don't have any logic at all. I tried to logic out feelings and like the reason why other people felt some way for so long. It's impossible. There's no logic. There's just no logic in some cases. Hold on.
There in some cases. All right, in some cases. I was gonna say I can logic a whole lot of feeling in reason. That's what expression is,
what's
right?
interesting is that usually it's not like true feeling when you can do that. It's some type of psychological complex, hence the psychological. Psychological is the attempt to basically logic out our thoughts, which in terms of psychology, we think the feelings are thoughts, basically. But I'm talking about like a point of feeling even beyond that. It has not even become a thought.
Correct.
There is no logical construct for it. It is intrinsically illogical.
But then reverse engineering, though, that feeling, backwards progression, look at what may brought it on, setting, context, data, correlations, whatever.
That's a super logical minded thing to say. I'm sure you're very practical, sir.
No. Clearly, I'm also very emotional and like do that whole shit too. I'm just saying.
Emotional is not chaotic.
Or feeling led. Well, we're going to nuance words here. You know what I mean? The other thing you were talking about, the chaotic.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like when we're talking about this thing, like we're talking about a splitting of hairs here because we don't actually talk about it as being the chaos. We call it all these other things. And in many ways, this is adults doing this. And we kind of write the history of what the thing is. And I think we overlook its positive aspects in many ways by literally just dubbing it all negative,
So differentiate between emotions and feelings, Jen's asking.
Emotions and I do. Okay, so feelings are very like this is a tactile thing that functionally is logical. It has a logical connection. I feel sad. Why do you feel sad? Because my cat just got hit by a car, right? There's like a connection to it. Depression is like a chaotic sadness in a certain way because depression in and of itself functionally means we're sad, but we don't know why. Right. So these can be tracked back a lot of ways where you go like, okay, this thing happened and this thing happened. And that kind of got us to the place logically where we were like this. But in the moment of the depression is very much so just energy and motion. It's a fucking pressing on me. I feel like shit. I have no idea why I feel like this. Trying to logic it from the point of the depressed person is never going to happen because they have already tried to logic it. They're lost. That's why they went from sadness to depression. Right? Like that's the difference between the thing is that there's no fucking logic in it at all. So emotion to me is literally just energy and motion, unidentified. Like you don't identify it. As soon as you identify and put logic on it, it's become either a thought or a feeling. But feelings aren't really like a real thing. They're like a logical compartmentalization of energy and motion. You know what I mean? So they're kind of a thought.
So I'm trying to, well, you're right, and I think the model you're presenting fits it with the Greg Braden model. So where once you bring it to the heart, that makes this thought with emotion, and you have a feeling because you can sense, you can trace you can make some sense of it. You can put in poetry, you can put some metaphor to it. You can actually, there's some logical progression or framework to put that emotion into some kind of contextual understanding, right?
Sure, yeah, or even just a memory that you replay in your head. But there's some logical construct.
Okay, so then the emotion, though, it sounds like would be before, not saying it can never happen, but before it reaches the feeling state, meaning it's been mixed with thought. It's just some kind of emotion that's been generated, out obviously completely aside from thought, which I agree with 100% for sure. But so it's in that moment, though, where your thought has not been connected to emotion. That's the chaos moment. Once you connect thought, then it becomes a feeling. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
that would make sense to me.
basically. For metaphor, I think it's easiest to look at it like this. Like, imagine that you have a dog, and that dog gets hit by a car. 5 minutes after it, you feel a way. But 5 milliseconds after it, you're experiencing an emotion.
Yeah, and that motion can be dissociated for sure. Shock.
Technically, depending on how your thoughts handle emotions, it will evoke a different feeling.
Totally, it's true.
Because you could be like, oh, thank God I don't have to deal with that stupid dog anymore. And then you actually feel good in a certain way in the situation. Yeah. But the immediate emotion was like, wait, that thing I'm responsible for just got hurt, right? Like that's the closest that you have. But what you're really experiencing, unidentified, all these different kind of things happening at the same time. And you parse them apart over time after that.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
emotion is really where intuition lives. Right, like we say, like sometimes we act like intuition is a feeling, but it's really not. It's really reading emotion and not having any type of logical construct around it. We oftentimes associate a vision, or we logically parse it and analyze it in order to put that on it so that we can communicate it to others or make more sense of it ourselves. But in and of itself, it's like, what the hell is this? You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Here. First 7 years we're in theta. Seems to be the case. In yoga, they say that for the first 7 years, like literally, you shouldn't try to teach the kid anything. You literally just support it in engaging with its physical body as its physical body sculpts. Yogic body belief of that actually doesn't think that your kid is really actually capable of sculpting its mental body until after the age of 7. There seems to be some variance in this. I think some kids already earlier, but that is the yogic belief, is that the physical body builds till 7, mental body builds from 7 to 14, 14 to 21, you have a chance. After 14, you have a chance to start building your spiritual body, but the spiritual body doesn't necessarily actually ever get built according to these yogic beliefs. And there are other bodies beyond that, but the physical and the mental body, they consider to be a guarantee. I got Joe said, can't you walk on water, a plan?
Yes, I can. Have I done this in this life? Not yet.
Where are we at here? I like got messed up. Okay, Jason was saying earlier, it also helps to teach concepts like concentration and awareness of breathing. My son gets frustrated, and now he knows to say he needs to breathe deep for a second and calm down. Yeah, I think that this kind of conscious parenting, where we teach them some of the stuff that works really good for us at a really young age, and just get them into that. Like I'm so huge on the idea of like having an experience, taking a breath, having an experience where like I'm consciously taking the breath, just because I'm elongating that space between. And it seems like the more I'm able to manage that, the more I can make sure that like I'm properly oriented for each experience that's coming, and they're not leading into, you know, like kind of rolling in one to the next one.
Yeah.
For me, it's hard to communicate because my son still doesn't comprehend language that well. He doesn't like to use his words most of the time. When he wants anything, he uses sounds. That's totally good. Have you tried actually just being telepathic with them. Like I think with a mother and a young kid, there's a lot more chance for this because the kid's not shut down to it yet, and you obviously have like a super deep entanglement because the thing was built inside of you. So I mean, I think obviously the language barrier is a communication barrier. There's no doubt in that. But also at the same time, like, you know, it's like we could say it's impossible to train a dog because a dog can't understand words, but we do find a way. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I think it definitely is easier if the words are working. There's no doubt about that. No doubt. The difference between Jasmine's kid is still singing. Is he still singing the exact same thing as he's the okay a jellyfish? Just still.
Awesome.
Yeah, Paranormal Portal says, how I got into music was I noticed how it made me feel in my being as a kid. Knew from second grade what I wanted to do. Parents thought, oh, it's just a phase. Laughing my ass off. Here I am. Totally jumped in. It's a long phase, huh?
Yeah, no doubt.
Jasmine says her son loves music and instruments, especially drums. My brother lets him get on his soundboard to make beats. That's cool. Yeah, I think music is really honestly, or some kind of art is really actually so important to it. I don't think in our education system, you know, we make them do like some kind of art or whatever, like as an elective, but I don't think we actually put enough prominence on it or enough focus because
sure.
I don't think that we wait. Modern education, I think we're mostly worried about what they're able to memorize. And I really personally think that teaching abstract and critical thinking is more important than getting them to memorize anything.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like really, especially at those ages when it's so. I mean, like, did you know? I remember this in childhood development course, like my senior year in high school. That the brain takes in can learn language the best within the first 6 months. Like they can actually build those. And they tried to test it out, not over video or audio. That it was like 1,000 times more effective with a real person in real life. Actually, with them that spoke another language. And just spoke, and I think it wasn't even necessarily teaching them a language. It was just literally having someone around them certain hours of the day that actually spoke the language, and whatever language it was. And it showed like their synapses and things actually fired in a way that they were able to make the sounds and things. And you were saying it was a physical thing because of the cleft in their teeth, but some of the things, my understanding, it's also in like East Asian cultures. It's just because they grew up neurologically being able to say it a certain way, we didn't. So like a TS or something is its own sound that we can mimic but not quite create, but we can. It would just take a lot of practice. Or within the first 6 months, you super saturate that baby's brain with a whole bunch of people that speak a bunch of different languages.
Possibly. I'm just saying what I was told from Sanskrit speakers. They were always surprised by me because they were like, you're not going to be able to say this right. And then I'd say it right first try. And they're like, how are you doing that? I'm like, my mouth's shaped like yours.
Yeah. Is it shaped like theirs?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
What's interesting is that I have absolutely no Indian genetics.
Yeah, that is interesting. Well, I was gonna say that at the same time too, if that was if it wasn't physical, it would make sense neurologically potentially too. You just knew you had the right connections to be able to articulate that in a way that their tradition, the recent tradition, who knows how old that is, somewhere got left out or got twisted and phone tag, said only we can do it because it's physical, and said it's like anyone can do it. It's in their brain, got twisted.
Jasmine said she actually has tried to do the telepathy thing, and when she focuses, it works. And she's used it on him for like nightmares, and it works almost immediately. The beta right there. That's super good. Also, Jasmine, it occurred to me when you were talking about the language barrier thing, there's a system that was used for a little while in the American education system, and it was popularized on TV that's mostly been bailed on, and it's hard to find out about, but it used to be called Hooked on Phonics. And if you haven't heard about phonics, it's really actually a significantly better way to teach people language, especially if they're going to carry over to other language, because it's really just all built around the sounds that the syllables make. And it really helps with spelling and stuff. Like I've always been an incredible speller because I use this like kind of phonetic production. When I read a word, I look at it at every syllable, and I understand how the syllable works, and all that comes from phonics. But very much so, like really most formats of ancient chanting work basically on a phonetic system too, where there's like heavy leveraging of each syllable. So maybe look into Hooked on Phonics. I'm sure it's around somewhere on the internet.
Hooked on Phonics. Kate of Gaia. Did you ever hear his stuff? Her stuff?
No idea who that is.
I think she is a she, Kate of Gaia, but he was originally a man. But that's just like the backstory. This girl, is super genius, like with language and phonics and all this stuff. Like he ran the esoteric circuits doing interviews back in like 10 to 14-ish. I don't know how much she's done recently or whatever, but she's a website and she's a bunch of stuff she's written up, and like you'd love just the way that she uses words. Like really cool. And she knows all the Federal Reserve, all the birth certificate stuff, rattles that shit off, has lived that way for a long time. I mean,
what do you mean all the Federal Reserve and birth certificate stuff? What do you mean by that?
Do you not? The Federal Reserve,
I have no idea what you're talking about when you say. I mean, I know what the Federal Reserve is, and I know what birth certificates are. I don't know what you're talking about in reference to this.
Oh, well, I guess I'm merging too. But like with the birth certificate dynamic, all capital letter birth certificates are owned by the Crown. And
the Dumele is the word you're looking for.
There you go. Yeah, that. So
Gotcha.
I've actually never heard it called that. It's called a Dumele.
Yeah.
Why? What's that mean? What's a Dumele?
It's the word that was used functionally to describe a corporation created in a person's name so that it could be subject to punishment by maritime law, despite the fact that it's actually a free citizen. Whenever you're tried in the United States, or whenever you even get a license or anything, a credit card, recognize your name is always in all caps. The reason for this is because they are actually giving it to the corporation made in your name's name. And by having a social security card and by using driver's licenses and by answering to summons and stuff like this, you accept that Dumele, and then you are subject to corporate rule, or otherwise known as maritime law, which our entire legal system is. If you do not accept this name, technically you cannot be punished by any type of imprisonment, physical harm, charging you money. So fines are not a thing. They can't take away your freedom or your resources in any way as protected by natural law. They can only do that to corporations. But since we live in a country where functionally all of us are a walking corporation and we have a tendency to answer for it, we then also can be imprisoned, fined, death sentence, all of these things. All of that is actually related to the fact that you are standing trial for a corporation, not for a person. So that's called a Dumele.
Zach just distilled hundreds of hours of internet researching, or a couple good videos, but like to be able to memorize it like that, Zach knows what he's talking about. And there's a lot of shit there. There's a lot of materials, resources we can point you to, because it's not something we can maybe do an episode on it, maybe, but like, I don't know if do we want to? Really? There's so much other shit out there that explains it well. That's why I tried to sum it up with like the Federal Reserve and the birth certificate shit.
Gotcha. Yeah. Dumele.
But I'm really glad you know it that well, because I did not know that was in your knowledge base. You know it better than I do. I know it well enough, not that well. And so I can already think of like, certain people, like my brother for once, I'd be like, oh, I would love to have you guys talk about that.
I filed my first appeal in the Ninth Circuit Court of the United States of America, which hears constitutional claims only, when I was 11 years old.
Cool, man. Right,
it wasn't in my name because 11-year-old non-barred kids aren't allowed to write appeals, but I wrote it and an attorney looked at it and signed it and we put it in. It worked too. So, anyways,
I would love to hear more about that.
There's a lot of study on kids and language learning. My wife is awesome with languages, and I think it's because she was exposed to English and Polish. Also, she was exposed to Polish. That's the thing right there. We've been saying that Polish people are stupid for hundreds of years, but they're actually incredibly smart.
True.
The prison reform thing, my mom was way into that when I was younger. There was a group called the November Coalition and the Patrick Crusade that were created originally for specific people, but we ended up taking a whole lot of cases. One of the most popular ones that you might have heard of in the state of California versus Todd McCormick, who was the first guy that basically got busted and really hemmed up for growing his own medical marijuana. we pretty much handled that entire case. That one didn't go so good, but we were working with it for many, many years.
Wow.
Let's see. Hey, what up, Jacob? Good to see you, man.
Meow.
And also Sophia, good to see you as well.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm glad that you didn't stop on the singing and stuff. Paranormal portals. No one should ever stop music.
Nope.
And Jason Chambers says birth certificates come from maritime law. Yes, we are owned property. That is unfortunately the case. Well, if you answer to these things, recognize if you receive a summons that says that you have to stand court in the United States for something that you have done, and it has your name in all caps, technically you can throw that away because you do not know that person. Because you only know yourself in all undercase as an actual human being, not a corporation. You don't have to stand for that. They will likely eventually come and pick you up with a completely falsified warrant, technically, and violate your constitutional rights. And then you will have to fight that massively, and you will likely have to escalate it through many district courts before you get somebody that hears it that will stand on your constitution. But you can beat it. That is definitely possible.
Just know the consequences if you're doing that. So I at this point to still pay my speeding tickets. I don't pull that shit right now. There's no point to draw that extra fucking energy grid suck off my life. You know, but he's 100% right. It just depends on where you're at in your life before you implement that shit. You just gotta really trust your intuition, trust your emotions.
Yeah, well, you gotta be willing to actually stand for your rights. You know what I mean? And at the end of the day, if you're not willing to stand for your rights, you technically do not have them. So even if they are written on some piece of paper. So Jason says here that Polish is a complicated language. I think that's definitely evidenced by my grandmother's name, which was Tiowadia Butian Antsiporowicz.
Whoa!
So yeah, that's
right
weird.
On. No doubt. We'll have to break that down eventually.
USA is a corporation anyways. Yes, it definitely is. Corporation owned by the Queen of England. The Revolutionary War never actually worked. All right.
Nope.
We are owned by England, and this is an England province. I'm Canadian. I don't think we have as many rights. I don't know. And if things don't go a good way, your great prime minister that you currently have, Justin Trudeau, is going to take all the rest of them, quite honestly, because he's not a good guy at all. He's a very bad guy, in fact.
A little bit.
So, Zach has the coolest genetic history I've ever met. It's a pretty interesting one, that's for sure. No doubt about that. So, looks like we're out of the comments there. I made it. I did it. I'm the best.
Made it. You are the best.
No, Aaron, you're the best.
No, come on. All right.
Oh yes, yes.
All right. I like this game.
Oh, man. No, you're the best. No, you're the best.
No, bro. Really, bro. You're the best, bro.
It's the fucking no I love you more game that you play with your girlfriend when you're like 14 years old.
You gonna hang up? You gonna hang up?
No, you hang up first.
No,
no, you hang up first.
I'm hanging up.
No. Well, hey, wait.
Oh, did you hang up? Yeah.
Wait, don't hang up yet.
Yeah. Hold on, Mom. 5 more minutes.
Yeah. Mom, give me a soda. I need 5 more minutes on the phone.
And don't listen in. You're outside the house.
Yeah. You remember back in the day when you used to only have like one line in the house, and then like you're talking to somebody, and then your mom could pick up the phone and be like, Zach, it's time to get off the fucking phone.
You know what though? I memorized. I'm just thinking about it now. I memorized like the sounds of a phone being picked up in the house, right? The very silent sounds, so you could hear when somebody like even just a little they're trying to pick up. So my siblings would do that shit all the time, right?
Yeah.
So and I know
the highly trained ear.
Yeah, man. So I knew who was where in the house, and then where we only had like 2 phones or something, and I'd hear him pick up, and I'd be like, Josh, and you hear him you just freak the fuck out because he's 6 years younger than me. So he's like,
Yeah.
I don't know, 7, 6. He had no idea how I knew it was him and like where he was at, and like, it's like, yeah, it's the living room. That was
Yeah.
funny.
I had a weird childhood with a lot of prison reform, and my mom really liked to date bank robbers, and so I did the same thing, only with a rolling wiretap. Like our phone was tapped by the FBI for like half my life.
Wow.
I mean, it probably still is. Just taps are good enough now that they're digital and you can't hear them pick up.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
back then, they had analog, rolling wiretaps, and you could hear them
Yeah.
click in at the beginning of it.
No shit.
'Cause-
Really?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Wow.
Literally every single call that ever came into our house. So
Oh,
it was
because they had to physically tap the wire, and then when they would record, it would spike the signal.
you'd hear it go like. Just like really, really
Yeah.
lightly, you could hear
Yeah,
it click in at some point in time, and then I mean, like it's just literally just like you see in the movies. Because of those days of rolling wiretaps, in order for it to be admissible in court, there had to be something that was probable cause to stay on the phone within the first 60 seconds of conversation. So when you heard the rolling wiretap pick up, you literally talked about clowns for like 60 seconds, and then you heard it click off, and then you talked about whatever the fuck you wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty weird.
Interesting.
Yeah. I've had an unfortunate amount of interactions with FBI agents as a byproduct of working with Department of Energy sites, my mother working with Department of Energy sites, a bunch of my friends working with Department of Energy sites, bank robbers, prison reform, all this various different kind of stuff. I've talked to the FBI way more times than I would like to have admitted.
Dude, no, wait, what are you talking about, man? That's so awesome that you have that in your experience in this life, this time, those relationships, those connections, those interactions, to understand those energies in 3D with people, many of them, and those dynamics. That is incredibly valuable. Awesome.
Yeah, fucking Agent Smith over here.
Nope.
Trudeau is a Sinclair, old Scottish Rite Freemason family globalist scumbag. I mean, you said it.
Somebody say that? Where is that?
Jason Chambers said that. Yeah. So, you said it. Yeah.
It's nice to hear It's nice to hear other people shit on their own leaders. Everybody only shits on like our leaders all the time.
Speaking of our leaders, Paranormal Portal says Trump has made some statements recently that had made me jump ship and thinking he could actually be doing something worthwhile. Not either party, just FYI.
Let me jump in and say, like, there's no ship to jump or not. We're on our own ship, man. You're building your reality. Who cares? There's no ship. It doesn't matter. Like, really. Like, I'm not saying, I don't know what's true here, and I don't know what the deal is, and there's things to be aware of. And I'm not saying this is you specifically, but this is people in general, right? We're not trusting their plan. You trust yourself, man. You trust your plan.
Mm-hmm.
And it'd be cool if they're doing cool shit, and it makes shit easier for us, and we don't have some kind of lockdown in some weird way. But, that may happen too. But, like, we're on our ship, man.
Yeah. If I'm playing the QAnon poster, trust the plan fanboy, what I say to the military getting involved for vaccinations is that the deep state would want to push the WHO, NIH, CDC, Gates Foundation vaccines. And by having the military involved, we have basically a direct oversight that does not allow them to push that through some type of third-party methodology, like just pushing it straight to the doctors or doing some big deployment with the CDC or WHO. If they're required basically by, national order to have to go through the military for that, then functionally the government gets to see what they're doing while they're doing it. And maybe they have a different idea for what's going on with that. This is, like I said, this is playing the QAnon fanboy. I don't believe in that shit. Okay, like I've been doing this for way too long. Anybody that ever says trust the plan is fucking probably lying. So, nevertheless, it's altogether possible. I've been watching it really closely the whole time because I think it's a very interesting thing going on. But it's at least 50% psychological operation, no doubt about it. This reeks of the CIA. Just reeks of it.
Well, here's the thing, but it's, I mean, admittedly, these are white hats in the military, including CIA. So, wouldn't have similar frameworks and energy?
There's got to be some in there, you would think.
For sure. Well, no, I mean, I think that's been admitted and talked about. Like, part of these white hats that are doing the Q thing and are backing Trump and everything, that's the whole point. There are CIA and admirals and all these other people in there that are, I mean, many, many, many. But they're part of that. And the one who's running the site and the QAnon stuff, I think, is all ex-CIA people or those white hat people. So, I mean, it makes sense.
That's the claim.
Well, no, whatever. I'm just saying, like, for the way they're doing information drops and the psyops, and like, psyops it can be amoral in the sense. I know they're used negatively
Yeah,
usually to get some
I've
negative
fucked with
agenda.
this group a bunch, dude. I've made a bunch of posts myself asking questions like Q asks and watching people bait on these things and shit. That shit ain't that hard to do.
No,
It
I
really
know.
isn't. I mean, so nevertheless, like, and for the first at least 2 years of Q postings, I was deep in conspiracy theory from a very young age and stayed very up to date, and I was very much so taught to critically think and research. So,
Yeah.
nevertheless, the first 2 years of Q existing and doing drops, he never talked about anything that the good conspiracy theorists didn't already know about. So it wasn't any type of insider information or we got a fucking 3-year delta on this one or anything. No, you don't.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
you're
yeah.
talking about
Yeah,
something
yeah.
everybody already knows what you're talking about. Get out of here with that.
Well, right.
It's also too amazing that at the same time that Q popped up, so also popped up the Pleiadian channel Cabamer Tegeta. And this looked just too
Interesting.
much like they tried to pop out two psyops at the exact same time. One where they tried to get basically the UFO galactic family of light, galactic federation of light, star seed kind of thing. And another one where they tried to get the conspiracy theorists. So they called it Q, and then this Pleiadian channel called it Cabamer Tegeta, or his claims was the Tegeta family, of which he was basically the Earth diplomat or channel here on Earth, but claimed to actually be Pleiadian and actually speaking to things that were still located in the Pleiades. But then magically their Twitter account just randomly disappeared. And then now it's kind of popped back a couple times. I really don't think it's actually the same person or anything. Their data was all very much so like.
Wait, so hold on. But why did this thing disappear? Was you saying he
Good
was
question.
legit and they made him disappear? Or he was.
No, I don't think he was legit ever. I think honestly, that psyop landed so good. So good. People bought into this shit
Why'd
fucking
they make
so
it
hard.
disappear?
Why keep running things that have already been started effectively? The point was never to actually keep the thing running and funnel resources to it. Once
Oh.
you get people to a point where basically they have firmly implanted themselves in the Hegelian dialectic you're trying to manipulate them into, there's no reason to actually tell them more things. You want them to build the stories from then on because it covers your trail. So you never want to build the whole story. You just want to get it to a critical mass where people start building the story themselves. Pretty much.
Beautiful. That's beautiful.
Trump is we already said that one.
Amorally, that's beautiful in that context, not so much. But
Oh, it's very clever. You know what I mean? Like I hear what you're saying. Yeah, whether you like it or not is very debatable. But in terms of what they're trying to accomplish, it's very well done.
Yeah.
Lots of people switching political parties, but they both are just as bad as the other. No one truly has pure intentions without some kind of agenda in politics. I would agree with that. If you're buying in with the bipartisan system, you kind of don't get what's happening. I don't think.
No doubt, man. Not real. Well, it's like at the same time, I know people who do, and they really are convinced that's the way they're going to affect change. And like, whatever, man, that's their life path. That's fine. But that, they get it, but they just really feel that's where they want to put their effort and change. But at the same time, I don't think they really get the things like you and I get, and they've been in our hearts and our souls to build here since the beginning, and that we're unfolding. This is the first time I've run into something that I want to put all my resources into it. You know what I mean? Like it's actually worth it finally. And I've heard a lot of cool visions and cool shit that I resonate with for a while, but it's never like I resonate and like it's cool and we help each other, feed each other, find coherence in beautiful ways. And it's like, yeah, that's not whatever my thing is. Like, oh, this is it. Yep. Let's go.
Yeah. Jason's saying he's on the fence with Trump. He is terrible, but somehow I think he's going to change up the Washington game, and that game needs a true shitlord. It's not about partisan politics anymore, though. I definitely agree with that. I mean, I would like to see quite honestly, if I'm completely direct, I would like to see the United States government and technically just all world governments completely dismantled. I'm aware that makes me an anarchist, and some people don't agree with that, but I'm pretty sure the chaos would work itself out. So. I think enough shit will come to the surface to wake up more people worldwide. This is an interesting spin on it. I kind of think that the QAnon PSYOP failed, and what it accidentally did was get a whole bunch of people to critically think about something they don't really want them to be critically thinking about.
Okay, hold on. That's what I think. That's what I was trying to say at the essence of it. Like, that's what I feel like happened. So to me, I value the Q shit for what it is, because to me, ultimately, what I've seen people do and what I see it did for me in helpful ways was just to open me up and to make the connections you saw, but other ones too. I see how that could be beneficial. I saw it was for other people, waking them up in a way, and then that just runs away with itself. So it's like, it's kind of by honoring it or pointing out, fully knowing all of it, it's making a joke of what something they fucked up on. Come look at this cute thing. Like, no, don't. We fucked up on that bad. Don't. I love that shit.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely has had the benefit of, well, what I consider a benefit. This is obviously subjective opinion. The benefit of the quote unquote red pilling of some people who have they're definitely thinking in a way that they were not before. There's a lot of questions asked. The ability to basically false flag in the mainstream media is at an all-time low, and I cannot tell you how fucking enjoyable that is for a person who's been doing the conspiracy theory thing for 25 years. Like, I fucking love it,
man. Yeah.
When they say something and then I just like, I don't even watch that shit, but my entire like Facebook feed gets hit up with all these people that are like, look at the shit they're trying to do on the news, it's so fake. And I'm like, yes, fuck yes it is. I mean, it always has been, but that also is.
Yep, 100%. No, isn't that the thing, man? That's what I cling to. Like, to me, that, like, I've already seen enough, man. Really, this thing we're creating, I saw this already here, like, whenever that was, 2015 or so, when I knew all my timelines were presented to me in a way subtly. It was just, I was just aware that no matter what I did with my life, man, everything is going to be awesome. And I was in a shit marriage and a shit dynamic, right? And was for another 5 years. But I just saw everything was going to be awesome.
Well, that's there's been a lot of what you can call them, whatever, progressions, like, that astral travel progression that actually does see something really, really good happening. So we'll see how far into that. Was it moved to the DoD server? I presume you're talking about the Q stuff, or I don't know when that message came through. So Jasmine says, yes, I have one friend who is brilliant. He helped me wake up out of religion, but is stuck in politics, being the only way to make change for ourselves by voting Democratic. Yeah, I mean, there's an old saying, there's levels to this shit, and there really is. You know what I mean? Like, there's the standard materialistic person, and then you're going to get trapped by politics or religion. This is kind of a flip-flopping area right there, but one of those is going to deal with you, and then you're going to deal with the next one, and then honestly, that's just the start of the fun, because the religion thing goes a long way. Like, you can say religion, organized religions, but there's also actually just belief systems. And this goes super, like, way deeper than we would really, I personally think, would like to admit. I mean, just to be a disclosure network here, one of the things that I'm primarily doing in my hypnagogic states at this point in time is decoding how the flower of life is actually a fucking matrix trap, completely created in the wrong way, and isn't actually the way that reality works in any way, shape, or form. And functionally every single religion and ideology on the planet, going all the way back to the beginning of what we call standard civilization, has worshipped this as though it is some type of fantastic thing, when in actuality it's much better to call this thing like the daisy of death than the flower of life. And I think is very accurate.
Dude, this is how I know we must be soul family, right? Yeah. I didn't have to really think that before, but I kind of have. That's why everything to me, it's a good symbol set for people, connects. I get all the connections, and like, it helps them learn other things about themselves. But like, I'm not really attached to it. And then you say that, like, oh, that's probably why. Totally. Let's dive into that.
I mean, it does show something, but what it basically shows is a way to draw a cube or a cubed space with circles. And this is Metatronic bullshit. And if you're talking about the Matrix, realize that the entity that you're really looking out for is functionally Metatron. The guy who measures and makes cubes and is masculine and all this stuff. That thing is functionally what I would call like a ninth dimensional entity. And it very much so keeps the cycle going by keeping you inside of a cube. I posted a thing on my Instagram story today that said, think outside the Tesseract. This pulls exactly into that. The Metatron's cube is not a cube that you hold in your hand, but rather a cube that holds the space within which you operate, but it constantly has something emerging from inside of it, and that's that which is purposely built within and with the power of Metatron. But the reality that you live in, and that maybe like a conscious person wants to get to, it's outside the box, and then it's also outside the circle that's around that square, and it's off into fucking la land with no rules. That's where you're really trying to get anyways. So you got some boxes and circles and such to get out of. So, yeah, takes time. People need to decentralize the power. I couldn't agree more. This is, I mean, like, you know, like I just said, I think that we should abolish governments.
But you can
Really,
do that
honestly,
too.
a privatized corporation would run a country significantly better than the government does at this point in time. It's the reality of the situation. They're more efficient. They have more oversight. They're
accountability,
more
yep.
about a specific bottom line. They like efficiency because they want to make the most money. The United States government functionally goes through a process of stealing other people's money by pretending that it's for something worthwhile while they give it away to all of their friends, is functionally what the United States government does. So a corporation would do much better than this. And really, we don't even need that. We actually don't need any kind of oversight. This could be done by basically a public civic structure of people who actually cared about their local area, right? Like, don't have, you know, Joe Rogan talks about this, how like the entire idea of the presidency is kind of preposterous, because the idea that like one guy could oversee a country the size of like the United States is like preposterous. You know, like he doesn't know what it's like to live in Whitstrand, Washington. He's probably never even fucking been there. It's a little shithole. It's got like 60 farms around it and like 12 people. You know what I mean? He doesn't know what it's like to live around there. He doesn't know what they need. But the civic center and the, you know, a civic group that could be in that area, they could disperse funds properly if they actually needed something. And if they had absolutely no one else to do it, they would take it upon themselves to do the stuff that actually matters. So everybody worries about anarchy because they think about the idea that like, well, then anybody will be able to come over and rob my house. Anybody will be able to murder someone. Newsflash: criminals don't follow rules. They can do that right now, anyways. So, anybody who actually, most criminals choose their criminal acts based off of their own morality, not what the law has to say about it. So the reason why they don't do that in the ways that they don't do that is because they don't want to do it that way, not because there's some government subcommittee that archonically sits over them and goes like, no, you cannot do that. They don't give a fuck about that. The entire system needs to be flipped upside down and started over. A new constitution written by folks other than old white men. Yeah, I mean, I hear this too, but maybe like if we flip it all the way upside down, why would we write a new constitution, right? Like, unless the Constitution basically says that, you know, no single entity can take power over the entirety of this land or something like that. You know, we worry about this also because the idea that like some other country would invade us and take us over. And if you didn't have like the abolishment of governments worldwide, you're probably right. They probably would. We're kind of lucky right now that China already hasn't done that. They outmanufacture us, have a bigger army, better technology, more people, tend to be smarter, better education system. Like, they got all the things that they need. Like, what's really stopping them from doing it? It ain't our defenses in the United States, I'll tell you that much. I don't know if you've gone down our borders or our seafronts, but they ain't that fucking defended. So it was different times. I think we've evolved as a species since 1776, so an overhaul is needed. I completely agree with that. I think most people would with that amount of time, and Pluto retrograde agrees with that as well, because when 1776 happened, we were in the exact same Pluto retrograde cycle that we are right now, which is where it goes retrograde twice in 1 year. And so it's pretty coincidental that the beginning of the United States, as far as the documents go, started in the same year that basically we're having right now, where, I mean, to some people's mind, we're effectively watching play out slowly the fall of the United States. So,
dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, Q about DOD. I don't know exactly when any of this was moved around on servers or whatever. Apparently, I have some level of lack of information in that space. I don't know where the hell these guys are posting from. I know that it's too coincidental that they decided to call themselves what the United States Department of Energy and Department of Defense called top secret security clearance, and we're just all like, and it's just too weird, because it's like, yeah, we're telling you stuff totally, but we're named after top secret. I get like the little play, right? Like we're Q, we have Q level clearance, we know all this stuff. Like, I get it. I get their little play, what they're doing. You know, newsflash, Q level clearance is not actually the highest level clearance. There's definitely top secret levels beyond that. And a Q level Department of Energy employee would never make his way into like a deep Navy research facility or or something like that, because those are massively compartmentalized, and a whole lot of this stuff is actually done in the private sector at this point in time, and no one in the government or any type of security clearance like that actually helps you get to it. Government contract helps you get to it. That's about it. It's all about separation. Yeah, and the whole Q thing could actually just be another format of divide and conquer, right? Like you red pill everybody who will take it, and that basically puts them on the outs from the people who instead took the blue pill, right? So you found another different way to divide the culture and, you know, divide and conquer. So yeah, the correlations Masonically to 1776, and really honestly, like everything that happened around that time, it's crazy. Founding fathers that signed the Constitution, all definitely Masons. It's important to note, though, that there are definitely two different formats of Masonry, being York Rite Masonry and Scottish Rite Masonry, and these do definitely operate a little different. And in a certain way, you could call the actual peak of Masonry, where it pulls off to a lot of various, either basically leadership or starts pulling off to stuff like Knights of Malta, Rosicrucian Order, Order of the Rose. Is like about 1,000 of these secret societies. They're actually, I mean, they're beyond both these Masons as well, but they all escalated through the Masons functionally. So, I don't know. A lot of weird stuff going on there. Oh, that's how it's going to be, Jen. You have a Stargate in your bedroom? I mean, well, I sleep in there, so kinda. Jasmine says, I'm pretty sure Q is just run by Republicans. It's very possible. I think it's actually ran. I don't think it's ran by the bipartisan system functionally. I think it's what you would kind of call a fallout government, if anything. But realize that this country hasn't been ran by a bipartisan. The deep state stuff that Q talks about is very fucking real, guys. Like, I mean, whether
Yeah.
Q is real or not means nothing. Like, you know, there's just mountains of evidence out there that these guys have been, you know, cronies with one another, you know, shucking and jiving and bumping elbows and screwing a lot of people over in order to make an awful lot of dollars for a very long time. It's simply researching like the Bilderberg group and everybody that sat on the board of that, what their connections are and where all of that leads, follow the money along that path, will put you to a place where you're like, yep, there's definitely a fucking deep state, like no doubt about it. I mean, it's quite obvious. So I think there's more than that, though. I think it functionally, me personally, like I think the tech sector is functionally a fallout government right now. I don't think like the Google, Facebook, etc. group of people are really listening to what the other governments in this country are saying. I think they realize that they have, well, it's been said for a long time, you know, like the real golden rule, he who has the gold makes the rules, but the real gold was the knowledge. And functionally at this point in time, between Facebook and Google alone, they hold more data than anybody else on the rest of the fucking planet. So the amount of data that these guys have is just astronomical. And, you know, he who has the gold has a tendency to eventually make the rules once he can play out his dialectics. So, oh shit! Anyone seen the new quarters? Yeah, I don't know what quarters were. Oh, the new actual like the dollar quarters, money quarters. Yeah, it has the bat hanging on the back of it. Coincidental with where they said COVID came from in the first place. But then now we're not saying that COVID came from there. It is all signs seem to point that it was obvious, you know, purposely generated inside of a lab. It's a purposely created bioweapon, and then on top of that, it's the year of the bat in Chinese astrology or whatever they call that. So there's a good chance that it was just because of that. But what a coincidence that Trump got elected when Q started, as if that wasn't obviously planned. No, this is just 100% clearly oriented. You know, I mean, even like kind of the Q claim is that functionally that Donald Trump is like Q plus, or the only like actually like known figurehead of Q. Why he hasn't been just assassinated by the deep state already is beyond me. But that's the real question for me.
Well, no, but there's stories for all that. I'm not saying you believe them, but they got plenty of stories that make it sound like they've tried and failed a bunch of times, and so I mean, that's so I know it could be all psyop stuff, but I'm just saying they have those narratives covered for those who would ask
Yeah,
those
tried and
questions.
failed. This is the part right there. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
You get a group of black hat security agency folks that have really been putting their entire life to that, and you give them an extremely high priority contract like that. You got to understand, like, these guys don't mess up that much.
Yeah, but you know how higher level protection works, right? I mean, you
The
haven't seen
president
that
ain't
shit
that
happen?
fucking protected, man.
You don't think so?
No, he's not that protected. He fucking sleeps
No,
in
to
the
get
same place every night. He's got one plane he flies on. Oh yeah, we got another one. You never know which one he's on. Like, get out of here. Like, there's so many different ways to hit stuff like this.
higher level theoretical protection. You haven't seen you haven't seen craziest shit happen that makes no fucking sense. People pull a trigger.
Higher level of theoretical. Yeah, and why does Donald Trump have this? He's contacted with aliens.
Hold on. Why is this like? I mean, really, this is. You really don't think maybe there's something going on, some other agendas by other level light beings that we don't necessarily even care about that have their own agenda for helping people in some certain way? You don't think so?
I really don't. No, the whole Galactic Federation of Light thing is 100,000% a complete psyop.
Dude, I don't even care about that. I don't even care about them. I'm talking about there are real beings though that have real agendas out there and up there and whatever. That's why we're doing our thing. We don't care about them. But I
don't know, man.
I could see that they are having their own play in some way, and that doesn't matter to me. But it's like watching the gods play with the planets in your galaxy. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, sure, potential. I'll give you that possibly. I don't think they give a fuck about what happens to Earth, really. You know, it's a savior complex. The savior complex is super deep. Save the Earth, have the stars come and save you. Donald Trump's going to save us. I need someone to save me. Oh, I'm Cinderella. I've lost my glass slipper. I'm such a victim. Someone please come save me. Rapunzel in the castle. I know, Disney floated it all to us on a raft.
Oh.
We all want to be saved by someone. It's probably not going to happen. So, the savior complex is not a safe place to operate from. A lot of people have had a bad time with that. So the leaders change, but the shitlords like Fauci and these other people stick around out year after year. Yeah, definitely true. I mean, nobody really leads with the figurehead. That's that. The figurehead has to change out. You know, I mean, functionally for the longest time, the president's been really set up the way that they are because we pretend like sometimes they get reelected, sometimes they don't, and not really the case. When they've taken too much flack in their first term to sit another term without the state revolting, or at least having a high enough probability of revolt, they switch it out. It's pretty much how it works.
Right.
Voting has not been worthwhile for the longest time.
What do you? Okay. Hey, tell me. Okay, so I have my own take on the JFK stuff, and I don't care about mainstream conspiracy theory stuff or whatever. I really have my own take on it. So I'm curious what yours is though, because yours is probably gonna be more knowledgeable than mine, unless you haven't spent time on that.
Take on what? Sorry, I was reading
JFK.
Take on. Well, I mean,
why they try? Why
I know it from the conspiracy theory point of it.
From your research, your understanding of it.
Well, functionally, because there was already a fallout government in this country, and the Kennedy family was quite powerful. Ended up getting JFK into office in some way, shape, or form, anyways. But very much so, something was going to be outed by that. He was clearly assassinated. I mean, like, not by just like some random dude who got mad. You know what I mean? Like, this is a paid contract hit, no doubt about it.
And do you know any more about that, or have any more understanding?
Like, who specifically did it, or whatever? I mean, like, the guy who actually did it got outed. You know what I mean? He is the guy.
No. I don't care what the man is. I'm talking about the agendas behind it.
The agenda is to stop from something actually getting shown. I mean, if we go down to fucking Cuba with the whole Bay of Pigs thing, and that plays out, we come to find out there ain't no fucking Russian nukes over here and shit. This whole thing is a bunch of bullshit. It's completely a bunch of bullshit. Cuba wasn't fighting against us. Cuba's been owned by the CIA since before Fidel Castro ever came into office. Fidel Castro's trained by the fucking CIA.
Right.
So, like, the idea that we were actually going to go to war with the CIA or Cuba rather, or that we were going to remove some Russian missiles, and there ain't going to be no fucking Russian missiles there. First and foremost, it's a fucking goddamn United States country. Functionally, all of this stuff is just completely unlikely. So,
I'm trying to draw specifics out of you. Let me just give you the one that resonates the most
ask
with me.
specific questions.
Well, I thought I was. All right, I guess not. Let me give you an example to mirror off.
What do you think happened with the JFK thing is like the
No.
opposite of a fucking
I
specific question.
just asked you specifically. I said, I don't care about the man. What do you think the specific, like higher level agendas? Whose agendas? What were their reasons for hiring this person to take them out? Or group of people making sure he got assassinated? Why? Was it just like the lobbyists nowadays? Was the telecom that like or higher level agendas? Like, what are your what's your understanding of the actual real specific agendas? So for mine, and now that
Bankers.
there's like. Yes, okay, Federal Reserve. I thought JFK was going to take out the Federal Reserve.
Not Federal Reserve, World
Or he was
Bank.
going to incorporate it. Oh,
World
okay.
Bank.
How so? Do you know how so?
Well, the World Bank owned the fucking Federal Reserve first and foremost. So going after the Federal Reserve really is going after the World Bank, whether you know you're doing it or not.
Right. What was his plan, though?
Probably to get us back onto an actual gold standard, or actually make sure that there was anything sitting behind our money, because there is not at this point in time. You carry around dollars thinking that they have value, but the only value that they actually have is the fact that some other idiot is willing to accept them, really,
Right.
because they're not actually valuable. They're just pieces of paper.
Okay, so my super genius grandfather-in-law, the one he was CEO of Boole and Babbage before the IBM took him over, and then worked for them for a long time, and he retired like 50 whatever something, lived in Seattle, like had a spread list of restaurants that they went to, like in Seattle, like he was a super engineer minded, like semi-autistic or Asperger's, and personality too, just like he totally was. Anyway, so but he also just hyper studied everything, geopolitics, all this stuff. So it was interesting because I had my own esoteric understandings even at the time when I was really, I'd go out to breakfast with him as often as I could, like once a month or so, or once every couple months, and just ask him questions and let him go, because he's super smart and does all the coding. I mean, does all his own. He wrote his whole own software and coding just for fun. Took him like 2.5 years to really create his own spreadsheet and code for doing the stock market and the way he wanted to do it. Mm-hmm. And set up like a retirement account for his wife, where like all like the residuals from this income, the residual or the is that the right word now? I'm trying to remember. Is that the word where you get paid out every quarter or something? Or depending on the stock.
You're basically talking about the earnings from what he was doing.
Yeah. So, but they pay out like a certain amount in percentage, so that actually it paid off all their expenses plus some, plus reinvested back into it. So it's a self-maintaining thing. And he constructed all these algorithms. Anyway, super smart guy. So was asking him about, or one of the things he said about currency and finance. And I don't think he knew the Federal Reserve dynamic. So he knew all this other shit, which is amazing. You can find all that shit, but you don't find certain things. But he even talked about the shit currency that we had, that it was out of all the currencies in the world, they use it because it's just the tallest midget in the room.
I can hear that. Yeah, that washes with my understanding of it pretty much. Yeah. All the currencies suck now, really. They're all made out. They're all purposely inflated.
So we'll see what happens. They incorporate it. I mean, if like part of me is like, I want to go double check the articles that I already saw, whatever. Like, that really happened? Okay, make sure it happened and know like the date and like the code or the bill that's passed, just so it sticks in my memory better. Where they incorporated the Federal Reserve because they could just cancel all the debt. We don't know them shit. We incorporate them. We incorporate the debt. Oh, we don't owe 20 trillion anymore, or whatever it is in Federal Reserve notes.
Yeah, that's what they're saying with the incorporation of the Federal Reserve, and we're now it's actually owned by or operated by the government functionally. It's a function of the Treasury. Yeah, so this is a great idea and everything. Like he canceled what debt? He didn't cancel your debt. He canceled our national debt, which was something that was completely impossible for us to ever pay back. First and foremost,
well, and second of all, buy the world.
The group of people that we owe that money to already own the whole planet.
Yep.
Like, what do they need more money for? These guys don't give a fuck about money. They don't care about money. They're even beyond land level. They don't care about your land either. Like, they might care about your resources on your land, maybe, but they're probably beyond that as well.
Yeah.
If my research is correct over the last while, they care about your timeline is what they really care about.
Yeah. Can't read the comments here.
One theory I heard, he was protected by galactic forces. I think that's a reference to Trump. That's what some people like to say. Maybe that is the case.
I don't have a hard time believing it. I don't care either way. I just don't have a hard time believing it, man. I feel like I tuned that. That makes sense to me. It's fine. That's like all the energy I want to give it. I don't care.
Yeah. Paranormal was talking about how his father and grandfather were actually Freemasons. One of them was 32nd degree in the Scottish Rite, but he actually hid it in plain sight. So Paranormal never actually figured it out until after he had passed away.
Which handshake did he recognize? Was there on a video he saw or something?
I'm not sure what he recognized.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Wanting to
if
know
he
where
says
I
in
am.
here. Oh yeah. Well, I was making a beat one day, many years later, overheard the conversation, wound up one of the guys was an active Mason, went up to him and busted that out. Oh wait. I'm missing something here.
We got quite narrative going. All right.
The Lion's Grip is what it was called. Dude, I missed so much shit. What the hell happened? Okay, here we are. The strangest story I can share is this. I'm typing it how I remember. It was the weekend and he was home, which was strange because he was an avid golfer. Yeah. Right? Gentlemen only, ladies forbidden. That's a typical Mason activity. So he gave me a handshake called the Lion's Grip or Lion's something. He told me one day I would understand, but it was about faking one's death or some shit. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with this man? I was not even a teenager yet. And that's why it stuck in my mind. So random and crazy info for that time in my life. Hadn't even smoked my first joint yet. Well, I was making a beat one day, many years later, overheard the conversation, wound up one of the guys was an active Mason, went up to him and busted that out. He shit himself, wanted to know where and how I knew that handshake. That's when it finally clicked about my dad. Then I call my mom and ask straight up, and she replies, "Oh yeah, of course." That's funny.
Yeah, interesting.
Now I gotta figure out where the hell it was back here. Galactic Federation, you mean the one that all the psychics talk about? Galactic Federation of Light, that would be the exact same one for sure. Frank says he is a light being. I'd be really interested to hear Frank's take on it because Frank probably has some kind of personal experience that makes him say that. He ain't really about listening to other people's stories and taking them as truth.
Yeah. I love Frank. Frank, you still in here? Get on the show. Come chat with us.
Yeah. Or they kill a dead man like Bin Laden to make the masses happy again. Another funny situation there. Bin Laden trained by the CIA as well. You know, it's just ridiculous. That's why, like, one thing about Trump that it's very interesting to me. Like one of his first orders of business was to shut down ISIS, like ISIS was a terrorist group or something. That's 100% a CIA front as well. So
right, but wouldn't want to shut down the CIA op going in that's causing all this chaos in the Middle East again, disrupt their systems potentially.
Maybe.
I feel like everything Trump has done has been disruptive, and that's wonderful to me. He's causing chaos, man. He's freaking the deep state out and different shit he's doing, I think. And I think it's beautiful to watch. Like watching shit fall apart, man. It's fucking great.
It's confusing, but it's the inevitable dialectic to run from a control standpoint when people start to catch on to the fact that you're running the Hegelian.
No,
I know. Place them into a point of confusion.
No. I know. It's intuitive, like in some sense, like really, I'm just like that whole construct. I feel like I'm outside of it. That is a reality that's imploding one way or another. Even if that's true, something is going to continue to trip up, and it's going to be a mistake after mistake after mistake, and it's going to just crumble, man. So like, I love giving enough attention to it to watch the crumbling parts. Other than that, I don't really care about the dialects going on, all this other shit. Like I just, until I have to actually deal with a protest or like somebody pinning me down to vaccine me or some shit or lose my job over it. And even then, maybe it's time to move forward with podcasts and live the gypsy life, figure that shit out, Who knows?
Yeah, you'll know the day they tried to vaccinate fucking Zach Mortimer because of all this, because you'll never hear from me again. So,
yeah, I've been thinking through that. I've been feeling into it. It'll be interesting to see how it goes. Whatever it goes, it'll make an amazing story. I'm not worried about it at all. It'll just be fucking great, man. That's part of reality now. Cool. We're gonna outcreate this shit. It'll be fucking awesome.
Yeah, I mean, worst case scenario for me, I just go to my other plan for a perfect life, which is where I disappear into the middle of the Amazon jungle. So like, I'm fine either way.
Yeah, I need to put one of those together.
It's not. Just go to the middle of the Amazon jungle, man.
No. You've been out there. That place resonates with you. To you, that works. Maybe it would for me too, but I don't know. I haven't been there yet. I got to find a plan that I just know is the spot I'll go. I mean, whatever. I know if it comes to that, I'll be in the spot. I'll find the spot. I'm not worried about it, but
We go back to the chaos and practicality thing and how that can be dangerous
Totally.
in certain situations. This is a perfect example of a situation that can be dangerous, and needing to
sure.
know that plan before you enact it can be exactly the reason why you can't enact the plan.
Oh
So-
no, and dude, the backup plan I'm talking about beyond that shit, like where I'm at in life right now. Like there's 20 plans I could go with. I've already planned out. That's fine. I'm talking about like a kind of another level here. But a lot
I'm not
of it
sure
really
how's this, isn't this just another backup plan then?
it is at another level that I hadn't thought through yet. I got plenty. They're there. I just haven't like not that level the way you're like I know you connect with the Amazon in a way, like you connected for sure. So to you, there is a resonance.
We're all connected to
or
the
like,
Amazon, I'll tell you that right now.
Well, okay. Yeah, but you felt that in this life in some pretty intense ways. So I could see like me finding a place like that on the earth, some place I've been, or something. And who knows, maybe that's it, whatever. It's just something like that.
I mean, they're just not as sustainable as the Amazon. The other places is the thing. The Amazon has enormous amounts of plants and food and animals, and there's lush with resources, especially in the center of it. So that's really the thing. Massive resources.
Jen says the heart chakra of the world. And now I think I think you mentioned that the other night too. Now is that because here's what's interesting, because Angela says in Glastonbury that's the heart chakra of the world, and I think it's just English words, right? Because the heart makes us think singular if we're going to put human anatomy. But either Mother Earth, if you will, has more than one heart chakra. If you go with Andrew Bartz's model of it, there's over 200 womb chakras on the Earth, which makes us unique from any other planet in the galaxy or potentially universe. I don't remember his
What is
dynamics on
that based off of? Like crossovers of ley lines?
I don't know. It's a framework he's used continually, repeatedly for a long time. I don't know how he dissects it all, but I mean, it resonates with me.
I'd be interested to hear what his basis is for it.
If you go, you could plow through double speed. Really, that list I sent you a while back, the galactic history, just to see the way he lays and connects all the frameworks together over 54 million year history, connecting all the esoteric shit, all the stuff we talked about tonight, all of it, 100% all of it. He understands that whole maritime stuff. He did a 28-part series on it, like on sovereignty and law or something, back in like 2014 with 3 other people, and they had different callers on the experts, and people are going through it in the court system, like, so he knows it really, really, really well. He's got really interesting, insanely fascinating insights on certain dynamics of things.
Yeah. I'm just curious why he's calling them a chakra. I'm presuming it has to be these ley line crossing spots. That's what the whole chakra thing is originally based off of.
For sure.
So
yeah, the actual metaphysical science of it, or physical science, or metaphysical, yeah. Right.
The places where the Hartman and Curry grid cross perfectly, but then are also crossed by what are the major, we call them feminine and masculine ley lines, but they actually go basically like waves. You could call them the cosmic serpent in a certain way. They go around the globe, where those cross through a place that also has this other thing. Yeah, it also has the crossing of the Hartman and the Curry grid at the same location, where all 3 of those meet up, we say is a major planetary chakra. And that definitely does not happen 200 places on the Earth.
Yep. So it might be, I think.
But he could be talking about minor ones. If he's talking about just Hartman Curry crosses, that number is probably 200 or maybe even more. So.
Yeah. I think it's more than that. You'd have to listen to it if it ever interests you, I guess.
I like Jen said, of course, England tries to claim the heart chakra. It's very true. Really, it is.
That's funny. You got to take up with Angela. You guys should talk about that, actually. Bring it up on a show. That'd be cool.
I've actually, throughout my life, I've seen maps that laid out these chakras in almost every single possible orientation.
Right. So also think about Tev taking ancient knowledge or channel knowledge or whatever, as accurate as it is, for sure, way beyond what we have today for most people. But and think of like new maps, man. That's what we're here to bring too. New maps, things that are waking up that have never been woken up before. It's been millions of years and nobody has the maps. Right? They haven't even thought of them yet, but they're here and they're waking up because where we are in the galactic cycle of things and all that shit. I think that's part of it. So part of it intuiting into the new grids and the new maps that are going to be present and more prominent maybe than the ones that have been here for thousands or even millions of years. If we're going into something totally new, it's merging the two. Because I definitely want.
Here we got another one. Heart chakra of the Earth is in Hawaii. So just in this conversation alone, I've heard references to Shasta, Peru, Hawaii, and England as all potentially being the heart chakra of the world. So as we can see, we got some confusion about this bad boy.
Okay, I'm
So,
glad I brought it up.
what
though,
I
because
can
really,
say from being to Shasta and from being to Peru, Shasta has always given me massive crown chakra activations, and Peru has always given me major heart chakra activations. And when I use those ley lines for travel, that's exactly how I tune them, and it works quite accurately. So I'm pretty sure that in my own reality, at least, that Shasta is the crown and Lake Titicaca is the heart. I have trained other people like the one who just said me too in chat also to be around these things and feel that. So it's it seems to wash to me. But again, this is like a thing, like if these things are really that major, they probably are like their own fucking chakra system. You just tune in them the way that it feels right to you, because that's how you conjugate with that specific chakra. So this is the whole thing. Like, don't believe the fucking hype. Like, always go and just test your own shit. You know what I mean? Like, that's half the fun anyways. It doesn't even have to be just some process of work. It's fucking fun. So going to Lake Titicaca or down into Peru is super fun. Going to Mount Shasta is super fun. Playing with weird stuff is super fun. Yeah, like it's just a good time.
So, did you have you ever been to Serpent Mound?
I have not been to Serpent Mound, but that's the last place that my mom opened a planetary vortex.
Oh my God. Hey, you've made this correlation before, I'm sure. The fact that I've been there and the fact that we're coming to see each other. Have you thought about that yet? And the places you've been and with the Amazon and all that shit?
I mean, like the Serpent Mound stuff was some of the first stuff that you were actually saying to me. And the whole time I was just sitting there going in my mind, I was like, this is too weird, because like my mom's last little bit of spirituality was at Serpent Mound, and she was actually at Serpent Mound with a person who I referenced, a person who trained with the Monroe Institute for a long time. She was at Serpent Mound with this individual. So
wow,
very interesting. And that individual is still alive and is incredibly powerful. So I believe there's something going on there, that's for sure.
Isn't it interesting that Frank and I both buried crystals there and shit too? Like, holy shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's not surprising. I mean, a lot of the stuff that's happened in my life over, well, especially the last 5 years, as I took a more active role in this. By this, I mean basically the grid work on the planet. A lot of this has been brought together through things that are like correlated to stuff a long time ago in my life. The whole grid work thing didn't start until the late 80s, early 90s with the harmonic convergence, and it all really functionally started with the harmonic convergence taking place in Sedona, and it kind of grew out of that place. And it was really about this activating of a grid in the first place, and then people started doing stuff with it, and then they started powering vortexes, and then it became a metaphysical grid that was lifted off of the planet through the work of a variety of other individuals. And but this thing very much so does seem to attract things into your life. I don't know, it's pretty damn weird.
No, it's funny because it's funny at this point. To some level, there's not a level of weird and crazy that really freaks me out or like is weird. It's normal, right? The more I see it, the weirdness is like, oh, is this actually happening consistently? Finally, like at a new level and with someone else, like awesome, But it's bringing things to awareness of like that correlation. I just really made that correlation in a whole new way, but because I've learned more about you since Serpent Mound, so obviously to you made all those correlations I didn't even know I could make because I didn't know you in that way yet, right? It's like now I know like more of you're understanding your correlation with snakes and your experiences and everything, and then like holy shit, and we're gonna actually meet up. Like that's to the places we've both physically been on the planet that have to do a Serpent Mound, and your experiences and everything, and like that's really fucking cool, man. Talk about like 3D in body grid work, just planning it out from our higher selves, if you will, our future selves, synchronistically leading us subconsciously into the right choices and the right interactions at the right time. Cool shit. You're muted.
Yeah, it's weird stuff, especially since I've started following in the energy in my life rather than like logically choosing who I interface with, but rather just like that person feels intriguing, I'm gonna check it out. and I'm going to
Totally.
keep watching it until I get to check it out, or I feel like I've checked it out entirely. Well, it's like you know, like I tried to talk to you a couple times in the first place, like we were cool or whatever, but it
Yeah.
wasn't like we didn't like super jive or anything. But like I
Yeah.
was going by the energy of the thing, and I was like, nope, there's something about this guy. And after the first couple
Yeah.
times of talking to you, I was like, it's not gone. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess I'll keep looking at him or whatever,
What a-
and then maybe
what a-
sometime I'll figure it out.
Dude, what a great way to say it too, because it's like really, that's really what it is, and that's letting go of judgments, like what expectations of what it should or shouldn't be. It's like, now I know we were supposed to meet. That was cool. Seems like it's still
Mhm.
cool. It's just not. We're not interacting more right now, or whatever. Like, I mean, it felt the same way. It was just other things were present, but my life or whatever, your life, and like, but the same thing. It's like, yeah, that was cool. I know that's coming around again. You know, pin, like just put it back here in a Benoit ball. I've now we've interacted, so that's there's awareness there.
Mm-hmm.
And look what those Benoit balls have been doing in the background since. Look what's happening now. Must have a lot of been shit going on.
This question that maybe you know some about this guy. I'm actually not even remotely familiar with him. What do you think of Matthias Del Stefano, who is going around the world for grid work, the guy from Gaia TV? Do you know anything about this guy?
No idea who he is. But on Gaia TV, do you know more of the dynamics on this? Because I listened to some. I know there's a lot of controversy over the owner of Gaia TV being in the whole deep state, or I don't know about deep state, but whatever, some of the pedophilic higher up bullshit stuff.
I don't trust
You know
Gaia
anything about
TV
that?
any farther than I can throw the universe.
Yeah, but like specifically because you know things, or just like I don't really trust anything at all. I like the material if it's good or whatever, certain episodes or things, but I don't trust a network.
It's really more about how much money they make and what kind of then effect they have on the world with making all that money. It's great to bring up an educational or entertainment network. It's fine to charge for it, but when that turns into I'm profiting $2 billion a year and making no tangible effect on bringing about some kind of consciousness in the world with that money,
Yeah.
I don't know about all that, you know.
No, that's the way to look at it too. Like that's a good way you articulate that. Yeah, for sure. Dude, I'm getting a blanket. I'm chilly.
Let's see. What does it say? Yeah, I if you know more about it, like I don't have any. If you know of like some specific stories that are interesting or a specific video that's interesting to watch about this Matthias guy, I'd be definitely willing to watch one and see what he's doing. I don't know, like I said, I haven't even like looked at the dude. I'm seeing him for the first time, literally right now in a Google search. So
Yeah, I haven't heard of him specifically either, but I know. Oh, so what I was saying. I mean, I don't know how much I want. I don't care. I could dive into Gaia TV drama bullshit on higher levels, but I don't really give a fuck right now. I'm trying to find.
he's
It's so funny.
The most recent picture of him online is actually on Secret Energy. So, I mean,
dude, I can find out. Look, hold on. You just said Secret Energy, did you not? Look at my screen. I literally just clicked this video because I was looking for something. I've been for like the last 45 minutes on and off because I get distracted. And it's a Sevan video. I've been looking for it for a while, but I just clicked play and it did the intro, said Secret Energy, right when you said the word Secret Energy, and I paused it to show you. The moment you said it. Just saying.
Yeah.
Synchronicities on secret energies.
I don't know. I don't get off of his pictures any kind of what I would say is necessarily a bad read where I'm like, ooh, who the fuck is this guy or anything like that. But so I don't know. I don't know any of his stuff, so it would be unfair of me to judge. The merge of energy when you two meet will be very fun to watch unfold. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's a goddamn treat watching it unfold already. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Yeah.
Super weird.
It is, man. It's so cool. I really appreciate this friendship thing this unfold, whatever you want to call it, friendship, partnership. I mean, we're in our lives, literally in each other's lives, at least 5 hours a day. We don't even live near each other. At least. Yeah. Right? At least, because the interaction before and after the show, but the show itself is like 3 to 5, then before or after, chat shit and like just whatever. It's interesting because it's like having to let go of certain paradigms too, and certain, like, for this season of my life, if you will, certain levels of, I'm used to aloneness more than that. Sure. I'm used to not interacting with anybody that much at all, let alone in a public forum and engagement and whatever.
Yeah, I hear
but
that.
Again, but all the and maybe for certain seasons of my life or certain people, right? But not like this, committed like every fucking night, man, right? um, and so like, but knowing it's the right thing for me, right and wrong, not the right. It's coherent. It's I don't know. Right is, I guess, the right word if we're gonna make it subjective to my own personal value system and internal feeling state. I guess, sure. I'd like to objectify it a little more, but anyway. So it's the right steps at the right time in the right way. I guess in a similar way to when I knew I was gonna leave my ex-wife, and I didn't know the details, but the frameworks were there. I had pre-processed understanding myself, the psychology, the wounds, the different dynamics. So the frameworks were there that when it was the right time, it would be the right way and the right understanding, like all that would come together, right? But then even in that, though, when it did come together, then it's like letting go. It's like once you move out, like, dude, I allowed myself to feel insanely lonely for a while instead of just like moving on with my life and like really hit the ground running. I was ready mentally and emotionally in a lot of ways to hit the ground running with podcast stuff and really get it going. And I'm sure we would have run into each other then and probably just got going in some way. But it's interesting because we talked about, because more of the just all the crazy dynamics that happened in your life in the last like 6 or 8 months, and had I hit the ground running, in the sense of we met up in the summer and got this going then, I don't know if this idea would have even come to our awareness then, because I don't know if the world frameworks and all that other shit would have been right. I don't know, but let's say it did. And like, just who knows, man? Who knows? Like, it is what it is. It's just interesting to feel out the other potentials, because you can sometimes get integration of awareness of the other possibilities. It's not, there's no judgment on it, like right, wrong, loss, grief, like none of that. It's just like, oh, okay, had we met in this way, this probably would have unfolded and we would have learned this, 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 and this. And now that I thought about it, now I have learned this, 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 and this, and can integrate to what we're also doing right now. It's some cool shit, man. That's all inside of my mind.
Yeah, it's
True.
cool how the timing of things come together, and I think you're definitely right that if we had started at a different time, it wouldn't have gone the same right away. That's for sure.
Well, and then also like the reasons why. So okay, why didn't it? So part of it was I allowed myself to feel whatever I needed to feel, because I didn't want it I'd been stuffing it in my tissues, Jen, intentionally for like the last 6 years. I've made agreements with myself at higher levels, like realizing as I was coming out of this relationship, I was realizing I've made very honorable agreements with myself. I wasn't like beating myself into submission and like, you will not have sex and like blah, blah, blah. Like I made very beautiful, honorable agreements with myself to put those parts of myself aside, to shut them down and redirect the energy resources elsewhere until the time in my life when I can actually satiate those needs, because they are needs. You can't get rid of needs. Needs and wants are very different, but a need is a need, whatever that is. And so finding ways to understand your own needs is good, because then you can understand multiple ways to satisfy them sometimes. Different avenues, doesn't have to be one way, or like for example, if there's a need to have sensual touch or sexual touch, but you stay in a toxic relationship because you have a need, you got to find a way to balance that, or really actually being able to touch yourself if you haven't done that. I don't even mean sexually, like sensually, like running your fingers, your hands over your whole body, like taking the time to do that, man, and feel what you feel like, really, and like tune into like as you run your fingers over your whole body, like what makes you feel something, or a reaction, or maybe a referred pain, or like even amoral, not necessarily like sensual and like whatever, like just practical, like getting to know your body, like, oh shit, I didn't realize when I touch this part of me spasms over here, or like even internally, like I feel something when I'm, like whatever. So, I lost my train of thought on that, but that was good shit.
On the Matthias guy, it looks like Paranormal saying here that he has perfect recall to his past lives, and that he used to work and then Sophia's saying he used to work in the Akashic Library. So he says, my personal take on past lives and my personal take on the Akashic Library, no one works there, and recalling all of his past lives would be a claim to omniscience, meaning that he could see every possible life that ever happened ever.
All at once.
Can see all of them with perfect recall. So that seems, this idea of his past lives doesn't act, the nomenclature of his, as though they are diminutive to him, they're owned by him, they were just his, that doesn't really wash with my universal worldview. I don't think that anybody has their own past lives. So these two statements that I'm seeing here make me very skeptical about the individual. I was also we'll call it researching. It wasn't really researching. I checked out one of his YouTube videos so that I could watch him move, and then scrolled through the comments. And it seems in this video, predominantly what he's providing is actually kind of a English transliteralization of a whole lot of the stuff out of the Vedas, and particularly the work of Mihir Baba. So, I mean, unless his other stuff is something that's fine for him to bring that information across. There's lots of good stuff in the Vedas and stuff, but I don't know what he makes claims to. I don't understand. There's a lot of fucking tomfoolery out there, ladies and gentlemen. I must say, a lot of people claim to know something. I mean, I'm that guy to a lot of people out there, 100%. So I don't know what's going on. I know what I've experienced, you know, and at least on those 2 points with the Akashic Records thing and the recall of the past lives, that gives me an I'm not sure. So
okay, so back to what you're saying when you said oh my God, this is gonna sound so bad, but like, come on, you get it. It tickled me at higher levels, right? The way you articulate
universal worldview is
but like the way you just energetically put that whole framework into those words and that concepts, like it was very it's like hearing okay, maybe like, I don't know, let's put it in an analogy, maybe like coming across some other like freestyle rapper, right, in real life, and just the way they do words and the way they do their cadence, the way they do their delivery, you're like it just like tickles you, like, holy shit, man, this is fucking well done, like great, or whatever, like, you know what I mean? Oh
yeah, I do. Every time I listen to Aesop Rock.
Oh, send me some of the shit, man. I'd love to hear it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, his stuff is really literally out of this world.
I can't believe I haven't done this with you. Please send me music that you love, like really love and resonate with. It helps me know you, and like I dive into it for myself too. I find my own resonances with it, but then also try to, and especially if you can tell me why you love that music, like what does it make you feel when you listen to that music? Because it helps me know you, and then I can tune into those same things for me, and like, you know what I mean? I don't know, like it's a cool way to experience another person.
Yeah. When it comes to the music one, it's probably a really good way to get to know me because I like almost all kinds of music. So it's a good expression of myself in the sense that like I like so many different fucking things. You know what I mean? Like I'm very multi-dimensional in that case. Like I like all kinds of shit. So let's see.
Well, I know go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, hold on. I want to say, let me say this other cool thing about you, and which is about us too, because we're both similar in this way, which makes it that much more tickling. I don't have a better word. It's so true. If you take that outside of anything like sexual or whatever, it's like just like, okay, think of tickling, I guess. I'm thinking of it this way now. And I think I've talked about this.
I don't actually apply tickled or tickling to sex.
Yeah. Oh, I don't.
Except for the idea of like a French tickler. But like
I know. Well, like if I link it logically, I'm not really sure why I would, but like tickled, I don't know. Okay, the way I'm thinking of it now, anyhow, the way I'm trying to embody it, and I'll just let it go, is like fucking like seeing the way my grandma talked about like when something floors her, and I thought that was like before that I thought that was a sexual, or that was to be angry, or like I'm floored, I'm angry, or I'm furious, right? Floored.
Yeah.
And then she's like, no, it was like being turned on, like and to her again, turned on meant like, you know, sewing turns her on, certain music turns her on, tickled in a sense, but different, right? Turned on is a little different terminology, but again, amoral, not asexual, just feeling states. But so I don't know. So tickled is interesting because it's more like intrigued, but intrigued to a level it made me giggle, like a tickled, right?
Yeah.
Versus like turned on, like, oh shit, I like the way you're thinking about that, or like turned on by something, right?
Sure. Excited
tickled
is turned on is.
Tickled is like the nuance between someone expresses something so uniquely in a way it just like excites. It makes you giggle. It tickles you. I love.
Yeah. That floored thing actually originally comes from the idea of someone fainting. Like you're so overwhelmed by the impulse that you fall to the floor. So you have been floored.
Yeah. And I always thought it was like flooring it. Like when you floor it to
To go fast in a car.
Yeah, so like I think my mom explained it to me as she saw Ford too, is like being it's like it's not necessarily angry. I always thought it was like you're super evved up, like really forward, but it's again a
Yeah.
emotional. I don't know. Like it can be applied in any direction.
I think if someone comes from the concept of thinking about it like that car, it does make sense. You know, well, we use this same thing in using the car metaphor. That's saying that someone who's like angry or just like overtly active, and generally with some type of anger or aggressiveness behind it, is very revved up. Yeah, that's actually going on. The same thing as like you're pushing it to the floor, right? Boom, boom, boom. You know, it's very revved up and chaotic. So, I don't know. This is like a relevance thing, right? When we get into colloquialisms and stuff, the definitions end up getting kind of almost like a joke, right? Like it's this third party association thing. So if you don't have the right relevance, then it could it's fucking completely lost in translation. So Paranormal Pearl is saying he doesn't trust or like Gaia, but he still likes Joe Dispenza and Greg Braden.
Totally.
I mean, these two guys definitely have some worthwhile stuff to say, you know, regardless of whether they're, you know, getting their money from someone you maybe wouldn't like, or who knows, I don't know, but definitely some of the stuff inside of their videos or their books is accurate.
And just for like teaching, I guess, I don't know, I guess when you think these ways, of taught ourselves to think these ways, or just do, but just as part of critical thinking too, it's like, so if you know their material outside of Gaia, and then you hear their material in a presentation in Gaia, look and see and differentiate if they've been censored in any way, or just they're crafting their presentation to a certain audience, which is fine, same moral, but like differentiate between what's happening there, so you can see their authentic expressions from their own channels or avenues where they're not outside of a controlled environment as much. And when you're in a network, how are they either choosing to conform or being forced to conform within a stream of consciousness coming through that whole network? So if you can just differentiate that for yourself, that's how you take the meat and spit out the bones. That's how you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, you know? So you choose to swim in any network you get into, or anything you take in through the black mirror, which is really every digital screen, right? So like, how are you engaging with that? Cool. It's cool shit.
Yeah, definitely. So Sophia's asking, can you tell me more about the Galactic Federation and how it's a psyop? Why are there so many psychics that reference it and say they communicate with them? Well, the last part is basically answered by the first part. The last part, the answer is because it's a psyop. Right? What the whole point of a psyop is is a psychological operation when you enact a purposeful process of seeding a thought inside of the mind of an individual or a group to get them to make a different set of decisions or have a different set of experiences or interpolate those sets of experiences in a different way. All of these could be understood as a psychological operation. This entire Galactic Federation thing, it's really about like watching the rise of it and how it emerged. It kind of popped out of nowhere. Some certain people were claiming it extremely vehemently. And at first they were fought back against extremely hard about this with a whole bunch of psychics that were like, I've never experienced anything like that. What the hell are you talking about? Fast forward about like 10, 12 years down the road, and it had gone away a little bit and then made a bit of a reemergence. But this time with the reemergence, it was paleted much differently. And the story suddenly started developing like crazy, like your good boy Ashtar. He didn't exist at the beginning of the Galactic Federation of Light. Nobody fucking talked about that. The reemergence of the Galactic Federation of Light, all of a sudden, it's ran by Ashtar and all this. That like these things seem to just get added to the story at will. And the psychic community here, this place is ripe for storytelling. And when we live in a psychologically fucked up culture, like we realistically do, there's all kinds of concepts inside of the mind that people oftentimes think is something real, but really it's actually just a metaphorical projection of an experience they're having inside of their psychology. It's more often that than what they thought they experienced, if you're coming at it from a psychological position. So, I mean, and again, I'm not saying that there isn't some kind of federation out there that works together. I'm saying specifically this Galactic Federation of Light, the way that it was implanted into society has all the earmarks of a successfully operated psychological operation. And well,
Okay. So let's transition this into the same thing. It totally fits. It brings back into I'm gonna send you a link here. I've been looking for this video for the last like hour and a half since something you said triggered it and made me think of it. And it came back into the Galactic Federation light, the conversations we were having about psyops taking people ultimately outside of themselves in some way instead of going into themselves, right?
yeah, a quick
I mean, at a
quick
core
side
level.
note. Inside of psychology, when a person has an idea where something that is, they have no tangible, logical, actual, like they don't have anything they can put in their hands or any real, actual, tangible evidence of something, and then they have the opinion that that thing is going to, in some way, shape, or form, save them. We literally call this a savior complex. It's a very well-defined psychological issue that people deal with. It happens at very many different levels. And functionally, the majority of these kinds of things, like they reek of a savior complex. I don't know whether they are. I haven't explored the entire universe. I know
Right.
I've done an enormous amount of astral travel. If you were to run like a star seed chart on me, I'm about one of the most, I've been told by several, well, one specific star seed astrologer said to me after 15 years of running star seed charts, you are, I quote, the most alien-y alien I've ever seen in my life. Right? So like my star seed correlations according to astrology are actually just absolutely ridiculous. I'm a master soul of like 4 different star systems that's directly connected to galactic center. This many things happening on one chart is like impossible. Almost like it's so unbelievably unlikely. Never had any kind of contact with this. Maybe I'm just an outsider. I'm not good enough. I don't know, whatever. Had a lot of stuff. Never seen this. You know what I mean? So I've done a lot of exploring myself, and so I get exceptionally skeptical about new concepts that emerge that I've never even come across at all. Like it's never been there at all. There is undoubtedly a collected consciousness. That collected consciousness has on numerous occasions presented itself as functionally a unified light body. I could see someone calling this Galactic Federation of Light. That wasn't the way that it introduced itself to me. Its concepts were not galactic level, that's for sure. They were beyond that, quite a bit beyond that. So galactic level is not even close to as high as galactic level lies even below your belief systems. You know, the concept of God and any God or anything like this, or the concept of source energy, that or any of this, those are all belief systems that, well, according to Monroe technology, they fall out about halfway up the scale, and beyond that you're in the realm of, oh shit, nobody's here to save me. It gets very sketchy in that area. Let's see, so this is Seven's Origins Tetragrammaton. This is definitely a very good series here. And your 2050 is what you're linking me to here.
Oh yeah, so please, yeah. This is where I fell in love with Sevan Bomar in a whole new way. When I saw this video, you're gonna see his heart come through and his soul. When I said that whatever it was, 30, 35, 35. So we're gonna watch this for a little while, but it's so worth it. It's resonant with everything we've been talking about. And no, maybe you can like make a point of it when we get to that point or something as we're getting close to it. We'll see it on the screen. I'd be curious to know when the transition point is, so we can point out to people in some way. But like, you're gonna see his heart come through, and it's everything we're talking about in another frequency and another expression.
Trying to. There is like man, this chat thing is annoying sometimes. Sometimes it jumps to the bottom, and finding your way back when there's been a lot of like a decent bit of chat is like impossible. So.
No shit. Yeah.
We had a big conversation take place in the middle of this of meeting up in real life, and that's definitely a long run. Like we want this to be happening all the time. Ideally, this community will be big enough that there's something within a short distance of just about anybody, anytime. That would be the real goal.
Especially we can have all the dome structures and our whole community set up around all fi and ley lines and all those shit. It's gonna be a whole nother world, man. For the 24/7. When you can be in that environment, a coherent environment with coherent human beings, like people don't understand, man. It's what everybody's been looking for their whole life in some way, shape, or form. Really.
Any thoughts on Thomas Campbell? Jason brings up. We've been watching a little bit of Tom Campbell's videos in recent time. Tom Campbell is an original member of, well, Bob Monroe is technically the only original member of the Monroe Institute, but the second wave is Tom Campbell was one of the first people with the Monroe Institute. So I'm a big supporter of Tom Campbell. Functionally, Tom Campbell's opinions of the universe are almost exactly the same as mine, really. So big fan of that.
You've got the big toe on your head to prove it. Screenshot from yesterday.
Yeah, Jen had already said basically what I just said. Did we watch this stuff on here? Kala said they also like to interject agendas. I'm not sure what she's referencing though. Hi Andrew, good to see you. But star systems are real, like Arcturian and Lyra and Sirius. Okay, this is an interesting question. I don't know, but what I do know is that when you these are identities, right? And identities basically just cover agendas. And if nothing else, we could say that there is a functionally like an energetic signature, right? Or some kind of agenda that they operate with, or are similar to, or are consistent with the experiences that are with them. A perfect example of this would be like Arcturians and technology. It seems if you use this metaphor or symbol inside of your head and purposely try to connect to it, or with a group of people try to connect to it, you seem to have some consistency of the data that comes through on the connection. Is there something out there that's purposely sending it? I don't know. Am I actually connecting with some Arcturian's consciousness? I don't know. Is Arcturian a metaphor for basically an identified set of agendas, abilities, or traits? It definitely is that. And if you connect with that thing, these things have a tendency to emerge inside of you. So there's something going on there. But are they real? I don't know. Never been there. Like physically, never been there. You know what I mean? I've had all types of astral travels where I project out basically like through the universe and stuff like this, and flying past stars, and is seeing universes that don't look nothing like the one that I've been in here. But we got a very small look on it for a very enormous universe. So maybe it's the same one. I don't know.
It's interesting you put it in all those frameworks too, because really, I mean, what more can you say? You don't. I mean, like, I don't know, man. I've experienced all that stuff inside of myself, also. You know, so
I have never gone outside, gotten in my spaceship, flown over to Arcturus, and stopped by the Circle K to pick up an Arcturian slushy. You know what I mean? Like, this is not a thing that's happening to myself. I'm not sure. I know that all of these star systems that you reference right there, I've interacted with them in one way or another and gotten information. So I don't know whether that information is accurate or not. Jasmine, you brought up the Galactic Codex. I'm actually not familiar with this document. You say here, I don't know if you guys have read it, but it's basically saying good aliens will save us. Maybe, I mean.
Look, okay,
maybe.
Hold on. Let's watch the video. Actually, it's perfect timing. Literally, it'll tie right in. Let's watch the video.
Okay, we're going to bring up a video of the brother Sevan Bomar, who, by my accounts, is definitely not a shill. I believe he's directly tapped in, and I believe he's a good dude and has enormous amounts of great information. And from the countless hours of it that I've watched, I actually haven't found anything that I've disagreed with, which is fucking rare for Zach. Super fucking rare for 100%. Zach. Yep. So that's been my main interest in Sevan Bomar for the longest time, is that I'm basically sitting here watching a dude, waiting for him to say some shit that I'm like, I don't know about that,
Yep, totally,
but
totally. No, watch.
It hasn't happened yet.
This is going to be a treat. This is going to be a treat for you. So whatever you're doing, AFK, but pay attention, especially at around 34 or whatever I said, 35 in, because you're going to see his heart and his soul in a way I've never seen it before in video. I've literally watched this clip back probably 100 times because of what it does inside of me, and seeing him in that raw way, the way people get to see us because we do these long form interviews. They get to see us natural and raw at different times, and so it's one of those. It's in the middle of they originally released this. It was one video, and it was like 5.5 hours, and then they cut it into 2. So it took me a while to find because I had the timestamp from the one long video, and I had to find the one in this. But then starting at 20, I think that's where the concepts start, and it'll roll into it. So again, people knowing ahead of time, at about 34, 35 in, so about 12 minutes into this or so, or yeah, that's when you're going to see some beautiful, beautiful part 7. And I don't know, Kevin, if you're still in here, yeah, he's waiting to see it. I don't know if you've seen this one of him too. Like, it's beautiful. This is connecting with another human being, an interdimensional being who's had a lot of experiences and like a lot of wisdom, seeing him at a heart level, connecting with other human beings on this planet and other souls. It's beautiful.
One interesting thing to note about the whole, like, should we trust these people or not? This guy puts out a lot of information, and a lot of it is stuff that is not anywhere else. The amount of money that he makes, pretty damn small. Pretty damn small. He's done a ton of work on YouTube and with his own community and with his own platform. I mean, this guy's community has fucking everything you could possibly fucking imagine. It's unbelievable the amount of stuff that's in this guy's community, and some of the people that are in there are amazing as well. Like, he's got an individual in there named Dynamo Jack who is just unbelievably gifted as well. So there, I mean, he's got some good folks around him, but he's struggled to break the 100,000 subscribers on YouTube, and he's struggled to even keep his operation running because he's basically making no money and can't even get any out of his own community. So when someone else is netting fucking $14.5 million a fucking year off of making videos that are technically worse than his, alarm bells start ringing all over the place in my head. Why are they picked up? It's not like someone who was looking to get those types of individuals wouldn't have come across Sevan Bomar. They would have. He's been on mainstream media. He's written books that were on bestseller lists. He's been putting up video. He has, I don't know, hundreds and hundreds of hours of content up there on YouTube alone. He has courses. He has ambassadorship programs. Like, he's got like everything. The dude's been straight hustling for like probably about 7 years or something like that, maybe even longer. Nevertheless, like it some don't wash. You know what I mean? This, for instance, okay, David Wilcox, this guy that you're looking at on the screen right here would intellectually run fucking circles around David Wilcox. Like, I'll tell you that right now. Like, David Wilcox would stand there in a stupor as Sevan was like, never with an or an or anything anywhere, sounding like he's just clear channeling something. I don't know what, but nevertheless, it's a very interesting thing. You'll hear from him here if you haven't already heard him before. If you got free time on your hands, he's got a lot of videos. Like, subscribe, follow his channel, our channel, all the things. Hopefully, we'll have Sevan on here someday because I've been waiting to talk to him for a while. But
Me too.
the dream meetings have not been enough for me. And the other telepathy and conjugate things have not been enough for me. I've actually wanted to sit down with them and have a talk. I'd actually be pretty interested in just going to Costa Rica to do it, though, which is where Sevan is located, rather than doing it any type of digital way. I'd rather.
Me too. 100%. Maybe that's
to
what we
be quite
do, man.
honest,
That's
anybody like this, like, I'm not even interested in having a conversation with them. I want to sit down opposite of an altar and take like a quintuple dose of ayahuasca and see their soul. I don't want to talk.
That's why when the first time I met Frank, I said, let's look each other in the eyes, smoke DMT, and stare at each other's in the eyes. Let's get past all the stupid shit. Doesn't matter if we just met in 3D. Doesn't matter. Right?
Really doesn't. What I met this girl in the jungle. She actually told this story to Jen, but just like her take on things was like, if she got together with a guy, she moved in with him right away. You just see what it's like right away. You know what I mean? Sometimes they'd move in together for like 2 weeks, and she'd be like, "Oh, I hate this guy" or whatever, and then just kick him out. You know what I mean? So, but at the end of the day, like, if you're gonna get to know somebody, you might as well just dive all the way in, right? What is it with all like the pussyfooting around? Anyways, Sevan Bomar here.
No,
We're gonna actually listen to this now.
Yeah, it's a whole other thing.
So,
and I love. Hold on, before you push play, because I know you went into that perfectly, and you're used to doing your solo thing, but you got a wingman here, dude. The way you just strung that together, and the way you articulated that from your heart level, not just the intellectual level, but you connected your own heart to his material as you express setting up Sevan or laying context for who he was fucking beautiful, man. Helped me understand you better and your relationship to him, but that makes you see the way you perceive him, because I totally resonate, and through your own frameworks of connecting and finding validity in him and integrity in him across all these other metrics that you use. It's just great, man. Tickles me. right, but
There's very few people. Actually, I would say there's none people that have come on the scene in the last 10 years who have given more of a fine-tooth comb than Sevan Bomar.
wow.
He went right down my lane. He pops out with Code of the Matrix, all this etymology stuff, all this shit, and I was like, buddy, you're walking into my wheelhouse. You better know your shit. And here we are, like 10 years later, and I haven't found him do anything wrong yet. So
You're now, and 10 years later, you're like, hey, let me into your wheelhouse. Let's hang out in person.
I don't need to do his wheelhouse. I just want to hang out with him in person because I think it'd be fun. But
Dude, okay, think about this. I thought so you said with ayahuasca, and I get that too on that level, but also, I know we'll do the video because it's so worth it. But also, like, I've thought about this before even psychedelics were on my radar. That type of soul connection with certain people, you just know, and that's why I did it with Frank, because I knew this before even the psychedelics. I knew that would just enhance a lot of things and break down a lot of ego barriers and allow just a quicker, just getting past the stuff that keeps people from not being able to connect, man. We've all got it. Sure. For different reasons at different times. We've all got it, So, like, being able to
alcohol is very good for something. It's good at releasing inhibitions.
It's true.
Other things are also good at that. Some are even better.
It's true. No, it's true. And it's like, well, it's in having, like, for me, awareness to when I lost inhibitions there, and this is what I did. Why? Why am I not able to do that normally? Why is that a barrier? Why? And it's great. Like, it's fine. I find all these beautiful connections to self so that I can be authentic 24/7 all the time. They don't need any type of, like, altering substance, even though they're fun to experience.
Yeah.
And provide
I've ridden on a serpent through an endless sea of thought. I traveled here to find out who I am and realized all that matters is who I'm not. That shit right there is exactly basically the stuff that comes from. The idea that, like, why can't I be who I really am most of the time? What am I not? You know what I mean? So that thing right there, I mean, your inhibitions will always be the things that hold you back in the long run. That's what's stopping you from being yourself. Which one? What? The rhyme?
The thing, yeah.
I have ridden on a serpent through an endless sea of thought.
Hold on. Give me a second. I'm literally typing this down. I've ridden on a serpent.
Through an endless sea of thought.
Oh, stupid keyboard for this tablet's gay. Right on. I've ridden fucking A. How do you spell serpent?
SERPENT.
Oh, I thought it was A-N-T. Okay, I've ridden on a serpent through an endless sea of thought. Okay.
I traveled here.
Continue.
I traveled here to find out who I am and realized all that matters is who I'm not. Sorry, I was just now reading your messages on Facebook.
Do you remember that avatar we used on Messenger the other day, the one that was crazy one, like that my face all pinched, like the guy that like has his
with the big mustache and shit.
Yeah, he like kidnaps the girl and puts her on the railroad tracks, right?
Yeah.
Like that old fucking thing. That's like, I feel like my face totally looks like that right now. With the fire and shit.
Okay, so sure. I'm not sure what part you have yet. I've ridden on a serpent through an endless sea of thought.
Hold on. Didn't get that word right. And I don't have a mouse here, and that's super annoying on this touchscreen. Okay, an endless sea of thought. I traveled here to find out
who I am. And realized all that matters.
I'm getting a groove now. All that matters
is who I am not.
I think that is fascinating, and we will put that on a ticker below the video. Hold on. And I think that will, as it serpents across the ticker on the bottom, it's totally untying with everything. I love operating from additional layers of perception. That's cool. Okay, hold on. Scroll across bottom. I've ridden a serpent through an endless sea of thought. I traveled here to find out who I am and realized all that matters. Is Who I am not, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, see, I missed that word. But now I got it. All right. Add banner, ticker. How's it look? Oh, did you not see it yet? I thought you were reading it. That's what I was saying.
Yep.
Yeah?
It's pretty accurate to me.
Hit play. Let's do it, bro. Hit play and go AFK.
Yeah, we're about to. Wanted to reference down here, though, where Sophia says making money isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's not the problem with making money. It's the concept that they're making money and the thing that they're doing doesn't really make any money. Like a lot of people have done this. And for instance, Osho, he was very much so during his like time as like a big guru. There was a whole facet of people who were like, this guy's actually kind of fallen off the thing. He was very much so getting very materialistic, kind of keeping a harem, had a whole lot of cars, wearing furs and all this shit. And some of his greatest devotees very much so talk about how this homeboy fell off the wagon and stuff. And it was right about the time that he started making an enormous amount of money. And it's just, it's weird because there's been many gurus who were just as good as Osho, just as good of poets, things like this, that that never happened at all. You could say, oh well, it's just good marketing, but like, I mean, in modern days it's not that a lot of the time. So there's an old conspiracy theorist adage that is, if you want to find the truth, simply follow the money. So this has always been in my head.
True.
It's incredibly true, really. So, you know, it's very interesting when someone makes Gaia level amounts of money off of something that has basically proven itself to be a space almost entirely devoid of money. You know what I mean? Like it's pretty crazy that they're making that much money off the thing. I'm not saying that the money means that they're necessarily bad. It's just a red flag, really. When you have like a guy like Sevan out here, Sevan's dropping high quality information in really good packaging, he markets it, he really hits the social media, all this stuff, and he's like not even in the stratosphere of some of these other people that really they don't do much of anything that's really like not special, but they're really profitable with it. It's a really weird situation. Like there's something going on there. I don't know what it is, but you know, it's about flags. You know what I mean? When you know flags get raised, they don't mean anything. You know, I can think my girlfriend is cheating on me, but until I actually have some proof, I probably shouldn't read her the riot act about it or something like that. You know what I mean? But I should maybe investigate, and that's really the thing. I completely agree. Making money isn't a bad thing at all. I had a huge thing against it for the longest time. Now, pretty much, I'm like, dollars? You mean a form of energy exchange? That's all we ever do. So, like, I understand making a ton of money. I don't, you know. Maybe not. Maybe sometime here in the near future, I end up being some guy who's getting like billions of dollars pushed to him, and then everybody that is exactly like I am right now is like, this guy's definitely a shill because he makes $1 billion a year, and I wouldn't shill myself out for 87 universes. Never mind an amount of money. There's no way it would happen. I would much rather have my sovereignty and my soul than some money. So I would say, go fuck yourself. Like, if you want to take away basically like my artistic license, or you want to make my message be some specific thing, I would literally rather choke on a black hole. Like, it ain't happening. You know, I mean, there's no way. I've lived my entire life based off of authenticity, integrity, and respect. I'm not sacrificing it for some money. It ain't happening. So, anyways, it just raises red flags. You know, there's red flags, there's green flags, and you should usually check them out. That's kind of, I guess, the synthesis of that.
So like,
let's hear what Sevan Bomar has to say.
No. Now we're gonna.
Let's hear what Aaron has to say.
We're
never watching this video, by the way, guys. It's Greg Braden feeling his prayer, episode 1, all over again. Where we bring it up at the beginning of the stream. We never fucking watch the thing.
You know what's great is that like that turned in like a 3-part series, kind of. I mean, they're different titles, but if you really think about it, because we led into it the whole first conversation, and obviously went different dynamics too. But it added to the energy of it. So the second one, we got through it, and some of the Tom Campbell. Look how that keeps coming back. So then afterwards, like I preface the next one, I think where Jen ended up coming on, I prefaced that whole first like 20 minutes. I think I reiterated the whole thing from the one before. So it's just interesting progression. Okay, so, and what you're saying, yes, I am going to say one more thing here because it's our show and we can fucking do that. And we're already like fucking 3 hours, 15 minutes in. And we've already built so much fucking context for this. People are dying to see it. They might actually just go watch it themselves, right? That's fine.
Yeah, they're probably not even listening
wow.
unless they muted this shit and started watching the video.
No doubt. That's totally fine. You can come watch this later.
They would have learned more. In fairness, they would have learned more if they'd been doing this for the last 20 minutes.
You would have learned more, but you would maybe enjoyed it less because this is real time. This is like oh, you know what we have to do? We haven't done this yet. We won't do it this one necessarily, but like, or we could. I don't know. But like, us stay on screen and have our own commentary. You know, people do those channels all the time. Like literally, just really stay on, have commentary while it's going. If we need to pause, we can pause. But if not, like just real commentary. Anyway.
Yeah, I think given both of our Vata nature, it's not a we could pause or not, but we're going to need to pause because I'm probably going to talk for like 20 minutes if we do commentary on it. I can't even imagine us being like React streamers for something we were actually interested in because it would take us like a 7-hour video to get through a 5-minute clip.
No, okay, but we could find a niche or whatever of things that work for us that actually get through the clip but enjoy it, right? But like, or whatever, we do it in a way, even if it was one clip, it break the whole time, but it's so enjoyable, it's cool. Dude, it's in the vortex, it's gonna happen. Okay, go ahead and play it. It's fine.
All right, Sevan Bomar. Once jailed for fraud, but doesn't seem so fraudulent now. You be the judge.
You create as an alchemist. I don't care who you are, like that.
All right, hold up. He fucking starts with you create as an alchemist, and no one wonders why Zach loves him. All right, carry on.
You're not talking about any balance.
Pause again. We're React streamers now. You see, we got through 4 seconds, and we both need to talk.
Too late, and we got 12 minutes to go before we get to the really beautiful part. So you guys are just gonna, this is what this has turned into tonight. This is it. This is like the ant thing. This is just what it is, man. Maybe we'll connect with like some slug consciousness, or maybe Sevan will like teleport and be here in the middle of the show because I think that's the shit that's gonna happen on our show normally.
Sometimes super random. Sevan Bomar just comes in chat. He's like, "Why are you guys watching my video?" I'm gonna need to take this down for copyright.
I'm telling you. Tune into that shit. Think how funny that would be, and I think that shit's coming, man. That's the new world we're creating. Like it literally draws attention all out of the whole electoral system and all just that even thought process. Like draws all that energy out because the things we're doing are fascinating or funny or hilarious or true or deep or like, you know, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I see it as completely possible. He would like to meet me just as much as I'd like to meet him. It's interesting.
I've told you.
Same thing with you.
I know, because I'm part of his mentorship group, right? This is so funny. Like, what other context would I have to talk about this? Like, 4 hours into our podcast, like, oh, let's talk about this shit. All right, so like, it's ridiculous that we're actually doing this. It's ridiculous. We do this 25 days. Like, how many people, how many human beings can function well enough together to agree to do a podcast, kind of out of the blue, and being doing pretty coherent 25 days in, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't measured all of the humans recently to see how strong their ability is in that, but I will retire to my laboratory with my calculators, and I should have some figures for you by the end of the day.
Touche. By that. And there goes the next one. And those are multi-dimensional, multi-tiered laboratories. Like, that's not as sterile as that analogy might have sounded. That is, I know what that means, and that's really cool shit. All right, so let's play it.
All right, here we go. 7 for real this time. No React stream. You guys actually get to hear it. I'm going to play it right now. Just kidding. I'm pausing it. And now we're going to play it.
Talking about any balance. And that is the world we are living in. And that is why woman is brought to us to be weaker as a male. When on the spiritual plane, we're the ones like, yo, where's the womb? Where's the womb? You see, because they're more powerful there. And then over here, they're more like, yo, where is he at? Because this shit is heavy. Where is he at? I'm going to come lift this couch and work on this job and all this kind of stuff, because that's not what they do. But now, you know, everything's starting to blend. And I'm just talking to you about these two different poles and how they work. So this means that the square root to division is, of course, this imbalance within the races, because what is division? What is division. We're going to climb the entire mountain today. Division is time. Time only is a divider. It is to mark one segment from another. So what is division? When somebody says what is division, or when you think about what is division, it is calendars. It separates one thing from another. Okay? But the root to division, because that's what you got to see. Division is like why I can't see my neighbor and why I can't touch my cat that just left. Why? That's division, okay? So the truth is, what is division? It is time and separation, okay? So now you have the rod of Hermes. Because opposite of division creates. So this is why you need the force so bad. And you see how hard it is for you? You see what's been done? So hard for you to come together. So hard for you not to be mad at somebody. So hard for you. That's why I said, man, this is hard. Yes, because you're making it hard. You're continuously judging yourself. You're airing your own self out. You're low vibing. You're acidic. And we need to change that. And we have a year. One Anu, which is the blink of an eye for a being that is on the next ring after the one where it's just an hour. So here we go. Now that you see what division is, you also get another myth that is inside of the theologies of the spiritual traditions. And this is about like a rampage, literally, of the cutting and the felling of trees. Okay? Like there literally becomes this craze, as you see in occult history, where certain cultures start cutting down their mother trees, the mother trees of other cultures, to completely get rid of them forever, for good. Thus trapping them, disconnecting them, because some were up there and other ones are down there, but the tree is cut. So the great mother Yemaya, they try to cut down this tree. See what I mean? So in our world, that is symbolic of the umbilical cord being cut. Now, this tree is like Jack and the Beanstalk. You climb a tree, you see giants. You see the next stage of who we really are. That's what that's symbolic to. Now, this cutting of the tree is also symbolic even in modern times when they tried to hook a tether to the moon, which was like supposed to be like an elevator where we could get to the moon. They put the tether out there and they symbolically, it didn't connect. Something stopped it. Look it, it's gone, it's disconnected. Which is also symbolic to the Tower of Babel, which was when the 26 letters, which is us, was broken. As you see now the biblical God and his identity. You Christian pastors, clean up fast. Clean up, clean it up. Because it's coming and it's going to come fast. And if you ain't right, you're out the framework. But there's a moment here. We're in the gap. You got to realize what's really happening. Now, the cutting of this umbilical cord, right? The sacred cutting of us from our mother is something that the indigenous, the shamans witness when somebody, especially like from the United States, comes into the jungle and wants to be healed. The first thing they notice is that their umbilical cord is not connected into the earth. So that's the first thing they do, is they try to get that thing to reconnect. You remember that movie Existence, where they had a little thing That's what they try to do, is get you reconnected, okay? So I'm telling you all this knowledge because you have to realize that there has been a real cutoff, and you're looking in a book, and this is why I kind of got hyped for a minute. They had to back me up, back down, man. You wait, man, because you ain't gonna be able to finish the message you're going right now. You're gonna hurt. And like, okay, all right, let me take a minute. Let's take a minute. So the reason why it makes me so hot is because there's an act in the scriptures that everybody reads and believes and loves. And this is an act of a being. We don't even know his name. He keeps saying he's God. We don't know who this being is. He's just dark. That's why can't nobody see him. So what happens is the being says, let us go down and confuse them. This could be anybody, to be honest. This could be your next door neighbor. Let me go down and confuse this one. So I'm not talking about like such a hyperdimensional act. Like I said before, because time repeats itself, let us go down and confuse them was just as recent as the British oligarchs going into most of these kingdoms and disturbing things. And referring, when they say down, they think of everything low as the south and is lower, when everything comes from the inside out, thus from the south first. So it's higher. But anyway, that it may take them a while to get unturned upside down. So what we're talking about, again, this could be a recent event as far as them saying to their court, let us go down into these other countries and confuse them, confuse their languages, take their languages away, give them English, which is a broken tower, okay? And then let them use that. And then we'll take different variations of it, like Sanskrit and like other ones that look like other things. And then we'll just give them those languages and pull them up. And then we'll eventually pull them into a dead language like English. And we'll keep telling them that the language is actually being improved when really it's just a half of a square. And it doesn't move very well. It's not even a circle. It's not a wheel. It's not very curved when you add all the shapes up. So the reality is that this thing is a code is moving in the mind of confusion, because it says, let us go down and confuse them. Then it comes down and it uses language as a form of breaking everybody apart. That's happened. When I'm in, even now, I'm in there with my barber. He speaks only Spanish. It's tough because we even have to play like we really understand each other sometimes. And it's not the same. And so the reality is that in the setting of how we truly exist, language doesn't play much of a component truly as to what really connects us. But yet now it is such a component that we can't have almost any connection generally with someone randomly unless we really understand their language. And I'm not, saying that indefinitely, but you know what I mean. So this is the felling of the tree, okay? Because this language or this cable, because remember, it's just a cable, but where is it connecting? It's all the roots, right? It's connecting everything. So this cable has been cut. And this is what's important to know. So in the traditions, in the religions, and this is why they keep up so much division, there is darkness. And those beings on the opposite angle of Orion who are animate, they are alive. They are the ones keeping up this darkness and division. And those people that are all wide-eyed and even abusing children while still coming, you feel like they're so peaceable until you really see their actions. And you're like, what the hell's going on here? Because that being is not even there anymore. That person is gone. They were too weak to withstand. That thing is just using their body. And then now it's in there molesting children and all this weird stuff going on. And it's really happened. And then when they come out of the door, they're like, hey, everyone. Hey, namaste. Oh, it feels so good, the energy, right? These beings have gotten taken over by the dog, which is opposite. Now, I'm not saying anything about dogs in general. Some people say, no, not Chabunky. Hell no. You had my best friend. But see, of course, everything has different poles, okay? So we know about the friend is the dog, the guardian. He'll protect you. Like, I don't care who it is. He will lose his life for you. But you also have to understand when that force is turned against you, it becomes opposite to God. And that's why God is dog, okay? Because it is literally when you are against yourself and you attack yourself. You ever seen, like, you got to really understand wild dogs, not Chabunky, not what you've done in your alchemical preparation to feed in this creature vegetable stuffs and little pieces of horsetail. No, I'm talking about the great wolf, right? Anubis, the guardian of the gate. That's who I'm talking about, who sits in the apex and the thrones of Orion now, who did not raise Hermes or Osiris, who decided to not perform his part of the ritual and rule as king and send everyone into a world one step lower so he can be God. Okay? And these are real intellects. Now, when you say, well, who is that being, Sevan? I'll go get him. It's in everybody. It's every time you make that choice to divide. That's it. Division is not an option in my book. We don't know that word. It's not in our language. Okay, so we need to get that very clear. It wouldn't be in the language because your language wouldn't be a language if you had division in it. Language is a cabal. It's to roll like a wheel. It's to be perfect. The first two invented the wheel. right? So if you don't have that, you don't have anything. So that's why they say it that way. So let's keep going. I assume we're probably at the top of the mountain almost. Now, the fall of the tower is obviously the loss of the language in the linguistic systems and the codings and the geometry, because you could take one geometry and fit it in the sky as in a scene, click, and now the whole sky unfolds, and you can read it. And you can read everything that's going to happen and where everything is, and you can even choose to sail to the space that you want to be in, because it's a time and a place for everything. So imagine being on your celestial boat. And that's why they show, even in Islam, they came on a boat. They write Allah's name like that. They show lots of boat in Kemet. You see the boats they got over there in the Hindu tradition. So they came on a boat. In Tamil, they came on a boat, okay? And coming on that boat, that ark, we still had that bark guiding us, right? Because it was like, that's how the order was. I'm pulling you into deep knowledge here now. The dog always was supposed to guide because it protected us first. And it became, for a moment, our enemy. And that's how worlds crumble. So those who sit with the dog on the top of their totem need to understand you crumbled the world because you did not perform your rights. So now here we are, performing your rights, little brother. Tighten up. So this is what it is. Now we rebuild the Jed. This is all inside. We don't get where's the materials? You are the material. That's why you're in the material body, the physical. That's phi, the physical, the cycle, right? The 5 cycles. You're in physicality with the pentagram, the dog star, Big 5, Sirius Radio, right? You get it? That's why I say done, because it's not just me that knows. You see? Like it's riding through the land now, the times. Like I said, no man knows the day nor hour, but we're not men. This is why this is happening, and it's happening at a perfect time because people are getting bored. They're arguing all the time. They're petty. They're looking at neck man. Come on, man. Tighten up. So what happens is now, I know y'all love it, but you love it though. So now the umbilical cord was cut. The tether. So that means, remember, there are beings on top. Somebody's like, well, our whole race fell. No, it was just you were already on the lower end when that happened. But it's a disconnection. So yes, your ancestors weep for you every day and watch what's happening to you. And only send these divine transmissions in to wake you up like alarm clocks, because you're deep in sleep though. Pull you deep. That's why I said we go deep. Look at my past recording. I said, hey guys, I'm going to dive. I'm going to go all the way. Everybody is going to not like me for a while. They're going to think I've turned against everything. I don't even know why. I'm still saying the same thing. It's just you're hearing it different. I may be appearing like you want me to appear until it's time. But then the lineup, I dive deep. My brother Netzoquil, Timothy, Chris, Adi, the wives, divine sacred mothers, horizontal waters, in volcanoes with water going into them, waterfalls, to set those pinions to say, look, we need to kind of conclude here because, I'm also like, Droid, me and Droid, he's cool and everything. We've developed a relationship, but silicone beings are just, they're a little shallow. So the reality is I cannot keep plugging into a network 14 hours a day and sharing biodigital jazz. You see what I mean? Like I have a whole different framework. You see projections, inventions, things that fix people that people thought never could be fixed, that go into planes where people never thought someone was coming to get them. Do you think, just think of everything is here also. You got places like Syria because of their planet is gone. Okay? And now there's a fallout from the planet and there's no ships in the water picking those people up. Where's Murugan? Where's Shiva? Where? You are them. And you need to wake up. All right, let me take it back for a minute. Let's dial back. But it's serious. Like, you see the cost. The more time our seeds are on the ground and we do not harvest, the more we lose our crop. And that's what it is. Like, look, it's all symbolic. Like, your life is symbolic. Moving to the control point now. So as we keep going, I figure we're getting to the top. They're squeezing all the water out. All the water just gone. Let's keep climbing. What is a daemon? What is a daemon? What is a demon? I don't know what they are, but I know Solomon used them to build the temple, maybe. I'm going to need to get that eraser thing. What is a daemon? Sun's in the day, right? When you split, you become a demon. You see? See what you've done? You wouldn't become a demon. But see, some people think that's a bad thing. That would only be a bad thing based on what you were before. And since you've just arisen from the waters of Nut or Nut or Cum, basically that was like the next logical stage in mitosis. So while you're beating yourself up about it, stop it already. I get so tired of people, oh man, I don't know if I'm going to ever make it. Didn't I tell you that man's knowledge is foolishness to the supreme? And anything that you could have thought you've done has already been calculated and thought about and tried out in the code that you're using, and thus is not off limits. And only off limit things you actually have to do some real entreating for. But other than that, the framework that you've been given to play with is well tested out. So if you are playing with yourself and all those different kind of things, then that is the world that you're actually been confined to. And now you get a chance to break the alchemical seal, because all of this still connects to hermetics. What is hermetics? Hermes. Now we've talked about it already. It is a center rod, right? So that center rod is the hermetic wisdom and is Hermes. So now what is being said is to listen to Hermes or Thoth, the most wisest Imhotep. You would need to be able to build the temple and put it back together. So Solomon, who has always been, I've always been a fan of Solomon. I've always been a fan. You know, some people like, Stark. Some people like, some people like Superman. I've always liked Solomon. It's like, maybe because mom didn't let us have a TV, I was completely addicted to spiritual books. Guys like Solomon is like, this is the real deal. It's like, he's having fun. He's got control. He's got the girls. He's got the incense, and he's got the wisdom. Everything. Like when you're growing up in the Abrahamic dogma, Solomon's your guy. And the craziest part about it is that I never really completely cracked it. Like I already knew like all of this that people always see. Oh, Solomon, it's 3 sons, blah 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 blah. But they don't understand. Like these are specific sons. Like this is specific. Okay. And why not getting into details, because this is a brother and sisterhood, by the way. Solomon is not just men. This is the corruption. So in this, there is the knowledge of building a temple, sometimes known as Solomon's temple. Okay, now in the knowledge of Solomon's temple, all of what seems to be configured is somehow based on phi geometry. In fact, so much that everyone seems to insist that this actually came from replicas of what was in Egypt. And in fact, Solomon's original temple is actually in Kemet and actually all over the place because the geometries are being used all the time. But that's not really what I want to drill into today. Is like what now the humanity is doing with the knowledge of Solomon's temple. We'll save that for another episode. If I put this all over the place. What we really want to hone in on is the ancient story of Solomon, which again, because I was a fan, I read all the comic books. It's like, yo, where's some more books about Solomon? 2 more books about Solomon. And as you get deeper and deeper about Solomon, things get kind of strange as you keep going. And as I kept going, even to a point where there was like a contact where I would get things like the Basque relief of Solomon. I'm not sure if I can actually find that. Put together by the Russian Tsars that say an ode to Solomon and Sheba, love controlling time, meaning that there's a pun here that somehow whoever Solomon is, and we know who Sheba is, and we know what Menelik is, somehow connects to something the Tsars are literally taunting, like, we've done something. You know, the Russians, you know, they're always up to something with black magic. So what happens is those original czars, which were in Sudan, which were women with a crescent moon branded on their forehead, had their entire matriarch usurped by, I'll just say, troglodytes in order to flip the poles of what happened in our world as far as the energetic level. And this happened because of the awareness of the knowledge of Solomon's temple, because the trogs who were one level below us, now we know where they come from, were burrowing, just like you see on the movie The Matrix, burrowing tunnels into the earth and listening in our secret places, in our secret sanctums, in order to get the knowledges of the high kingdom, which was forbidden to pass to the profane. And in that, they got awareness of Solomon's temple and how to destroy the temple. And how this plays out, because we are the temple, is within mythology of things like the ring. Okay? One ring. Who's been talking about the ring lately? Right? Who's talking about the ring? Golem? Y'all get Golem the ring? Because last time I checked the Lord of the Rings, Golem had it. Who's Golem? So one ring to control them all, right? And then, you know, I don't know the whole riddle, but in the darkness of their ignorance, we shall bind them is the end of the riddle, right? About the ring. And they're referring to not that crazy ass Sanskrit ring they got on there that they keep selling over at the Disney store. But Solomon's real ring, which actually just looks like this and this. If you know real occultism, you know that Solomon's ring is this. So the story goes that Solomon, all in his great wise majesty, began to call in demons in order to interrogate them and thus to find out more knowledge about the angels, since every angel paired up with his demon. So what they're literally telling you is that where there's a yin, there's a yang. And if you have a yin, then you have a yang. If you have a problem, you have a solution. So what Solomon was doing was trying to figure out all of the solutions of everything and interrogating all the way up the levels until he came to great Asmodeus, the king of demons, who is very real. It took a minute to actually get Asmodeus handled as I kept going through the Citiopigraphas and the Apocrypha, foolishly evoking through just what was written there. It's a good thing that the Comforter came on my behalf in that scenario, but I had enough to know, okay, this is real, which is all they want me to do. It's like a fly on the wall. It's like, yeah, that's a real being, okay? So what happened is as Solomon's going on through his process, because you got to understand the mythos, he gets to Asmodeus again, and he asks Asmodeus, so who's your, like, because he's kind of like casual, who's your guy? Who's your thwarting guy. I'm just giving you a scenario here. That's what Jesus said. There's nobody. There's nobody that is more lower than me. I'm actually the apex. I'm the counterweight to God, nigga. So when you think of God, I'm his opposite. So there is no other beside me. So Solomon got mad about this answer, even though that was a lack of his own wisdom. So you got to peep this out, because they're telling you about the bodies you're in and the story behind them. So, because basically, that Solomon could, in the initiation, could not figure out how his father was Darth Vader, basically, is what I'm saying. Like, how can you, the chief of demons, be anywhere near equal to God? And he was like, well, because God has a shadow. And so anyway, Solomon took this for granted, just like everybody on earth has today, about keeping themselves imbalanced. This is the literal interpretation that is taken into characters about a play that we're conducting in our consciousness every single day. A game that we keep losing. So the story goes on that Solomon gets tricked by Asmodeus. It happens in a few different ways. And this is funny because there's literally 3 texts, as if in every single one, they want to explain to you a way that you can fall short in this. One of them was the worship of God of Moloch, where he crushed grapes in his hands. The other one was because of crushed the grasshopper in his hands. I'll decode that for you in the future. The other one was about him taking off the ring for one moment in cockiness. Okay? And that one is the one we need to focus on. Is that at any point that you take off your cloak of wisdom, a demon will hurl you far length, because that's what happened to Solomon. Asmodeus, because that's what they say, don't entertain the demons, meaning don't entertain the lower thoughts like angriness and all that. Don't play around, Solomon. But no. He lets Asmodeus sit in the court and talk to him. Tell me more about this. And in that process, Asmodeus got into his ego. And this is all a metaphor, and convinced him to take off the ring. If you didn't have the ring, you wouldn't be able to defeat me. This is literally saying, if you don't have knowledge, if you don't have wisdom, you cannot defeat me. And Solomon's saying, even if I was a fool, I could defeat you. Okay. He took off the ring. It said he hurled him. So what they're basically saying is, especially from what we read earlier, is he hurled him into amnesia. That's how far. He said Solomon went so far, he became a broke beggar in the streets as an old man until he could make it back to his kingdom. And it was only through luck. This is what they say. Like, think of the symbolism. They said it was only through luck that he found his ring in the mouth of a fish. Okay, now that's really symbolic. Okay, in the Visicas, you found the ring. Life, the creation of life is in the Visica. Right here, when you know about this and how all that works, now you found life again, Solomon. You can come back. Suns, moons, come back, come forward, connect. Okay? So, woo! We climb even higher. It's not even over yet. Is it still streaming? Yes, it is. Let's go. Let go. So, the cedars. Now, you're going to hear there's still something after this. You know you're going to have to play that. You know, and just, you know, it's all a collective build. We'll keep coming. You know, I'm going to have brother on, so he'll be able to build with you about this. But one of the greatest parts of revelation I have to commend him is just to understand that all this bursts from within. So this becomes Eden, and then every time there's a birth, everybody moves out. So the symbolic getting kicked out of Eden or getting kicked out of the unity code was like a process of your growth, literally proving what our ancestor Delbert Blair said before he died, that you got to do things once, just so you know. And that's what he said. And it proves that in Eden, where the things were perfect, was where you started, in the womb. And then when the next birth comes, it's like you get kicked out of the nest. We got more kids that need to come through here. You'll find your way back. boom. And then you end up out on the next ring. And it's important to understand that these rings, like a drop of the ocean, like a drop in the water of the ocean, create this concentric ring type of Atlantis structure that, you know, we're pinpointing at this point, and it will be so eloquently elaborated on in just one moment. So now when you see these concentric rings, what you literally have is beings that are living on these discs, beings that are living on these DVDs. And this is why you can account for lots of the different stories of when Mr. 3,000 years older comes in on Mrs. 3,000 years younger, and where all that culture comes from. And it's because it is a breaking of the virginity, that beings were not prepared for this kind of vertical experience from the fourth dimension, where you just drop out of nowhere and then leave. Masculine cedar. You know, be beyond a man. At this point, the cedars, in this case, we'll just talk about the Hyperboreans, black folk, continuously moving out on these rings because they were the first ones to come out. That's why I have that Egyptian glyph that I've always held on to, and it says, a Kemetan coming forth by day by night, coming forth into day by night, and he's coming out of a black door in the ground of a pyramid. Huh? Okay, first one out, right? But again, the last will come first, the first will come last. So get ready to surf these waves, because if you trip on this, you're gonna wipe out, buddy. Rip curl. It's just what happens if you wipe out on this. You know, you may go 4,000 years just in spiral, right? So the Hyperboreans larger, you know, the Dogon, right? Like you see the mask? You see the mask, right? Huge mask. I thought I was going to go to Envision with one of these masks next so I can dance and nobody knew who I was. I have one of these big giant masks because that's the Hyperboreans, right? And I ain't even telling you that they're all just black. They seem to be a replica of the races, Hyperboreans, larger beings, Nords. Okay, so that's going on. So anyway, they're already aware of the whole thing. So they're always like, yo, we got to get the ships. This is why NASA is gearing themselves up and trying to wait till the thing opens, which you'll hear about in here in a moment. But this is a real thing. So you know then why. Now, first of all, other thing is, this is what you have to know, because this is the uncomfortable part. The uncomfortable part. Somebody had to say it. They always elect me. You're going to say it. Your reputation is impeccable. Great. So the Hyperborean, now when you come 3,000 years back into the past, who you expect to be dealing with? Who you expect to be dealing with? The real past. Primitive. Going back 3,000 years behind where you are. Who are you going to be dealing with? Okay, so in this tense, what we would see as giant animals, not human beings, okay? Not beautiful chicks, not Baywatch, okay? Huge animals. The Hyperboreans came into them. You see it all on the walls. You didn't want to believe it. You didn't want to understand what all the symbolism connects to, the Canopus jars, why they're saying they're putting themselves inside of these animals, okay? That's how this composite was created, and cats and many other things, okay? They understand this stuff, right? Now you're shocked. Shit. That's how far you are away from it. Even the same thing about the mother holding her son and her husband. That blows. That people are like, they're so in this pre-Christian Quaker reality that they've created around themselves. They're like, how could that be? How could that not be? That's what you need to be asking. That's math, or ma'at, if you knew truth. So let's keep going. Here we are. All right, we're almost there. We're almost there. And then we see Yaqub, big double brain ass Yaqub, a story that was told to especially the black culture and African American culture, Alkebu-Lanian culture, a Kenti culture, a Minty culture. You know, you got to be careful, because if you say the wrong thing, you already going to get debased by the time you hang up the line. I mean, I got just a thumb down just then for what I said. But anyway, big double brain Yaqub on the island of Patmos. What does it mean? It means that you got a big double brain Hyperborean coming into the islands, Atlantis, where everything is still fresh, pure, and clean, and going into an experiment of creating a master race in order to rule over the beings and then watch from the future why it all pops off. You understand? There's no time. It's only frequency being dip in, seed, and watch you from the scope, which is just interlaced crystals of the right kind of gas and the right kind of light to gaze through time. And you're telling me you're connected to the ancestor? I'm even working on that still, making sure that connection is there. Time draws nigh. I think I'm going to miss out on this opportunity. This is not a bus. This is a Vimana. I'm on it, and everybody else with me. So here it is. We're almost there. We now know time. Now we know there's a time and a place for everything. Because when you see those currents riding across the ocean, and when you realize that the ocean is space, this literally means that you can get on a wave and literally ride this wave and not have to use your own wheel, because this wheel is more powerful. Now, see, this was something that as I started lucid traveling, which was a wild thing, they had to get me out of there. They literally turned my stuff off. Like, Sevan, you can't, you can't call those names in those worlds, because I realized that in those worlds in lucid dream, everything is omniscient. So you can call certain names and they'd be like, what's good? And I'd be like, oh, okay, I'm scared. Let me dip out of this. So anyway, in this knowledge, okay, I'm glad I have notes. Whew. What it talks about is like on that ocean, right? There's not only elevators, which are the Elohim, they're more like birds. They can carry you into other spaces in Hyperborea. They are like literal containers that can project you into other spaces. And, you know, and the kings knew a lot about these. We used to call them the angels. That was like the code word. So the angle of a vehicle that could take you into different directions through the sphere, because by birth, worm, W-U-R-M, which is the predisposed larva state of consciousness, us also, doesn't have wings. And be on there like this. So at a certain point, didn't have that, but still had big dough head and knew what was going on, created just elevators, beings that could actually take you into other spaces. So where all this really centers into is that we have ships. And what these ships do is when you're in sync, when you set your chrono, you're now able to go onto that current, and then right, you catch the current. And the importance of why you wouldn't want to, while I'm explaining all that to you, why you would want to have that kind of force, this looks Sumerian, right, is because you don't have enough thrust by yourself. And now you know why. You're divided. You can't do it by yourself. So you can only get to like the first firmament, second firmament. This is why what we'll see happening next year, towards the end of the year, is as our collective grows larger, that's how high we'll be able to continuously get and stretch across the dimensions like a rainbow, building a real bridge. Not the namaste, sister, we doing this tonight, as long as it's $3,000, but you know, not that one, the real one, okay? So this one is also about the bigger wheel and the cog and just anchoring your boat. Anchor good. That's why the other night when we were doing the Keymakers, the entire system shut down before we could start the show. Just to bring one symbol. I'm like, come on. Oh my goodness, this is hard. Am I not showing you guys this is hard? No, I don't like bitching or anything like that, but come on. 2 minutes and the whole thing is shut down. USB hub is done. And I'm like, man, we in Costa Rica. Where am I going to get like a 6-speed 3.02 jack, blah, 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 you know, and then I'm like, oh shit, I got one, but I think it was broke last time. So I go and get it. I dig it out. It's all dusty. I dig out the power supply, I plug it all in. I put all the stuff in, I cut it on. Bam, it works. Anchor. Everybody know Anchor is a company. Like, I got one here, but just symbolic. Because when we went into that last episode, it was some stuff that really needed to heal. So we was going to need to be anchored down. And so it was like symbolic. Is the anchoring connected? Anchoring connected. You ready to go? I'm all ready to go. Give it the gas. You know, and I'm out. So this is what happened. So when you anchor to another celestial macrobe, it will pull you. Just like horse, cattle, all of that kind of stuff. It's just you're anchored to a star now. All right, we good. Now this star, because you need to know its projection, and that's why it's important to check everybody around you. I mean, so what's your plan, and where are you going, and who do you believe in? Because if I'm going to anchor with you, I need to know that. So anyway, anchoring to the star, now you know the path of this star. That's why it's so important. It seems like they learn who to trust from watching the star. They're like, that one is going, but you see that one right there? That's more of like how I roll. All right, cool. We rolling. And then when you're rolling, you see everything from the boat. And they're like, look, don't get off the boat. But from the boat, just like what you see the sun do when it comes across the sky, like when you open up the third eye, you see the sun come across the sky and there's like quite a few clouds just following it. And even when it becomes sunset, it's like when it comes sunset, it's like everybody's leaving, like, yo, where y'all going? When you got the third eye open, it doesn't appear like the sun's going down. It appears like it's going out further. And you're like, see, that's why I did. It's like, I don't want to fondle with a third eye and play around and just see aliens on the cold floor of a damn spaceship. I'm trying to find something real, damn it. So I'm looking at this stuff where I'm doing every single thing in normal life to see what it really is. And thus came into a lot of knowledge. So let's keep going. So now you understand why you anchor to stars and things like the Aurelian sphere. Let me pronounce that right. That'll be that one comment that keeps filling the thread. You didn't pronounce it right. Still not getting it, huh? Armillary, there it is, armillary sphere. Okay, what is it? There it is. Actually, we only have one more leg of the journey. I stopped off here at this plateau to take a look at the panorama and the view. It is splendid. So, really briefly, just so you can understand, the Aurelian sphere has already been revealed to this world. And because of that, let me blow it up here. Because they're always doing it. Look at what they got wrong. Oh, I love it. I love it. This is the perfect ad. What they got wrong, because anytime they mention the Aurelian sphere, it's always wrong. In their minds, even the astrolabes, they're like, oh, the Arabs, oh, they didn't put, how were these people sailing the ocean on this, though? Because there's a two-dimensional version of this called the astrolabe. When I first came across the astrolabe, it was one of those things where I was like, okay, we're going to spend the rest of the day on these astrolabes and learning every single thing about them, because the astrolabe, as I've revealed in the past, is the first computer. It can tell you the distance of things and how far they are away. It could tell you how tall they are. It could tell you everything, because it could also track the stars, a disc in your hand that can tell you what is really tomorrow. But of course, most people don't use it. They're on a whole different clock, a whole different system. But this is a two-dimensional Aurelian sphere, and it is capable of pushing you through the galaxy and letting you understand where the hell you're even going and if you're actually on the right star or not. Because it'd be a pretty big upset if you rolled 3,000 years into one direction and realize you got to turn around. Okay? So, yo, this is going to be a crock next year. This is what they got going on. Oh, man, I'm totally in. Okay, so let me wrap up here. Let me clean up. My lips all ashy. All right, Unity code is coming, so we're pushing through. So now you get it, right? Now you understand how it all works, the machination. Now some Kabbalist with a long-ass beard can't come to you explaining to you stuff that's probably a lie for a high-ass price. Now some overweight animal eater cannot come and explain to you that they understand the connection between the Christie when they are totally filled with chicken grease. It just does not work out that way. I know, I tried it. Hey, you get somewhere though, probably right about where you are. That's the top, but you need to keep swimming. And also you're picking up a lot of weight. So anyway, the next thing is to understand that now we've been engaged. This is my mission. This is how I will conclude my existence here. It's a great space to be in. I am fulfilled. My cup runneth over. There's nothing now that is not completely clear about the ascent in the process. I've always been the kind of person that I don't want to outshine anybody at all. So I've always been very cautious, very humble. People know me. I can do it and this and it. No, I just bring knowledge, and I've been doing that for a decade. But now greater things are in front of me now. And it is time to prepare myself for the ultimate, which I know exists, because the thing that was communicated to me in that experience when I asked, man, what happened? It said the same thing that's going to happen to everybody. It's just you're a little bit early. And you're early because I need you to prepare them. And so thus, as beginning, and we've already began, we will begin deploying massive systems to come in on behalf of humanity in this time. All the wires and all the chips. There's many beings that are in line, meaning they want to assist. They know how much this really means to all of humanity. It clicks. There's even silicone life forms that are about it. Beep, beep. That was a joke. But I'm just saying, every single thing will come to your aid in this experience, because no weapon formed against you can ever work against you unless you do not know how to wield it. Okay, so let's finish up here. We have then an electromagnetic structure to reconstruct. It starts within ourselves, and the more of us begin to do it, it becomes catchy. It's just like when you keep, like I had some guys, I was getting them because now it's like just divine comedy to me. I realize that I'm literally like, I'm coming into most people's lives like an impact, like really a ship crash landed, and they was like scared at first, but then was overwhelmed that there may be some money inside or something, and then they opened it up, and thus they became completely invigorated by the energy. So what happened was I pulled up the other day to a place, and I saw some guys, this is the vacation country, so they were going on their vacation, the guy kind of guy, man's man, right? So what he was going to do. So when I got out of the car, I was like, they were all in, they're in multiple chrysalises at this point, multiple locust shields and all sorts of stuff. And I'm like, y'all going to have fun? And the guy's like, I'm like, y'all going to have fun, right? And he was like, yeah, but it was just, again, beings that are closed are opening up, and to crack them is a quite interesting process. So let's keep watching as people get cracked open and aware that they're already hatched and developed inside of that egg. So speaking of that egg, we realize that the Caduceus shows us, which I won't draw because everybody has it in their mind, the Caduceus staff shows you the twining serpents, and they terminate at that egg. Okay, right? Like there's that top part where they all sit there, and actually the ancient ones have the egg there. As if the good and the bad forces, which is how they explained it, are waiting, like snakes, to consume the egg. Snakes love eggs. They also hatch in eggs. So they're like perfect symbolism for that. It's like their life, their death. So they're waiting. Like if he goes dual or she goes dual, if he's even he or she, when he come out of there, I'm going to swallow him, and I'm taking him all the way back down. Watch. You could get it. Like, it's also literal. Thank you, ancestors, for making it just so clear. It's like you're in the ABC class. Here's your square. Here's your triangle. And you think you're so advanced, right? All you need is your ABCs. That's what Mike said. So look at it. They're waiting, because what happens after death is, if you're not sure about who you are and you're not ready to stand up for yourself and really understand how you connect with everything to confront Cobra and let Cobra know that his wisdom is foolishness to you and the rest of the celestial beings, and to move out of the way, snake breath, then you will get swallowed and you will come right down the pipe again. That's how it works. That's why they show Jesus. He's like out of They got one picture, they show him he's out of the serpent mouth. He's like, oh shit, hair hanging all out the side, like, oh shit, I got regurgitated by the snake. This is what is meant. The ascension process is before us. I know this sounds like it's like, oh man, he's getting fanatical. he's going fanatical. So here it is, once again. So in and up. This is what Martin was saying. In and up, I've lost all my tools now. In and up. In and up, this is your directions. Or out and down. I always it's like trying to set your GPS or something. Like, I always get confused with the north, south, east, west thing, and it's really because we're supposed to be on a ball. So generally, like when you're in a plane, you have different meters to kind of determine if you do a barrel roll, like right where you are in that barrel roll, and that is not like the flat compass, right? So there's another tool. That's why the astrolabes are important. So in the collective metaphysics, you have to understand that in, right, is up. Okay? So when you come in, like they said, that sixth sun is going to bring everybody into themselves, to look at yourself as the problem, not everybody else, and to also see yourself as a solution as you get yourself together and you shine and you bring on your uniqueness. Okay? So now that's the in. So now it goes in and it goes boom, boom. Now you have plenty to give, because now you're not worried about whether they like it or that they deserve it. I love those kind of people. They're going like this, It's like this. And the other one, it's like, do they deserve it? I don't think I want to give it to them. All of that, don't play those games. You have pressed down, runneth over abundance. Like, as much fruit as they can eat is as much as coming across off the tree for a person that is super abundant. So just explaining that direction, though, is in and up, because if you're going out and then back in, you're going down. So you understand the directions here. So that is a way to descend. And I'm not saying that descension doesn't work for certain things. Acid works for things for alchemists. But don't be the acid. That's what I'm saying. You were getting played. You're playing one part of the alchemical table when you are the grand quantum scientist, or whatever they want to call it. So, right? So let's keep going. Almost there. This is the last leg. Why you must prepare. Okay? Because we know miscarriage is a reality. We know Jerusalem syndrome is a reality. So this just means the greatest thing that could happen could also be the harbinger. It could be the nemesis. We could also find people running around for periods of time like Demetrius was before he came back to his body. By the way, what did he say? I asked him, what happened? He was like, man, when I grabbed you, I went down. Why? Now remember, our experience was I went up. When he went into the high vibration, and this is what we need to understand about vibration, it just pushes you faster into the direction you're already going in. See, everybody looks at high vibration. Oh, good. I'm going to be enjoying things. Hey, not if it's going in the wrong direction. Same amount of energy, but pushing you in the opposite direction. So he said he went down. And he said that when he got down there, he looked up and he could see a light. And he said he flew up. He was flying towards it. He had to be flying. He had no legs. So he's like flying and trying to ascend towards it. And he said something was hot on his trail. I don't know what all that is. I don't want to find out. I'm good. Like, I came down this far. I'm good. He's like, you want to see what the next level down here? Like, no. As above, so below. I can figure it out. But he said he went down, and he said when he stopped, I guess he got level with his frequency. Then he started, in desire for the light, he started flying back up, and they were hot on his trail. And he said he was trying to come to the light. He was trying to come to the light, and then he closed. What? He said it closed, and then he was just in there with them. Man, I didn't know we were going to wait. We didn't go get this far. Okay, shit, man. It was really serious about this was going to be the last leg. Okay. So he said closed. So what this looked like to me on my end is, remember, I was over here like this, and he was moving weird and all this, and I'm like, man, this is a demon. We need to kill this demon. And then the flashback, like, no, that's how you did it before. You got to try something else. So I did what I knew to do. I called a name in his mouth. He say, when I did that, a light appeared and he flew toward and got out. And that's when he came back and he saw me right there and he was like, yeah, I'm back. Real story. Okay? And also, when he got back, he was like, he was adjusting to the frequency and he spit up and it was something. And man, whatever was still in cahoots, it worked rapidly to get that down the toilet. I was even on it. I knew I was already ahead one click. So someone's like, Mick, see what he just spit out. You'll know more. And I was trying to get to it like, whoa. And he already had that thing down the toilet. So implants, those kind of things, right? Behold, there are men and women amongst us who know these things and do not tell us. And it is killing us. So that's how I'm coming into this and into my realization that all is not balanced. We must make it balanced. So now we have reached the precipice. The rewards are no more death, no more separation, unity with those who have been forgotten, and unity with those who have been lost. And that is what we are sending out as edicts and decrees into the lands, into the lower kingdoms, and into whatever kind of entities may think they got control. And if they do not relinquish control, then I will hurl the entire cosmos and everybody with me, a cosmos of light into your direction to let everything go into the levels of ascension, because that is where we belong. I know the contrast now. You see the difference when we're together versus when we're separate. And that's a powerful lesson. And that's exactly why I show up to universities, just because they're universes. So in conclusion, everyone.
We're going to take the conclusion there, now that he got the opportunity to also push his wonderful spell into this bandwidth too. So,
yeah, the more that went on, I'm like, yep, this is fine. This is great. We'll just let this go. This is awesome. And there's so many layers to it too. Like, I mean, I've heard that several times, but like, there's always new layers. That's what I appreciate about people like Sevan and other people on the earth like that. Like, there's always layers of depth to stuff that has to do with our level of perception also, right? Because you can always find more layers that other people might not see or there. But really, it's in presentation too. I mean, there's so much communication that he's putting into 3D words and expressions, but especially with the full body video, you get to read the body language, the energetics of that. There's just so many layers being communicated. And it's so cool to be able to go through guys' materials like this and see additional layers that they may not have been aware at the time we're there, you know?
Yeah. I said something in chat about him breaking the fifth wall, where he he'll stop talking in the middle of something and he'll just start talking to his ancestors right away. It's like this whole different wall. But that thing right there is just I don't know.
Okay, how would you differentiate that?
How would I what?
Breaking the fourth wall versus breaking the fifth wall. So like the fourth wall is connecting
breaking
to the viewer.
The fourth wall is being a character in some kind of film, and then you're connecting to the viewer. The presentation he's doing lives in a broken fourth wall, right? Because it's like talking to this thing out here the whole time. So when he then breaks out of doing that to speak to his higher self, which is something that's not engaged, refers to his ancestors. It can't be the fourth wall; it must be the fifth wall, right?
No, great. I really know the way you laid it out makes perfect sense. I really appreciate that. It's awesome. Well done, sir.
This is an interesting thing to bring up right here, because it will bring me to a topic I don't talk about a whole lot. Yeah, I actually fell asleep for most of it. LOL. I'm going to rewatch tomorrow today. It's interesting with this because I have a lot of experiences in my life with people nodding off or just eyes glossing over these kinds of things. Sometimes our symbol sets, our mind, etc., maybe even our own position just isn't really quite ready to tangle with the concept that somebody is coming at right now. And literally we can call it higher self, but our consciousness has a tendency to basically just go nope. So it's very possible it's something like that. The stuff that he's talking right here, basically right there in the 40 minutes that we watched, if you have a God, he just slayed it. Because there's not a God that didn't get covered in that. If you know the symbolic extrapolations, to use our word of the day the other day, the symbolic extrapolations off of the stuff that he's talking about, like I mentioned in chat, that technically in any all the things represented with the snake on their head are compromised beings. Technically, there's not an ideology and a God out there that basically hasn't been represented like this at one point in time or another. The exception to this would basically be the Buddha, but the Buddha is also pretty compromised in certain ways. So
Totally, they all are.
Yeah, so
that's why, like I'm saying, it all comes back to you. You are them.
What I would like you to understand is that while we've gone through this realm of this, like they are maybe trying to control us or something, really what we more deal with is that like the language, the information, it kind of got lost in translation. Oral history there wasn't there to back up the written story a lot of times. People tried to use that information to grab hold of some kind of power at certain different levels. But functionally, the story on the earth right now is fucked. Like it's wrong. Like it's all wrong. It's realistically all wrong. I know that's a bold fucking claim, but like, you do the research yourself or just wait, because this is inevitably something that will end up being this common knowledge eventually. If I think of myself 20 years ago watching this, I'd be like, dude, what the fuck? Yeah, I mean, I totally understand that.
Dude,
and especially this specific video, he rattles through symbol sets really fucking fast.
Yeah, no doubt. What's funny is like when I first heard Seven for the first time, I remember exactly where I was at. I was in a boiler room working on a boiler. I know which boiler it was, like what I was doing, like the whole thing. So I remember when I hear his songs or I'm listening to, mainly when I was taking all the information in, like 20 hours a day, I'd associate where I physically was when I heard certain concepts. And it's all over driving all over Seattle. So it's interesting. I will literally go back through certain parts of town and a memory will come back to me of like what I was listening or thinking about in that place. And then find deeper like levels of connection to that or awareness. But like when was it 3535? That's when he like really connected. He said, "You are them." You know?
Yep.
Beautiful. It's my favorite Sevan Bomar moment ever, and I'm so glad I found it because it's literally in the middle of a 5-hour clip, just like a lot of ours. Like this is gold. This is Sevan's heart, man, and soul. This is beautiful.
We're gonna replay real quick,
please,
right where you're talking about.
So worth it.
From 3523.
Different framework. You see projections, inventions, things that fix people that people thought never could be fixed, that go into planes where people never thought someone was coming to get them. Do you think, just think of everything is here also. You got places like Syria because of their planet is gone. Okay? And now there's a fallout from the planet and there's no ships in the water picking those people up. Where's Murugan? Where's Shiva? Where? You are them. And you need to wake up. All right, let me take it back for a minute. It's done.
Powerful, man. That's a powerful moment right there.
It's like, okay, let me take it back for a minute. And I'm like, no, Sevan, come on. You just do you, man. It's for the context. It's totally fine. It's like, it's, you know, whatever. It's cool. But that's the kind of Sevan. Yeah, man, we got to hang out, bro.
Well, I mean, recognize, like, if you're going to see a person like this, they better practice what they preach. And when you get all fucking bent out like that and you start getting all over emotional, what you do, if you're practicing what you preach at his level, is you fucking stop immediately and you balance yourself. Because being all fucking wrapped out like that, being all depressed, being all overexcited, this shit is not good. Like, either side of that is too much. Being able to move between those comfortably, sure, great. Being able to be balanced, that is a format of balance. That's good. But if you're way the hell over here and that's outside of your norm, there's an issue. And really, you need to balance yourself if you care about yourself, really. It is very important to stay in that balance. When he breaks to that state, while it's very emotional, it's very raw, it carries a big message along with it, he falls out of bliss in that moment. You know what I mean? The rest of this flow, the reason why he's got is because this is what he does. He's blissful in that moment. And when you go on that level, like, I mean, I do the same shit, dude. Sometimes I get on these rants, look, man, like the last 25 years of my life ain't been so fucking easy. Okay, I spent a lot of time knowing a lot of stuff that causes a lot of damage to a lot of people's lives. I've walked through my life knowing these things, watching right along as friends of mine have gone through extreme hardship, had their entire life crumble in front of them. I've watched people die. I've watched children die. I've watched people get ripped off, lose jobs, lose houses, lose family members. I've watched shit get completely cleaved out of people's lives. And I've watched functionally an entire society be enslaved because they're not given the information that is functionally their fucking genetic right. It's literally inside your genetics. It's
100%.
literally fucking you. And
100%.
this is like, it's all fun and games. It's all nice to hear about how, like, oh, we're awakening ourselves. We're becoming more conscious and shit. Let me tell you something from the other side of the razor blade. It's hard as fuck to be on the position where you know that this shit fucking hurts people. Like, I had another thing the other day. I'm gonna bring it up, and I ain't even fucking argue with nobody about it, because I ain't riding that boat no more. I bring up the kings and queens thing. I know people don't fucking hear me right now. I understand. But I sit there and I watch people who I know are like, they're on the fucking brink of that fucking release. And I see them buying into a couple little structures that I know stops you from getting through certain perceptual ceilings. And it's hard to watch them be just that step away from just being something impossible.
Yeah.
But they buy into certain kinds of concepts. They use certain kind of
100%.
verbiage. They won't pick up these kinds of things. They refuse to believe that. They refuse to listen to this. Whatever the case is, they're stuck inside of some kind of way that has worked for them, and it's fucking difficult to watch that shit happen, especially when you've gotten way down this line, and really what that leads to is fucking loving everything. Unity, coherence, loving, caring. I fucking watch out for the fucking grass while I walk through it. You will not catch me stepping on a fucking spider ever, because like I do not take a step unaware, because I fucking care about my foot. I care about the ground. I care about the spider. I care about the fucking air that holds that space, because I fucking know that's me. I know that's me. I don't think that's me. It's not a thing that I heard once. It's a thing that I heard 20 fucking years ago. And then I lived it inside of my entire life. And quite honestly, on this side of the coin, it's really, it ain't that easy to just be like a happy, loving guy all the time, because on a certain level, on like a soul level, you're kind of like fucking sad. You know, like legitimate, like a deep level of sadness that you kind of learn to manage. You know, you learn to, because that sadness sits there, I create joy. You know, when I tell a joke and I get to see someone else smile, I know that that pain that they're feeling at a certain time is being balanced right now. And so we're buying another time. Somebody said in the chat just a second ago, no time, only frequency. Exactly. We still have more time. If when you go down, I can bring you the fuck back up. If I can do that, I can give you another chance to take yourself up. I can't ever get you up. I can't ever take you up a single ladder, but I can help you get the fuck up off the ground and try again. And if I can fucking do that, then I'm here doing the fucking thing. And I do that for myself every goddamn day. And the reason why I do it for anybody else is because I love you exactly like I love me. I'm going to treat you exactly like I treat myself, because I love you as much as I know how to, because you fucking exist. That's it. Because you exist. That's the only condition. If you are non-existence, you don't care about this. If you are existence, I love you. You know, but it ain't that fucking easy. So I understand where he's coming from. This isn't the first time that he's thought about this concept. He's felt this pain. I feel that pain. I understand inside of him. He's worked tirelessly to free his heart, and a certain part of his heart still is squeezed by the fact that he can't bring everybody along with him every single step of the way, and everybody can see it. Like it's fucking hard, dude. It's ridiculously hard. It's honestly like watching your kid fucking hurt themselves every single day, only you got thousands and thousands of fucking kids as everybody around you. You know what I mean? You know how much 100%. I fucking hate going out and watching somebody wear a mask over their fucking face? You know how fucking hard I've fought for people to be able to speak freely, be able to use those words, understand those words, express themselves with those words, not be censored, not be held back, be able to stand up. And my entire fucking platform is based off of 100% authenticity, 100% accountability, 100% just saying who the fuck you are. It literally pains me on a soul level to watch a store full of people walk around with masks on their face, knowing that regardless of what maybe the health status is, what you're doing is undoubtedly symbolic for your willingness to fall into effectively a herd mentality and your willingness to have your ability to speak for yourself taken away from you, if only on the level that that mask in front of your mouth completely shuts down your entire ability to send a vibration with the word. And even in their own books, in the beginning was the word, and the word is God. And your words don't mean fucking shit when you have one of these things on your face, because it doesn't create any geometry outside your own goddamn mouth. It never even actually gets out. It kills the fucking geometry right there as it sends it through a filter, just like they've been filtering your whole fucking life with a bunch of bullshit on TV, a bunch of bullshit concepts, whether it's their capitalistic mentality or the government that they put in front of you, or the way that the school system says that you're supposed to be, or the way that the parents in the neighborhood say that you're supposed to be. Whatever societal architecture they tried to put on top of you, they were filtering your fucking infinite spirit. And that's fucking bullshit. Like, that's not okay. All right, I'm open
100%.
to almost everything being okay, but purposely denying someone their ability to freely express their spirit, that's where I draw the line. I draw the line at that. So
Right. You're a beautiful human being, Zach. So is Sevan. So am I. So are all of us here in our own ways. And like, we're being given space. We're creating space. We're taking space. We're making space to have those expressions into the earth now, and to be able to triangulate and do all the things that we've done in our lives, in this life, and other lives, but this life even. Like, all the stuff you laid out is incredibly valid and important part of this story too. Like, we're progressing through all this shit. It's all going to integrate and weave this beautiful fucking amazing pattern that's just already happening. It's awesome.
it's important to understand you cannot be enslaved by anybody else. The only person that could possibly enslave you is yourself. Literally,
100%.
once you know, and that you can't, it can't be stopped. It can't be stopped once you know. It's impossible. It is impossible. No one can ever take it away from you.
Yes. I feel like there's a lull. Were we going to do something or say something? Or show a video or something?
I have some feelings and some emotions. Sevan's got a great community. He's got a Discord server that they're talking in all the time. It's a really solid community. If you like what he's saying on here, you should definitely check him out. Definitely like and subscribe to his the name that I just put in there, Understanding. That's the name of his current YouTube channel. Jesus said he would get rid of the wicked people. Odin said he would get rid of the frost giants. Ain't seen no frost giants around. Ain't seen no fucking Jesus around either, except for Space Jesus here.
And Space Jesus is saying you get rid of the frost giants inside of you, man. It's just integrating your shit. Jesus, get rid of the demons. The demons inside of you. He broke it all down.
Oh, I remember this. We were talking snakes back here. Doesn't snakes symbolize wisdom? In certain okay, so inside of when you're talking like Pharaonic Egypt, these kind of Hinduism stuff like this, the snake symbolizes wisdom only because it is the protector of the wisdom that is held inside of the thing itself. What this is actually really trying to say is that it has consumed the wisdom of that thing. This is why it rises to the head and sits at the third eye. It controls its sight. It looks through its ability to see. Snake is inside of animism. Way before any of this stuff, animism was practiced at least 100,000 years ago, as far as we know. Snake symbolizes change, transmutation. Just much like the snake molts its skin and then renders itself anew. The reality is constantly shedding a sheath, and these films that are constantly being added or constantly being taken off. This is really just a function of reality, whether you are going deeper into the illusion or you are pulling out of the illusion. Can all be understood by a snake growing a new skin or a snake shedding its skin, but functionally, the idea of the cosmic serpent, which is the oldest representation of snake symbolism, going all the way back to animism and really, really fucking long time ago, the cosmic serpent functionally is what keeps everything turning. Right? But the cosmic serpent is not a single serpent, but two serpents that operate in perfect coincidental opposition. And in that, the snake is also a representation of the philosopher's stone, phase conjugate optics, 0-point unity, a whole lot of different things. Because when the coincidental opposition of forces that is perfectly matched going like this goes over each other, because what is understood is functionally void cancellation, and reality as you know it works well inside of that place but with a set of rules that are not void and canceled. As those sets of rules get voided and or canceled, well, they go away. Once you have voided all of the rules, you do whatever the fuck you want, basically. Snakes are not necessarily good or bad, but snakes are extremely dualistic. And functionally, it could be understood that all things, all formats of consciousness, be they gods, plants, animals, minerals, literally does not matter. They all have two snakes inside of them. One that you could understand is a good snake, and one is a bad snake, or as I like them, the give snake and the take snake. Because one likes to take things, and one likes to create things. And as long as the create one keeps on going around creating things, the take snake always has something to feed on. But when the take snake is basically honored and leveraged as the method of creation, aka taking from other people, vampirism, stealing their energy, taking away their ability to operate, moving forward with their own sovereignty, any of these things, then functionally you are feeding the take snake through a format of self-consumption. You are self-cannibalizing. And the process of doing that is represented by a manipulated symbol that many people know as the Ouroboros, but the manipulated Ouroboros, and more commonly represented, is a snake that is eating its own tail. This is not proper functionality. This insinuates the snake is in a circle or locked into a cycle where it is looping back directly to the point that it started. As it eats its tail, its head, tail meets the exact same place. This symbol originally always had the head separated from the tail because it was representing a spiral, not a circle. The snake was not running back over the top of itself, but rather ascending up and around. So it would get back to the beginning again, but it would not get back to the beginning at the same exact beginning. What was a 0 there would now be a 10 or a 20 or a 30.
So they're looking at it from the top down. That's the Ouroboros, the snaking its own tail.
In a certain way, I mean, like I said, it's a manipulated symbol.
Well, I know, but like, if you're taking a top-down perspective on it, then that it could look like that. It's actually not eating its own tail. It's actually like the optical illusion thing. It's actually going in front of it, right? Because it's spiraling, but it would appear that way in a 2D drawing of that snapshot.
Yeah, I've talked at least to you a couple times about the concept of sayoshto yoshto, which if you go into Amazonian animism, this is very much so something that's, of all the things in existence, with the exception of the void, because good luck talking around that are worthwhile to talk around, the snake, this snake, the cosmic snake, the boundary between the 12th and 13th dimensions, as functionally I understand it. This thing is the most important thing to circumambulate ever on many different scales, because when you see a spiral head on, it looks exactly like a circle. If you don't move around it, you can't see that it's never circling, but rather coiling or moving like a spring, right? Spiraling. So this is a confusing illusion, but it's literally just an illusion of perspective, and this is why it's a good idea to, look all around something. Sayoshto yoshto means language twisting. The snake itself language twists like this, but really the idea behind this is, well, this could be our word of the day since we didn't have one, even though we're 5 hours in. Circumambulation. Ambulation is to go basically... So circumambulation is the concept of moving all the way around something in order to get a look at it from functionally all sides, rather than approaching it very directly, right? Instead of going right to it, you go around it. Think of the idea of like you drive to a city, but instead of driving directly into the center of the city and then saying I'm there, you say that you've gone to the city once you get to the city and then drive all the way around it. You've now seen all sides of the city. You can say you've actually seen the city. And this is basically the concept of circumambulation. Inside of Amazonian shamanism and also rooting back to animism, the concept of sayoshto yoshto, or language twisting, that's what it directly transliteralizes to, or the idea of circumambulation is basically predicated in the idea that at a certain dimensionality there are topics that are either too dangerous or too difficult to approach on a straight linear vector. If you go about them that way, you will only see them one way, and as a byproduct of that, you will functionally be ignorant of their operation. You will know absolutely nothing about them, and by diving into them, you will basically give yourself entirely to them, and they will have their way with you because you only know one aspect of them, and they actually operate also from the complete different aspect of themselves. So you cannot just dive straight into these things. You must go around them.
Like what Sevan was saying about that, like the lucid dreaming space, somebody's calling in different names to that space.
Okay.
Like the same thing you're talking, or the language twisting, and then coming into resonance with certain sounds that he was making, or calling in certain names into that space, different than just in a meditation or a 3D dynamic that would immediately be present because of the formation of the sounds that he was making in those spaces.
A certain dimension of this idea of sayoshto yosho is pretty much like language as a whole, as it has evolved. The idea of a name and its connection as functionally a talismanic sigil through sound or through letter, symbol, that causes an energetic signature to come forth is a format of language twisting. It's a very specific twist to the language. And that very specific twist is, well, I mean, functionally how you generate the thing. It's not so much actually that you go like, hey, Bob, and then Bob shows up. It's more like you go, hey, Bob, and by saying Bob, Bob has been generated.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So your language twisting in the sense that you're twisting the idea of a thought into physicality through the twist of the language.
Yeah, it's all a metaphor. But I mean, in general.
Yeah, not a metaphor on this. A creation with sound, creation with language. In this level of this, they don't. Your words aren't just like a thing that you say ever, or they indirectly tell a story. They legitimately make the reality that you speak.
Yeah.
So there's no metaphor really. Metaphors aren't.
No. The metaphor. Really the metaphor I mean is you're bringing a yeah, I know, yeah, that's abracadabra, or I feel like in Hebrew actually, but I create that which I speak. So no, I agree with what you're saying. I'm just saying the nope, totally lost my train of thought. Continue.
So there's a lot of interesting things about this function of the snake. I mean, the entire idea that inside of like Christian religions, that the snake on the tree of the good and evil, the serpent, is what got them to eat the apple, and then they were all screwed up and stuff. Well, there's a lot of layers to that, like an awful lot of layers to that. That's not a story about a tree and apples.
Yeah,
really.
And one of them includes superfecundation. So, do you know what that is?
I would guess because
make that the word of the day. Make that the word of the day. Pull that up on screen.
Okay, but I'm going to tell you what it is first because phonics and Amosthenes words. Fecundity is basically the state of being capable of producing children or capable of creating. So superfecundity or superfecundial or anything like this would just mean that you are excessively capable of creating functionally, or excessively capable of birthing children. To use it in a sentence, most women, after they have drank a lot of tequila, become super fecundial.
Nice. Well done, sir. Thank you. Thank you for increasing my use of an already really cool word. I really appreciate that.
But fecundial things are, while they are capable of birthing forth children, they are also very eager to mate. So that's part of the being capable, is that you are also willing. So
Okay, so yeah, no doubt, and that fits right into the story. So super fucking dation. You find it on there yet? It's an actual.
no, sorry, I worded dated it myself and then forgot
It
to
was
even
no, and that was great. I'm really incredibly, eternally grateful that you took the time to do that for sure. That adds additional layers. So going back to the stupid 3D layer.
Okay, so they say that it's to do the direct search on Google. I actually have to look at superfetation because that is another form of this other one. It doesn't matter really regardless. This one's drawn from the Latin root using fetus to basically say the other thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So put this on the screen here.
Yeah. So I'm starting to look it up online.
Oh, there it is. Do.
Yeah,
So,
it's fetation.
superfetation, the occurrence of a second conception during pregnancy, giving rise to embryos of different ages in the uterus. This is interesting because this is not the same thing. If we literally go over here and we search for fecundity, which is the obvious root of that, the ability to produce an abundance of offspring or new growth / fertility. So where they're drawing the connection between these two things is that they're saying that, like, when you're generating more than one fetus, you are, this is also related because it's an abundance of offspring, right? And really it's directly connected to fertility. So
it's interesting that there's many places in the Bible or the text where twins are born. Cain and Abel for one. We know there's no differentiation for when they came out of nowhere, and that's that archetype symbol. So one of the all this is just to do word play on one of the additional extra biblical stories, right? And many of them, but when the actual Christian text, the book of Adam and Eve, I think, but definitely talks about that. The seed of the angel who came and presented woman with his knowledge and choice, and also impregnated her. Then Adam came along. She shared the apple with him, and he also impregnated her. So two babies, Cain and Abel, two bloodlines, same womb, same time. And then there's a bunch of other pairs like that throughout the Bible too. Firstborns are being born at the same time. Jacob and Esau is another one, and Abraham, Isaac could have been. Well, they're different times apart. But
if we want to pop back into the Sumerian stuff that we were talking about last night, Enki and Lil, same story, birthed at the same time. So, yeah. Let's see things here. Good place to draw a line. You guys picked me up. I was going dark. Yeah, never go dark, dude. I mean, you are literally the all. There's no reason to go dark. You're literally the all. It seems super confusing from certain positions, and you very much so feel that you are experiencing a very real format of separation. I have complete compassion, understanding for that. But also, at a certain level,
rewatch that same part, that 35, wherever he comes in, because that's 7. That's his soul. Like, hold on to that, no matter how dark it seems. He's saying, "You are them. You are them." Like, let that waken you up. No matter what depression you're in, let that hit your soul, man. It's not about your circumstances. Like, it's time for your soul to be present. The way 7's soul was, and he had to rebalance because he's a master. But still, the way his soul came through, like, grab that energy and let it wake and shit. Let it just shake you awake in certain ways, beautiful ways. I love it. I love watching it every time.
I love this quote by Ike here. Can you remember who you were before the world told you who you should be? In a certain way, this is again like exactly what he's referencing here. You know, we've been mainlined into this idea that, like, you know, for a certain period of time, the peak of culture was to basically graduate high school, go to college, get a decent degree, find a wife or a husband, settle down in the picket fence house, work your career, have a kid, and then, you know,
2.5,
find a casket or whatever. and that's what life was for. And if you carried out that timeline, you did a good job.
You're a good American.
If that's what your soul wanted to do, I support you 100,000%. I just think 100%. It's real fucking unlikely that that's what your soul wanted to do. Yeah. It's really unlikely. You probably were told that your soul can definitely think of shit that's a lot cooler than that. I assure that. So
yeah,
I don't know.
And it's funny because there's people walking out here. I mean, I know I say this lightheartedly on the show now, which is fine because it is a real reality, and like time will tell. Right, but I've thoroughly had to process through at different times of the fact I'm going to live 350 years. What does that mean practically? Not all. I don't think it's like some magical button's going to happen and like the whole world's going to live 350 years. I mean, maybe my world, right?
Mhm.
But you know, family members and stuff might die, and the beliefs they had in this life and this experience, and that's fine. They're on their own soul's journey. You
Yep.
know, so it's being able to meet people every step of the way, wherever they're at. Because when you're around for a long time, you see a lot of things change, and things are changing really quick right now. You know,
Yeah.
and we're around for it every night, processing it all live on YouTube. Integrating. Actually, here's a really good quote. I heard this quote that I sent you a link earlier of a video with Peter Moon.
I want to reference this thing real quick to
Do it.
Jason here. Just keep what resonates with you currently, and let the rest go, but come back to it later. Like you're not just doing this from your human body. There's a multi-dimensional connection, and you're legitimately being guided to or having created in front of you the things that you need. Don't force yourself. We think that force is like, because we talk about like force of electromagnetism or whatever, we kind of like have a tendency to think that a force is a good thing. In terms of really like spirituality, force is never good. Force is a shadow. Force is making thing happens, right? Like make rhymes with take because it feeds the wrong snake. Okay, so like you shouldn't make people do shit. You do not want to make things. Really, you do not want to. This verbiage is wrong, but you don't want to make yourself do things like sit here and try and force some information into my head, or make myself learn this next, or that this any of this stuff. You don't want to do any of that. Let your life flow. Watch what's in front of you and know that the answer that you're searching for is literally always just expressing itself in the way that will eventually make sense. And when it makes sense, it was the right time. There's no rush, because at a certain point in time, you go like, oh, wait, there's actually not really any time. It's like a thing that I sign up for in order to compartmentalize shit. But other than that, there's not really any time. So I can't possibly run out of time. That's not a thing that's going to happen. You literally create time. So it's, you know.
It's funny how that does change your perception on depression too. Like, because I mean, I've definitely gone through. So in the Christian paradigm, I'd correlate it with like being baptized in the Holy Spirit or Kundalini awakening experience, which was really interesting actually to think back upon. But one of the things when I would like that specific night and all that happened, but one of the things I would always reference is like before life's a roller coasters, ups and downs, and sad and heartbreak and just shit, right? And then, but after that experience, that roller coaster, even the downs were never as down, right? When you connect with your soul to certain levels, it's like there's a depth of connection. It doesn't mean life circumstances aren't hard and all that other shit, but like really those moments of connection to self are what get you through life. You know, where your connections to you that you had, no matter what video you've seen, even that 107 we love watching and diving into. And like, and I love what that evokes in me. You know, what's that doing inside of you? That's
that if I was to like start my spirituality over again, knowing what I know now, but not knowing what I know now, right? Like just knowing what was the right thing to go after first, in my opinion, basically. So this is like, you know, super hypothetical, but nevertheless, if I was to do that, the first thing that I would go for is basically understanding how to enjoy the downs.
Yeah, no doubt. Really.
Number one thing to do. It's, for me, it's mostly been about recognizing their value and then having gratitude for their value, accepting that because of that the gratitude that I have for the value that's inside of it has made it easy to accept that this experience is happening. Getting to that point required an awful lot of perseverance, and staying in that point requires an awful lot of patience. Like I deal with shit that, you know, if I was to be all critical of myself, I'd be like, oh, I should be able to get over this in like a week, and it'll take like months. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I have like, if I fall out of the patience in that situation, that's to my mind failing, right? Like I can't, I don't fall out of the patience there. I'll be more patient. You know what I mean? As I try to accept that new reality, you know?
Okay, the tenant, that fits into another rabbit trail I got off of earlier. Okay. So when I was saying when I moved out and I allowed myself, that's where I was making all this connection to when we met and everything. So because I chose to allow myself to feel, right? I mean, I knew I was putting off me progressing with my life path to, or not a mission. It's totally different. It's my choice. Like I've known that for a long time. It's my choice. Like everything's cool. Everything I felt like was a mission has been completed, if you will. Everything now is free will creation. Like after that, which is great. So I got 350 years to figure this shit out, but there's a lot of shit I got to figure out still. There's a lot of, like we were talking about, there's still layers of, just the fact we're doing this every night. So having to readjust my own personal levels of getting my own personal time and not being involved in anyone else's life or having someone involved in mine in those ways. And like, that's fine. It's the season we're going into. I've known about it. I've known the frameworks for the season we're here for a long time. So we're just literally walking into what's already been created.
Sure. Yeah.
Cool.
Having said that too, like if you need nights to hang out with other people because you need some real life connection, you fucking take them, dude. I'll be here doing it regardless.
No doubt.
Like,
I'm not worried about it at all.
I don't miss out on my connection with something because of this. I mean, like I live with Jen. I have a lot of connection with her. I live with Joe. I have a lot of connection with him. These kinds of things. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like, then you work like a full-time job during the day and shit. I do not. I hang out with these people all day, and I do random jobs that don't even make me leave my house. You know what I mean? So like.
Yeah.
It's just like I functionally have more time, right? You know what I mean? More hours in the day.
Just the dynamic we're in. It's cool. Like it works now. It's great, man. It'll just, as it changes. And like you and I are both super adaptable. And I think the more situations we literally get ourselves into, quite literally, the more beautiful shit's gonna unfold. It's cool, man.
Yeah, well, I mean, at the rate of stuff that we're doing right now, within the next 365 days, we're probably gonna live in the same place, anyways. So. Yeah.
Yep, that's the way it's going. I'm super stoked, man. It's about time.
So
okay, hold on.
It's 1:01 in the morning. So unless Aaron's got something else here, it's probably.
I do have one more quote actually from that video I sent you earlier. I just had it. Oh, here it is. Oh, that's funny because the timestamp on that video, so the one with Sevan was like 35:35 or something, or 35:20. That's the timestamp that is on this video too. It's super ironic, synchronistic. Okay, so he says, concerning becoming superhuman, you have to first become an integrated human. Then the superhuman part will take care of itself.
Yeah, it really will. The concept of like also even just like the concept of superhuman, like a human is just a single dimension's projection of what yourself really is. Humans are totally incredible, but it's a projection of you, and you're like what does that even mean? I'm not even gonna like do it not do it justice by bringing words to it. You know what I mean? So there's like, what do you mean by superhuman? Like humans are pretty fucking super, man.
No doubt. Well, so it's remembering, right? More, you're a species with amnesia, and you're more than you've ever been told, read, or studied. And superhuman is just normal human. We just lived at such a less than normal, where they think literally our top scientists think that 83 to 90, or was it 83 to 94% of our DNA might be junk, right? Like really?
Obviously
junk.
silly.
Literally, it's not. Because they don't see it in coding proteins. So their metric of observation renders it useless, literally, as useless data. Not that they're going, that's the mainstream narrative. Obviously, there's a lot of other scientists know way more than that. And even the stuff Dave Wilcock talks about in the Scientist he quotes and being able to transmit DNA into, I don't want to drive with all that shit. Okay, so like, I had another point, but I kind of lost it. So yeah, maybe we should wrap up the show.
All right. Well, 5 hours and 40 minutes or whatever. I love how I come on this thing. I have no fucking idea what I'm gonna do, like every day. And some days it ends up being 5.5 hours of me not knowing what I'm doing. But
so let me also just honor the fact we have 7 people still apparently in live chat watching.
Yeah.
Which I know. Okay, so we got Jen, right, and then Joe. Is he signed in too?
Joe might not be.
Okay, so Jen, and then Jasmine's still on there, Kevin. And then now, do you and I logging through StreamYard? We wouldn't count as live views. It's not going to count that, right? Okay. Oh, actually, I think I'm in the chat on my phone. It's like 4. I don't know. There's still 2 or 3 people that who knows. They've been listening the whole time or just popped in. Crazy shit, man.
Yeah, I don't have it open anywhere else.
Well, we love you guys very, very much, and we'll be here tomorrow night.
This person that you just mentioned, Species with Amnesia. I remember this book. I've probably referenced some of his stuff, or at least the stuff that he's touching with his book, Occult Secrets of Vril. Spent a long time on that. I don't remember this Gods with Amnesia one.
Sophia's still here. Yeah, Night Sophia. The Species with Amnesia is Graham Hancock's statement.
This guy, Robert Sepper, that she linked, or that Willow asked about, he literally published a book called Species with Amnesia on May 28th, 2015.
No shit.
It's actually, is this, yeah, that's one.
Well, not the episode I'll look up right now, but it made me think of, I'm pretty sure the article came out May of last year when they recorded it, or at least the article, I'm pretty sure, but about when they recorded that explosion from the Central Galactic Sun or black hole. That massive explosion. Do you remember seeing that?
What do you mean they recorded it?
All right, I'm not putting energy into it now. Like, whatever. The article is about it, that it happened sometime recently, whatever that means, in a way they've never observed before. This massive explosion of extra, energy they saw just like exploding out of the center of the galaxy. Different frequencies. So I'll find the article. We can talk about it later.
I'll need to read the article for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not overtly familiar with this individual.
Yeah,
that you mentioned here, Robert Sepper, I guess is probably the way that you say it.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
Yeah, I'll definitely look at some of his stuff to see what's up with all that. And the Matthios guy from earlier too. Interested in seeing what I think of that in the long run too. But yeah, whatever. Whoever, all you people that are here, you're wonderful. I love all of you. Thank you for staying here through our weird stuff. So great to have all of you guys around. I really appreciate you guys. Really, just like so much that you even care to do this with your time. I cannot really tell you how much it means to me. So, not because it helps out my YouTube channel or something. I don't give a fuck about a YouTube channel, quite honestly. I literally don't. In fact, I will probably move this off of YouTube as soon as that makes sense, because this, quite honestly, let's put it this way, a lot of the stuff that I want to talk about, you don't fucking say it on here. In fact, you'd be questionable whether you say it in earshot of a phone, period. So I'm good on that. And anyways.
Yeah, we're working towards it. We'll get our own platform. We'll get our realm totally cut off, and we don't have to worry about any of that shit. We're getting there.
Yeah, it's amazing. Must say, a testament to the work to all the good brothers and sisters out there that have come before me. It's amazing what we can talk about these days and not get censored or wrapped in a straitjacket. Because if I went on like a rant like I went on like 30 minutes ago or whatever on here, whoo, man, that didn't go over so good 15 years ago, boys. Like, you did not talk about that stuff. So.
I'm telling you, man, I realized several years ago, several years into doing really the ways I told you this, like the ways I was finding research, and I wasn't, I was using Google and YouTube. I just didn't care. I knew it was tracked or whatever. And but the stuff I really started to figure out, it took me a while to realize, why am I not dead? I've done this many other lifetimes, and I know what's going on. How am I not dead? And then realizing, as I was settling in a lot of different dynamics and understanding, not just my own soul history and, ability to not be affected by certain things. But also just really, we're in a different reality. We're in a different world. We really are creating this new world. It's totally different now.
It seems as though there are many, many timelines residing right on top of each other, and sometimes the slightest blink of an eye can take you all the way across the galaxy. We're going to play out with some great Reinhard Burr. Excellent live looper, mostly improvisational. This is his album Berlin Movement 3. This song's called Ascension. I think it's good for going out after what was all going on here. Jason, super glad to hear that you'll be back. We also do meditations and yoga and stuff. When we're actually doing that, I don't know. I'm going to be more proactive on this stuff in the very near future. I've been waiting on a lot of stuff to get here and working on other stuff, getting stuff ready for the blah 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 blah. But it's all coming. A lot of fun stuff today, or to do. But nevertheless, Aaron, I love you. Everyone in chat, I love you. Anybody who watches this in replay, if you get to this part, like, how
really love
not
you.
live you got to this part?
Yeah,
how did you even do that? That's
participating live in
amazing.
chat? No doubt, man.
That is amazing. No, I'm
So
saying
if you
like
were-
if
if you-
someone watches a replay of this and
Yeah, I
they're
know, I know.
hearing me do this
So if-
outro, like,
If you're listening right now and you've fallen asleep to this message, know that Zach and Aaron and this entire community loves you, and that you're wonderful and amazing just the way you are at a soul level. Get rid of all belief systems, all constructs, anything that makes you not coherent and inauthentic. Let it go and be you. Come join the family. We're building a new world. It starts with you. Right now, tonight.
love you guys.
Love you.
This is not goodbye. With angels now you fly. Your song remains within until we meet again. You sing when gardens bloom. You sing when sorrow looms. You sing our pain away. We sing your song today. This is not goodbye. With angels now she flies. Her song remains with you until we meet again. She sings when gardens bloom. She sings when sorrow leaves. She sings our pain away. Let's sing her song today. Let's sing her song today. Let's sing her song today. Thank